This magician is simply not scientific. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226: The Absolute Crushing of the Third Level. Shadow Layer. Tucker, who was moving forward in the shadow state, used his memory veins to constantly explore the memory images of the Shadow Flame Wolf's mind about the Shadow Layer during this period. Tucker's order to the Shadow Wolf was to hunt those shadow creatures in the Shadow Layer. The Shadow Wolf would avoid the extraordinary people who entered. Of course, it would not show mercy to the vampires and werewolves who entered. Tucker had been in Saint Land for more than half a year. The Shadow Flame Wolf leader ran back twice, and both times it was hunted by the Shadow Spider Lord. During this period, other human extraordinary people who mastered the Shadow system did not have any grudges with the Shadow Wolf leader. Once these unethical foreign hunters came, it was different. These foreign hunters not only hunted monsters, but also hunted humans. In the memory of the Shadow Flame Wolf leader, in some hidden shadow corners, he saw these hunters hunting Saint Land extraordinary people. In addition, there are scenes of these hunters repeatedly hunting down the Demon Wolf leader. This time, the Demon Wolf encountered a master, so there was a scene of him asking Tucker for help. The scene shows that these daring hunters also hunted the 4th level Lord Shadow Demon Spider. The 4th level Shadow Lord with magical powers is not easy to bully. Naturally, those hunters suffered heavy casualties. However, this scene also made Tucker slightly think about the matter of the Shadow Demon Spider Lord. Originally, Tucker planned to try to subdue this 4th level Lord when he had the chance. After all, the existence of the Lord level is still very useful, and it is a 4th level Lord. Either submit and come to me, or resist and come to my bowl. The other party really wants to resist. Even if Tucker does not need to take the Shadow Core material, it is good to give it to the Shadow Flame Demon Wolf. This can increase its probability of becoming a Lord. Tucker reviewed the many memory scenes of the Shadow Flame Demon Wolf leader one by one. Tucker took a deep breath. He was violent, cruel, bloody, and even had a hint of crazy killing intent. This group of hunters are so rampant in Lamore Street. You didn't even ask about the name of my fire-breathing wizard Andre. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? At this moment, the shadow and reality came from the front. A shadow door vaguely emerged. Those hunters finally used their own little tricks to determine Tucker's position. Seeing this, Tucker sneered twice. Then he slowly released the Shadow Flame Wolf leader. Remember, if you meet someone hunting you like this in the future, kill them all, understand? Woo woo. The Shadow Flame Wolf bared its fangs and made a low whimper. In addition, you have been with me for so long, and you are already level 38. It's about time to find a way to feed you to level 40, or even promote your rank. Otherwise, a leader of only level 3 will die too easily. Tucker shook his head and said to himself. The leader of the Shadow Flame Wolf. Soon, the Shadow Gate was formed. Led by the 45th level hunter, a group of 5 people filed in. The 4 3rd level extraordinary people were not a threat to the 3rd level leader of the Shadow Flame Wolf. The real threat was the 45th level hunter. The Steam Hunter with 3 steam cores. This was the essence of the Shadow Flame Wolf being chased. The 5 people stopped Tucker in front. The 45th level, burly, and resolute Steam Hunter looked at Tucker and whispered. My local wizard friend, I will give you one last piece of advice. Put down the Shadow Wolf, and I can still let you go safely. Once the fight starts, although you are a steam wizard, but... The Steam Hunter suddenly pinched the short knife at his waist. Woo woo woo. The low, melodious, and rapid roar of steam came from far away and was mighty. A large amount of rising steam lingered around the 45th level Steam Hunter. I am also a steam sequence. The Steam Hunter just finished speaking. His face suddenly changed and he shouted in a low voice. Be careful. His whole body instantly turned into steam and rolled backwards and disappeared. A palm like a palm leaf fan swept past. Pong. A muffled sound. Accompanied by the bloody smell. The head of a 3rd level hunter was smashed directly by Tucker's spiritual hand. The Steam Hunter can avoid the attack, but these 3rd level hunters do not have such powerful means. At the same time as the spiritual hand attacked, the leader of the Shadow Flame Wolf rushed out instantly. Without the threat of the 4th level Steam Hunter, these 3rd level hunters, the Shadow Flame Wolf is not afraid at all. In an instant, the Shadow Flame Wolf and the remaining 3 hunters fought in a group. The 4th level Steam Hunter has a strong concealment ability. Just now, he used the Steam Grey Fog as a cover and entered the camouflage state. Facing such a powerful hunter, normal 3rd level wizards, or even 4th level wizards, probably wouldn't dare to act rashly. After all, the hunter's disguise and sneak attack are very threatening. Even those seemingly insignificant blow darts, if hit, the pollution, distortion, and soul-paralyzing supernatural poisons are enough to make the supernatural drink a pot. But Tucker was slowly condensing his nightmare fire oil bomb. Steam, world, original spiritual state. It itself gives Tucker the ability to see through the world and fit the world. And in itself, Tucker is absorbing the power of the world. Disguising near Tucker is probably not overthinking. Tucker, who was almost ready, raised his hand and lightly dropped a nightmare fire oil bomb into a corner. With a bang, the flames exploded. The area of more than 10 meters in radius was instantly full of flames. But a figure suddenly jumped out of the flames using the jumping ability. How did he detect me? The Steam Hunter Camus who escaped at this time was shocked. He was a 4th order Steam Hunter, with a strong ability to camouflage and conceal. Other 4th order Steam Sequence superhumans could hardly detect him. But the little wizard in front of him, who was only a 3rd order wizard, could detect him so easily. Knowing that the other party was a Steam wizard, the Steam Hunter Camus did not dare to advance rashly. He did not jump directly on Tucker's face, but jumped backwards. But even so, during the jump, Tucker's next round of attack had already arrived. The Destiny Revolver on Tucker's right hand merged with Tucker's right hand. Tucker had initially completed the interaction between the arcane shooting magic and the Destiny Revolver. The arcane shooting could not only be stored in the 6 cylinders in the revolver for long-term storage, but Tucker could also replenish the arcane bullets at any time. The arcane shooting fired by the Destiny Revolver could also perfectly bring out the execution characteristics of the superhuman revolver itself and the harvest characteristics of the Destiny Fangs. Now, the shooting of the Fate Revolver Fate Shooting, its basic power completely exceeds the 2-star Witchcraft, and it will cause fatal damage to weak, seriously injured, and low-health enemies. Tucker raised his hand. The attack veins and the jumping trajectory of the Steam Hunter have already completed the intersection. Accurate. At this moment, it has returned to its most essential function. At the same time, Camus instantly had a creepy feeling. Not good. His face changed wildly. Boom. 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 The first fate shot broke Camus's rune shield. The next 2 shots exploded in Camus' chest, and blood and steam gray mist instantly dissipated. At the 4th shot, the bullet passed through a blood mist and hid a blood crow. The blood crow was beaten into blood mist. Camus used the crow exchange ability to disappear. Crow exchange, through the release of the ability, you can exchange positions with a crow's you raise. When he was disguised before, Camus had secretly condensed a large number of steam crows with steam and hid them. These steam crows can be used as his hunting birds, and can also help him avoid enemy attacks during battle. The enemy escaped again, and Tucker took the gun and blew gently at the muzzle. Huh? Steam smoke filled the air. Sure enough, this thing is still useful. In today's Steam age, Steam Sequence extraordinary people are not safe on the road without a Steam extraordinary firearm. The thumb flicked gently. With a click sound of the revolver, the arcane shooting quickly replenished. At the same time, behind a big rock, Camus's face was ashen. The 2 shots just now not only made his extraordinary state shake, but also sent a violent tearing feeling to his soul. What frightened him the most was that the 2 shots seemed to hit the aorta of life. His life was like a flood that had been opened, rushing all the way. Those 2 shots were really fatal, not an exaggeration at all. At the same time, Tucker, holding the Fate Revolver, was also carefully feeling the combination of the Forbidden Seal, the Extraordinary Revolver, and the Witchcraft ability. The Fate Fang itself is not very lethal, but combined with the Extraordinary Revolver and my Witchcraft, the lethality has skyrocketed. And this shot can at least increase my lifespan by half an hour or even an hour. Feeling the characteristics of the source of life being absorbed, Tucker's eyebrows were filled with joy. An attack that hits the soul can directly absorb the opponent's life source. Although it is not as much as killing a powerful extraordinary. But it is better to attack continuously and absorb continuously. Of course, the prerequisite is to be able to curb the Fate Fang's absorption of my soul. Otherwise, While attacking the enemy, I am also hurting myself. And once I can curb the Fate Fang's absorption of my soul, then, in battle, I can completely increase my lifespan continuously. It really deserves to be a sealed object. It is quite powerful. Tucker felt his new method carefully, and he became more and more satisfied. At this moment, swoosh! A barely perceptible blue light burst out from a pile of gravel and pierced through Tucker's back. Offensive traps are also one of the hunter's attack methods. At the same time, gagaga! A large number of steam crows and steam wolves rushed out from behind the rocks and attacked Tucker together. Realizing that the third-level steam wizard in front of him was powerful, Kamas also launched an attack while the offensive trap was bursting. However, the blowpipe containing highly poisonous darts hit nothing and just passed through the shadow curtain area where Tucker was. Seeing that his highly concealed attack was avoided by the opponent, Kamas, who was already seriously injured, felt a little depressed. The inside of this third-level steam wizard was the most terrifying of all the spellcasters he knew. The ability to perceive and control the surrounding world, which was almost omniscient, was simply despairing. Moreover, the opponent's control and transformation of shadows and flames was simply arbitrary. He was in a passive state from the beginning of the battle. If he had known that this third-level wizard was so powerful, Kamas would never have easily attacked this third-level wizard. Feeling the attack of the steam biological community closing the distance, Tucker suddenly squeezed his right hand. Hoo-la-la! A blazing flame rose. Don't you know that I am a fire-breathing wizard? How dare you fight me? Tucker blew gently at his fist that was like a candle flame. Hoo! The flames were like a wall, sweeping in all directions with Tucker as the center. Those crows and wolves condensed by steam were instantly burned to ashes by Tucker. Seeing the large flames sweeping over, Kamas's face became increasingly gloomy and ashen. This wizard's perception ability is too amazing, and his methods are even more incredible. It's extremely difficult to get close to this guy. Besides, even if you get close, what can you do? Just look at the powerful method he used just now to easily dodge my attack, and the method he used before to easily enter the shadow layer. I'm afraid, if I get close, I will be easily pulled away by him. On the contrary, if I get close to him, I will fall into danger. I can arrange methods, and that wizard can also arrange powerful methods around me. The corner of his eyes glanced at the distance. 2 of the 3 third-level companions had been bitten to death by the magic wolf, and the one who survived was just a toy in the mouth of the magic wolf. Let's go. Without any hesitation, Kamas, who knew that he had encountered a master today, retreated immediately. Boom! His body suddenly turned into steam and gray mist. Kamas appeared in his true form at the position of the steam crow hiding in the corner hundreds of meters away. He rushed towards the shadow gate not far away in one step. At this moment, a scene that made him despair appeared. Crack, tear, the shadow gate, which was originally in good condition, was directly crushed by a huge dark golden palm that suddenly appeared. Kamas had seen this huge dark golden palm just now. The palm that attacked him first just now, but he dodged it, but his companion took the blame for it, was exactly the same as the one in front of him. No, it might be the same one, but the palm in front of him was much larger than the previous one. And the power. Needless to say, Kamas felt the amazing rune mystery power from a distance. That kind of rune mystery power was simply beyond his reach. Moreover, Kamas remembered it clearly. This palm disappeared after the attack before. Now it suddenly appeared again. In other words, the third-level wizard has been continuously controlling this terrifying palm to deal with his possible attacks. Can this guy still have so many preparations in the battle? For a moment, Kamas' heart trembled violently. You run so fast, did I allow you to leave? Kamas looked dazed for a while. A calm and indifferent voice came slowly from one side. This voice made Kamas sweat all over his back instantly. Just as he guessed, even if he approached, this wizard could avoid him. This wizard has powerful means of traveling, displacement, escape, etc. Moreover, the opponent could have killed him directly during the short time when he was stunned. But he did not attack. Or, there was a vacuum period when the opponent cast the witchcraft. Kamas himself did not believe this. Then it could only be the second possibility. If the opponent wanted to kill him, he could not escape at all. Give up resistance, I can still give you a quick death, otherwise. Tucker's eyes condensed slightly. You will experience what it means to be worse than death. Kamas, who was examining Tucker, laughed dryly twice. Haha. I admit that you are very powerful, but if you want me to kneel down and surrender directly, it depends on whether the wizard really has such means and strength." He clenched his fists suddenly. The surging blood-colored source energy steam was desperately stirred. Even the blood-colored source energy steam gushed out directly from the wound. At this moment, knowing that he could not escape, Camus really wanted to fight to the death. As Camus used the source of life to drive the steam collar. Woo woo woo, the desperate and tragic roar of steam coldly crossed the desolate and dark shadow layer wasteland. The steam stopped. Some insightful powers of the shadow layer were also attracted. There were shadow birds flying in the sky. There were small shadow creatures, such as shadow dragonflies and shadow butterflies. Even on some shadow trees, some power descended on them. Looking at the other party's desperate posture, it attracted some attention. Tucker was as calm and indifferent as always. "It just so happens that I also want to try some of my methods." "I'll try, you die." "Very good cooperation, I like it." As soon as the voice fell, Tucker had already made a move. The fierce battle began again. After more than 10 minutes, with a burst of fierce steam gunfire, the battle ended. At this time, the powerful 4th level steam hunter, who can live for 200 or 300 years, was lying on the ground like a rotten wood candle. If Tucker hadn't wanted to test the Fate revolver more, this guy would have been killed by Tucker more than a dozen times. Feeling the attention of the surrounding eyes, Tucker pressed the ground with one hand. Shadow curtains fell from all sides, separating Tucker from the outside world. After observing for a moment, those attentions left on their own. Those with average strength naturally didn't dare to come easily. The 3rd level steam wizard in front of him had shown amazing means in the past 10 minutes. Especially the incredible gunmanship. It was a completely artistic performance. As for the interspersed witchcraft, it was also very accurate. The 3rd level against a 4th level. It was a completely one-sided crushing. In addition, this 3rd level wizard was in the shadow state. This was still near the Lamore lighthouse. Those powerful extraordinary people naturally guessed who this person was. It was even less likely for them to come and interfere. At this time, the battle was over, and the 3rd level shadow wizard fell, and the meaning was very clear. Inside the shadow curtain, looking at the 4th level steam hunter in front of him who was almost drained of life by himself. Feeling the life essence of nearly a week, Tucker smiled gently. "It seems that for the sealed object, I have found the right way to open it for me. The final harvest is certainly refreshing, but the long-term absorption of one shot at a time can also accumulate into a lot." Looking at the Fate revolver in his hand, Tucker gently stroked it. "The previous Netherworld Blood Clan 6th level master tore off one of my soul curtain shadows. This guy is just right for replenishing. 2 4th order soul curtains and 2 3rd order soul curtains, the safety is further increased. But, before that, pull out this guy's steam core first. The magic house is digesting steam cores very quickly now." Inside the shadow curtain, Tucker began to squeeze out all the surplus value of this 4th order steam hunter. Before, Tucker didn't have enough means to perfectly squeeze other extraordinary people, their bodies, souls, extraordinary characteristics, etc. Now compared to before, it feels much more three-dimensional. As a wizard, if you can't effectively use the enemy's corpse, you are obviously not a qualified wizard. While Tucker was carrying out his own resource recycling process, a 5th order shadow entered the shadow layer domain, not far from Tucker. After looking around, this 5th order shadow groped towards Tucker's position quietly. Chapter 227. Since when did the candidate bishop of the Three-Eyed Church like to sneak around so much? Just as Bevis Twain wanted to sneak through the curtain in front of him to see what Tucker was doing inside. A lazy voice sounded. "Haha. I'm here to take a look openly, okay?" Bevis, who was pointed out, said calmly, showing that he was thick-skinned and cunning. During the time Tucker was away, Bevis had already arrived at the Lamore steam tower. Bevis Twain, who was standing outside the shadow curtain, spoke slowly. "Your perception ability is really amazing. The battle just now was also terrible. That guy is a 4th level steam hunter. His camouflage ability is as if it has nothing in front of you. Although your revolver is very powerful. But I still want to persuade you. That steam revolver that fits the forbidden seal, you'd better use it less. When you use it, it is also devouring your soul." "I will." Tucker's voice came out slowly. Tucker has always been good at listening. But whether to execute or not is another matter. At the same time, Tucker also quickly completed the last sacrifice. The level 45 soul curtain of this 4th level steam hunter fell in the flames of the sacrificial ceremony in the air. Although Bevis outside did not come in, he had already started to peek. Tucker was very hesitant about whether this guy who liked to peek secretly could be qualified for the position of bishop in the future. He put the soul curtain into the shadow behind him. Tucker then removed the curtain. 2 4th order soul screens and 2 3rd order soul screens are enough. During this period, there is no need to learn new witchcraft. The basic framework of my witchcraft is almost there. With my rune secrets, I can cover all aspects. With the newly acquired forbidden seals, the combat form and damage ability have also diversified. At present, the right way is to combine my witchcraft with my ability and develop it more deeply and meticulously. And the remaining ecological carrying capacity is to prepare for the powerful 4-star or even 5-star forbidden spells in the future. Forbidden spells. This level of powerful power. At least it is a powerful witchcraft that can only be learned after the extraordinary ecology is strong enough and the extraordinary state of the extraordinary is condensed more perfectly. The carrying capacity of wizards at this level is extremely amazing, not to mention the casting. Before that, Tucker naturally needs to reserve some space for the study of forbidden spells. After some thoughts, Tucker gradually gathered his mind. Then Tucker looked at Bevis Twain in front of him. "Did you bring the stuff?" "Of course." Bevis didn't hesitate and threw a supernatural storage bracelet to Tucker. Tucker caught it and felt his sense of perception penetrate into it. A thick and simple book with a textured cover of angels, sun, mountains, and rivers emerged. It looks ordinary. But you have to know that this is a gift from an angel. Holy Sun, World, Meditation Secret Book. Its powerful characteristics can be seen from the name. Holy, Scorching Sun, World. Which one is not a top supernatural characteristic? Once Tucker can really learn it, maybe he can really build the sequence seed inheritance of the meditation secret book of this system in the high tower of Saint Land. Many strong people dream of getting such an opportunity. A large part of the supernaturals who created the supernatural family also hope to build their own ancestral spirits through this sequence seed inheritance method, so that they can try to find their own way after death. At the very least, it is quite good to have a certain blessing for the family. Although it was not opened up by Tucker, it was built by Tucker. The development of this powerful meditation secret seed alone is enough to make Tucker leave many legends. Maybe, in the future, it will be able to continuously increase Tucker's legendary characteristics. "Do you feel it?" Bevis Twain asked in a low voice. "I haven't felt it yet. Even if I want to try, I have to find a suitable place." Tucker did not rashly touch this powerful mysterious book. If there is any strange vision, it will not be worth the loss. This battle itself has attracted a lot of attention. If there is another commotion, it will be too much. While Tucker responded, he threw the extraordinary storage bracelet directly into the magic hut. The magic hut has this advantage: it can be especially loaded. At this moment, Tucker's shadow flame demon wolf leader, holding 3 corpses, jogged over. This scene made Bevis's eyes twitch. How many things like this has this guy done, so that his summoned beasts have learned it in the same way? This damn guy. Even Bevis had to admit that the demon ring staff was a perfect match for Tucker. After collecting all the corpses, Tucker looked at the space of the magic hut. "I feel that the blood pool of the vampires will be ready for construction in a while. The source of lifeblood is also one of the directions that wizards can study." Bevis Twain, who was about to leave, suddenly thought of something. "Right." He looked at Tucker and asked, "Are you interested in that demon spider lord? Why do you mention this? Are you interested?" Tucker raised his eyebrows. Obviously, there are many people who are plotting against this powerful demon spider lord. The group of hunters discovered it not long after they came here. It makes no sense that Bevis Twain, as a shadow wizard, doesn't know the demon spider lord. Without answering this question, Bevis Twain recalled it a little and then told this story. That 4th level demon spider lord is very powerful. It uses a large number of small world fragments of the seal barrier to build a 4th level lord's nest. It's the thing you use to exile the vampires. Bevis' words made Tucker raise his eyebrows slightly. That 4th level demon spider can also use the fragments of the small world of the seal barrier. Haha. The world is so big that there are all kinds of things. It's not surprising that the 4th level demon spider lord can use it. That's right. Tucker nodded. Being able to use this kind of small fragment of the barrier is obviously not his privilege. The 4th level Lord's Nest built by the Demon Spider Lord can be entered by 4th level extraordinary people, but those above the 4th level cannot enter. You should know the powerful characteristics of this seal better than me. When I was at the 4th level, I had such an idea and fought with the demon spider, but it chased and beat me. Bevis Twain smiled and shook his head. After I reach level 5, I can find a way to kill that guy, but it's obviously impossible to recapture the demon spider lord. That guy is very careful. If he encounters danger, he will run away immediately. The ability to save life is ridiculously strong. In addition, it borrowed the small world of the seal barrier to build a demon spider nest. Even the level 6 strongmen can't enter, so naturally there is nothing we can do to her. But Bevis paused and looked at Tucker. Your strength should be enough, and your level is not high. There is definitely such an opportunity. Tucker had this idea originally. At this time, Bevis's explanation made Tucker more interested. You know, the nest of the 4th level demon spider lord cannot even be entered by the 6th level bishop. This nest with the characteristics of a world barrier can be used as a hidden and safe hiding place. In the next 2 days, let's ignite the steam fire in the demon spider lord's lair. Let the steam world ecology circulate first, so that I will be safer when I go in. Then find the right time to try to deal with this 4th level demon spider lord. And now, Tucker immediately put his mind on the Holy Sun World Meditation Secret Book. This powerful meditation secret book is still of great help to Tucker at present. Moreover, the circulation of Lamor's steam lighthouse has gradually taken shape. It is completely possible for Tucker to hide in it and learn this powerful meditation secret book. Chapter 228 Steam Old Stars. Level 4 Steam Hunter Camus was brutally killed by Level 3 Blasphemer Tucker. This is the very eye-catching headline of today's St. Land Steam Daily. And this newspaper today has undoubtedly become a hot topic after the first wave of Steam Wars, which has caused today's newspaper sales to rise. Looking around, almost everyone in the museum has a copy of St. Land Steam Daily. The Steam Daily newspaper seems to have found the right way to increase newspaper sales. Every time it reports about Blasphemer Tucker, it is a wave of newspaper sales. In fact, the Steam Daily newspaper has many columnists who write about Tucker's deeds. In the tavern. Looking at the content of today's Steam Daily and the shadow illustrations of the colorless shadow layer, Carlos couldn't help but raise his head and look at the flamethrower Andre opposite. A few days ago, the group of hunters who clashed with the flamethrower Andre, when Carlos recalled carefully, he found that they were very similar to those described in the newspaper. That day, when he quietly tracked down those people, he found that after tracking down Andre, they opened the shadow gate in the corner. Those hunters were obviously not going to give up. At that time, he was still a little worried about the safety of Andre, the fire-breathing wizard. And today, such news suddenly appeared in the newspaper. Blasphemer Tucker? Carlos' eyes twitched slightly. Is it really this guy? At this time, Tucker looked at the report in today's newspaper and the words that were praised. What is the first extraordinary genius in the history of St. Land? Created an incredible steam sequence battle. The new pioneer of the steam wizard sequence. There are also some columnists who don't know if they were paid by others, and directly took down a extraordinary master to build momentum for Tucker's gold inlay. Even Tucker, who has always been as thick-skinned as a wall, couldn't bear to look directly. Vaguely, Tucker also guessed something. There was no such boasting and hype before. And this time, just beating a 4th-level steam hunter has promoted Tucker's reputation. Obviously, someone is secretly fanning the flames. The Three-Eyed God Church knows that Tucker wants to forge legendary equipment such as the Devil Ring Staff with legendary characteristics. Obviously, they intend to stack legendary characteristics for Tucker. This kind of way of increasing publicity cannot create legendary characteristics out of thin air. But if the events of the extraordinary person themselves have created legendary characteristics, then this kind of vigorous publicity method can slightly increase the amount of legendary characteristics. What is the legendary characteristics, specifically? According to the explanation of the origin of the extraordinary studies that Tucker has learned, legendary characteristics is a more advanced extraordinary characteristic. It must have a strong reputation and prestige, legendary events, incredible achievements, and extremely strong strength as a basis. It also requires the support of the extraordinary ecology. The most important thing is, of course, the indispensable stacking in the surging tide of the times. Only in this way can you constantly breed your own legendary characteristics in the tide of the times. The times create legends, and legends open up new eras. From the explanation, we can roughly see some of the essence of legendary characteristics. Today's Steam Daily is so aggressive. It is to prepare for Tucker to forge his own demon ring staff. But St. Lander Steam Daily, such a sudden report. Obviously it will attract some people's attention. It is not impossible to even analyze the possibility that I want to forge the legendary ring staff from the information in the newspaper. Maybe when I forge the legendary demon ring staff, someone will come to make trouble. Just as Tucker was preparing to take a break here, someone in the shadow corner looked at Tucker. Tucker now understood why Bishop Martha Clark sent Bevis Twain here. This guy always peeks at others in the shadow corner, a human surveillance camera. Helplessly, Tucker drank the oak stone fruit wine in front of him. Then he stood up and walked towards the gate of the spirit world behind. In the past few days, the Lamore Steam Lighthouse has been restored. Steam lighthouses in other places have also been restored one after another. And this means that the next wave of steam ecological war is coming. Yes, St. Land is now so decisive and willing to invest. St. Land's top leaders have also discovered that St. Land is undergoing the transformation of steam and the world. This method of stimulating the steam ecology to launch a war will not only not destroy the original ecology of St. Land's lava furnace fire stump. In fact, the destruction of this ecological war will stimulate the efficiency of St. Land's transformation with the steam world. Let St. Land and steam merge faster. Every time an ecological war is launched, it is a weak period for both sides. St. Land's own ecology will become weak. But the Dark Sun ecology will also be weakened. Now Tucker is in the spiritual world, looking up at the sky. The outline of the Dark Sun has also become much weaker than before. And this is exactly the result of the first round of ecological war. For the ecological war in the extraordinary world, unless the gap in strength is too large, it can be achieved in one battle. Otherwise, ecological wars will last for at least several years, and more than 10 years are normal. And for the extraordinary ecological wars at the level of the extraordinary world, decades and hundreds of years are normal. Today's St. Land dares to invest so much? Dare to confront the Dark Sun head-on. Tucker gave St. Land the fire of the steam world, which is indispensable. Passing through the gate of the spirit world, the light of the Lamore Steam Lighthouse not far away shone, illuminating a large area around. Even the dark oil of the spirit world, which is polluted, has become thick and stable now, and no longer spreads to the surface of the ground and pollutes the extraordinary. At the same time, in the dimension that other extraordinary people cannot feel, Juanjuan's world characteristic power stream gurgled in. With the influx of world characteristics, Tucker's steam wizard, the strength of the ecology is getting more and more amazing. And Tucker's mastery of the power of the world is becoming more and more proficient. After the initial steam world cycle was completed between the Lamore Steam Lighthouse and the surrounding spiritual ecology, it has now entered the fast lane of the ecological cycle. Above the sky, there is no longer the oppression of the Dark Sun power. The ecology of the Lamore Steam Lighthouse has been able to initially counter the Dark Sun power that has descended on this area. At the same time, the interlaced furnace core fire paths can be vaguely seen above the Lamore Steam Lighthouse ecology. That is, after Tucker completed the cycle of the steam world fire in the real layer domain and the furnace core fire path ecology, the interaction between the real and the spiritual layer domain. Tucker ignited the steam world fire in more than just the spiritual layer. In the real layer domain, the shadow layer, and even the dream layer, Tucker also gradually ignited it. Tucker, who has the phase-walking, magical power, naturally ignited all the extraordinary ecology that he could touch. And now, with a large number of large or small ecosystems interacting with the St. Lander ecosystem, the ecology of the Lamore Steam Lighthouse has become more and more magical. Even Zilur has completed the initial comprehension and practice of the Holy Shield rune tome here. Zilur, a third level, has finally stepped into the threshold of the rune mystery under the effect of the blood source steam. This matter caused quite a stir in the Lamore Steam Lighthouse. It was a pity that Tucker was in the dungeon at that time and did not get the information in time. The peculiarity of the Lamore Steam ecology has attracted many extraordinary people to join during this period. Nowadays, the Lamore Steam Lighthouse is said to be strong and powerful. Tucker was on his way to the main lighthouse. A shadowy outline appeared behind Tucker. Lighthouse number 4 is ready. I told them that I would be in seclusion for a while. The area has been cleared, and I have also performed the ritual of the shadow sky curtain to completely seal the lighthouse. After you go in, just build a barrier inside. Then again, I know how to perform the barrier ritual, but I always build the simplest source pattern barrier. I saw your barrier. It is a combination of the iron coupling source wall and the silver holy wall. If I forcibly use the ritual to build so many barrier forces, I dare say they will definitely suspect that I have been deeply polluted by the evil god. I will be controlled by the church in the first place, and then cleaned up at the soul level. How did you manage to be completely unaffected? Tucker said slowly. This may involve secrets that you can't bear at all. Are you sure you want to ask? Bevis Twain was stunned, and then shook his head. Forget it, it's better not to know. Bevis Twain, who had experience in traveling to other extraordinary and mysterious worlds, thought about it and shook his head. He just said it casually. Even if he wanted to ask in depth, I'm afraid Tucker would not tell him. While thinking, Tucker slowly spoke. While I study the book, you gather a group of small teams. When I come out, there will be a wave of action. Action. Bevis Twain raised his eyebrows. Are you going to capture the shadow demon spider lord? Tucker smiled and shook his head. Capturing a demon spider leader is not such a big deal. It's about the Dark Sun Church. The Dark Sun Church. Yes. Tucker nodded. We are now in the war period. With a gradual increase of strength in the Lamore Lighthouse, plus my many arrangements for the Lamore Steam Lighthouse, the defense capability here has become stronger and stronger. With a certain safe station, we are already qualified to start a new war with the enemy deep in Saint Land. Saint Land has the Saint Land Steam Ecological War. And we have our sniper war against the Dark Sun Church. The Dark Sun Church has a lot of places for its forces to be stationed in Saint Land, such as the 3 major cathedrals, many branch halls, and many strongholds in the depths of the Saint Land layer dimension or outside Saint Land, etc. These are the directions of war we want to explore. During this period, I have discovered many members of the Dark Sun Church and even found the locations of some of their strongholds. Hasn't the Three-Eyed God Church been looking forward to my performance? The opportunity is here. Tucker's explanation made Bevis Twain's eyebrows jump. Tucker himself is not a believer of the Three-Eyed God Church. This makes him a god favorite of the Three-Eyed God Church as a collaborator. Many bishops above hold great opposition. As for some branch temples in other places, they are also hesitant. Fortunately, Tucker had previously carried out the preliminary integration of Saint Lands and the steam ecology. And the steam ecology here in Lamore is obviously much stronger than that in other places. In addition, church personnel came here to secretly explore and determine that the cultivation effect of the rune mysteries here is much better than that in other places. This made those bishops who hold opposing opinions less opposed. Tucker wants to get better resources in the church, such as forbidden spells, powerful seals, powerful rituals, and even the protection of gods, top-level promotion materials, etc. Then Tucker needs to really show the means and strength of the gods. Since Tucker and the Saint Land Three-Eyed God Church have cooperated, Tucker has not really had any outstanding records and achievements. As Tucker said, the strong men in the Three-Eyed God Church who support Tucker hope that Tucker can achieve something. And this is another reason why Bishop Martha Clark sent Bevis Twain here. Bevis Twain, the skill can give Tucker some help, but it won't take away Tucker's credit. At the same time, he can also witness Tucker's achievements and results as a member of the church. While thinking, Bevis Twain asked, "Who do you need?" "All the steam sequence personnel are enough." "I know, I will arrange these things during your exploration of the meditation secret book. For those members of the Dark Sun Church who infiltrated into Saint Land, and those hidden hiding places, it is still very difficult to detect. And if the blasphemer Tucker really has the means and ability to find these deeply hidden members of the Dark Sun Church, just removing these Dark Sun strongholds is a great achievement." After a discussion, Bevis left quietly. After Tucker entered the unmanned corner, he also used the position of the soul curtain to pass through to the location of the number 4 Lamore satellite lighthouse covered by the shadow sky. After entering the number 4 satellite lighthouse, Tucker looked up at the sky above the Lamore spiritual layer area. The precise veins in his eyes intersected with the world. "You are getting bolder and bolder. Do you really think you are safe if you follow the veins of the Dark Sun to do ecological grazing? I have seen you. After half a day, Tucker initially completed the barrier power to descend on the entire satellite lighthouse number 4. Tucker, who was sitting cross-legged, gently stroked his right hand in the air. The magical door frame appeared. Tucker waved his hand, and a millstone-sized, sealed barrier small world fragment appeared in front of Tucker. This sealed barrier small world fragment wrapped in the phase magic energy has a relatively weak seal barrier power. It is precisely because it is relatively weak that Tucker completed the steam ecological cycle in such a short time. Tucker used his own world power to control these relatively weak sealed barrier powers. The more he used steam ecology and these sealed barrier small world fragments to complete the ecological cycle, the more Tucker discovered the power of these sealed barrier small world fragments. As Tucker removed the phase energy, buzz, a very tough sealing barrier power spread out. Under Tucker's guidance, these powers quickly penetrated into the barrier. It is a barrier in itself, plus the power of this sealing barrier. It can be called a small sealing barrier world. In this way, no matter what happens inside, it is difficult for the outside to see, and as for wanting to break in, it is even more impossible. Sealing barrier plus Great Barrier, it's no joke. After doing all this, Tucker took a deep breath. Tucker took out the extraordinary storage bracelet that Bevis Twain gave to Tucker. During this preparation, Tucker did not rashly touch this mysterious meditation secret book given by the angel. Looking at the cover of the angel, the scorching sun, the mountains, the rivers, and the starry sky with bronze as the base tone and silver gray outline texture, Tucker took a deep breath, and the puppet silk thread on his fingertips spread out. As the first puppet silk thread touched the meditation book, buzz! The clear light like the stars instantly ignited Tucker's puppet thread. A mysterious force dragged Tucker's soul and body into the meditation secret book. It works. This scene made Tucker's eyebrows slightly raised. I'm not afraid of the effect, I'm afraid of no effect. Since it works, it means that Tucker has the qualifications to learn and inherit this powerful secret book. Tucker, holding the puppet thread, feels it carefully. The dragging ability is very strong. Fortunately, I use puppet threads to accurately control the transmission of power. If I touch it directly, I will definitely be sucked into the world in the book. Although it's not life-threatening, but that's too reckless. Touch the senses. With a thought, use the puppet thread to begin to perceive the information in this meditation book. Look up at the gate of the stars, key, anchor, your own, eye of the stars, old, afterglow, stars, position, feel the scattered information transmitted. Tucker felt more deeply about the other information in these messages. That is, whether it is safe to be absorbed. About 10 minutes later, Tucker cut off the puppet thread and began to sort out the information he felt. First of all, it can be confirmed that even if I am absorbed, it is safe. This book is a story in a world in itself. It describes the story of the stars that are still in the starry sky after the stars have fallen, emitting the afterglow of their old days. This book is more like a key, a door frame. I need to make a choice. Tucker shook his head gently. The story in the book has come to an end. When I arrived, the stars had already fallen. All that is left is the afterglow of the old days. If it is under the clear night sky, you can see the traces of the fallen stars and this old book shining together. Those fallen stars are still blazing suns, but they are not very blazing. It is more of the light of the old days. It seems that this is a gift from an old angel. Interesting. Tucker laughed softly. The book fell into my hands, and I can read and continue the stories in it. Can I create a new story when the stars fall? Taking a deep breath, Tucker examined the book of the old stars and murmured in a low voice. Maybe. This is why you came. With this thought in mind, Tucker no longer hesitated, but resolutely put his palm on it. Accompanied by the bright starlight, Tucker was completely absorbed by this book of the old stars. When Tucker opened his eyes again, behind him was a double door frame, like an open book, surrounded by endless void. In front of Tucker's eyes, there was a calm, natural and stable star. Its light was not dazzling, even a little gentle. Tucker felt around for a moment, and he had already felt this book of old stars. Although it was a story about the world in the book, it still corresponded to the vast stars. A lot of knowledge of extraordinary mysticism came to his mind. Real stars, the world in the book, and Tucker himself. The trinity of mystical framework was built silently. Tucker quietly examined the main body of the story, a yellow old star. Its light was neither blazing nor sacred. In the vast universe, it was so inconspicuous that no one cared at all. Tucker raised his hand, as if he was touching the old star. Tucker whispered, "Although you're just a fallen star of the past. But your story is not over. It can even be said that your story has just begun. Your afterglow still nourishes the world around you. And you yourself are a powerful star ecosystem. Although this is normal, all stars are like this, they are all huge cosmic extraordinary ecosystems. But my arrival will give you a different meaning. I don't know how much talent power I need to use my Steam World's fire to light you up and complete your and my Steam World cycle. But I will try my best to do so. After all, my talent limit is infinitely high." With this in mind, Tucker delivered the Steam World's fire to the vast old stars that seemed far away and close at hand. Tucker believed that even if it couldn't be lit this time, as his extraordinary talent was strong enough and his extraordinary level was high enough, sooner or later, he would be able to use his own fire to ignite the stars. When you look up at the starry sky and see the stars all over the sky, you can also hear the roar of steam from the starry sky. What an interesting thing that would be. Just as Tucker was explaining this, the old stars in the world of the book seemed to be affected by Tucker's Steam World fire. Woo woo woo. The originally calm, natural, and vast old stars. Just like the version described by Tucker. There came a low roar of the steam sequence. It was very clear and getting more and more intense. This scene stunned Tucker. "I was just talking nonsense. Could it be, you're serious? Using the fire of the Steam World to ignite the old stars, is this really scientific? Could it be, when you look up at the starry sky in the future, there will really be the roar of steam from the old stars?" Chapter 229 Old Sunlight Flame State 4. Woo woo woo. The source energy steam could not stop gushing out from the book of the old stars. And the force of the gushing was quite amazing and exaggerated, which seemed to be releasing steam. And this was the case when Tucker closed the book. Once it was opened, the force of the source energy steam could reach the top of the tower. Looking at the book of the old stars that was gushing out rounds crazily in front of him, Tucker's face was uncertain. At this time, Tucker had the idea of returning it directly to His Excellency the Archbishop. This time, Tucker had experienced the incredible means of the Trinity in the field of mysticism. Originally, Tucker just wanted to explain and continue the story in the book. Then he would get the world formed in the old days at that moment, the meditation method. As for the Holy Sun, characteristics mentioned above, it didn't matter whether it was fierce or not. After all, this Trinity corresponds to the old star. But Tucker never expected that the SSS exclusive talent under the blessing of the system would be so outrageous. Tucker just explained it in the book. As a result, under the framework of the mysterious power of the Trinity, the old star was really ignited by Tucker's SSS exclusive talent. At this time, following the portal with the book of the old stars as the key, the situation of the crazy spewing of steam source energy is the best evidence. Borrowing the book of mysticism and using his own talent, he rashly lit an old star. Tucker was not sure whether there would be any unusual situation. After all, that is one of the stars. Tucker, who had no experience and could only cross the river by feeling the stones, was indeed a little panicked. At this time, several hours had passed. The book of the old stars, except for the continuous spewing of steam source energy, seemed. There was no other unusual situation. Feeling the increasingly rich source energy steam, Tucker gradually felt relieved. Re-examining the book of the old stars in front of him, Tucker thought quickly. Trinity, the effect is very fast. For example, I used my talent to ignite the old stars, and the result was immediate. If there is a backlash or abnormal impact, there should be retribution soon. Since there has been no backlash for such a long time, it means there is no negative effect. At least, there is no negative effect at present. And Tucker's eyes narrowed slightly. Even if some negative effects spread, I can see them in time and cut them off. After all, such a high extraordinary talent is not improved in vain. With this thought, Tucker's heart became more and more stable. Tucker even began to think about how to use these steam sources. So much steam energy is an important part of the ecological cycle. This can save me a lot of time to collect energy around me when I build the steam tower ecosystem. After all, this old star tree can spit out energy itself. It's like carrying an energy spring with you. This is a pleasant surprise. In the future, I will build a steam tower, and the book of the old star will participate in this cycle. The extra energy it provides can make my steam tower ecosystem stronger and stronger. After the steam energy is precipitated, it interacts with the source to build an energy ecosystem, allowing me to anchor and hang up, and gain energy experience faster. While thinking, Tucker already had several ways to make reasonable use of this energy steam spring. Of course, before that, I need to inherit the world of meditation secrets in the old star. Before, Tucker ignited the old star, and the energy steam came with a roar of steam, which scared Tucker and made him flee from the book world. Now that Tucker's mind is stable, he naturally wants to continue his plan. When he touched the book again, after completing the construction of the Trinity, Tucker was not sucked in again. Enter, leave. Now it's all Tucker's thoughts. This old star book is a few years old, and the internal ecology is a little withered. Well, use the steam to repair and make up for it first. Immediately, Tucker manipulated the source energy steam. While repairing this old star book, which was a few years old, while absorbing the Holy Sun, World, Meditation Secret Book and the powerful Meditation Secret Book given by the old angel. As he studied, the incredible and vast content made Tucker, who had just started, couldn't help but secretly praise it. The essential form of the soul. The restrained form of the flesh. The direction of the meditation suspension state. The frequency of matching with the laws of the world. The mobilization and utilization of the source energy cycle. All aspects show the power of this powerful world, Meditation Secret Book. Tucker eagerly studied this Meditation Secret Book. As he studied, he gradually went deeper into it to practice meditation. The vast old star appeared vaguely in Tucker's meditation. Even some old characteristics were gradually absorbed by Tucker in his meditation. Tucker felt that it was more appropriate to call it the Holy Blazing Sun. At this time, the old star's old characteristics were better than the Holy Blazing Sun. And Tucker was anchoring an old star. Old characteristics. After the stars fell, one of the essential characteristics of the stars that were hidden in the depths of the starry sky and could not be seen. The old characteristics can interact with the old stars. It can guide the power of the old stars to a certain extent. At the same time, the old characteristics can give the extraordinary state of the extraordinary extremely strong defense and resistance capabilities, as well as the characteristics of immortality. With a precipitation of old characteristics, the extraordinary state of the extraordinary will have a slight indescribable quality. Recognize the power of this powerful old sun, world, meditation secret book. Tucker was completely immersed in it, meditating and practicing without distraction. As he practiced meditation, time passed quickly. This day, deep in the number 4 satellite lighthouse, buzz, accompanied by heart-pounding fluctuations. Large areas of extremely dense steam source energy filled every corner of the tower. And in the depths of this dense and dull source energy steam, a vast and gentle dark golden halo permeated. In this afterglow of the old days, Tucker's outline vaguely emerged in it. As Tucker slowly ended this round of practice, the old days outline also disappeared. At this time, Tucker was carefully feeling his first meditation harvest. Old days, light flame state. This is my current extraordinary state. As he thought, Tucker's mouth outlined a smile. Normally, one needs to be promoted to the 4th level before one can condense the extraordinary state. And because I possess the characteristics of the world and the particularity of this powerful meditation secret book, I was able to condense this special extraordinary state, old light flame state, one step ahead. The characteristics of the old days allow my extraordinary state to have a defensive capability far exceeding the 4th level extraordinary state. At the same time, my extraordinary state has some characteristics that are difficult to erase. Even if I'm seriously injured, the kind where my soul is annihilated, the characteristics of the old days can still allow my extraordinary state to slowly gather. Of course, if I really have to enter that tragic state, the enemy will not let me recover. But no matter what, Tucker's eyes narrowed slightly. This old day light flame state is much more powerful than my previous light flame state and shadow state. The extraordinary state is condensed, and the defense ability is greatly improved. At the same time, it has an indelible characteristic. Now, my survivability is much stronger than before. Although the overall strength has not changed much, the initial mastery of the extraordinary state is already the biggest gain this time. Well, after stabilizing my extraordinary state, I can basically end this meditation. After all, this wave of deep meditation has lasted for more than 20 days, almost a month. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230. Before he knew it, a week had passed quietly again. In the dark, silent, and rich steam source energy of the number 4 steam lighthouse, hula la. With the pages of the old star book quickly turning over and closing, the bronze old star book soon returned to calm. At this time, even the steam source energy no longer came out of the book. The old star book returned to calm and natural state, just like when Tucker first got it. The door frame of the book has finally been repaired. After closing it, steam won't always leak to me. But then again, there are so many things recorded in this book, including extraordinary masters, immortal legends, and eternal divine fire. It can be called a little helper on the immortal and eternal road. Although many of the contents in it have been damaged or even disappeared due to the passage of time. But in general, it still has great reference value. The book itself as a key can help me approach the old star more effectively and continue to write a different story. At the same time, this old star book itself can also carry a lot of means and power. After thinking for a while, Tucker put the old star book away and put it in the magic hut. But Tucker felt it was inappropriate. Gently opening the title page of the old star book, Tucker lightly clicked. Woo woo woo. The low and melodious roar of the steam sequence rushed from the pages of the book, accompanied by a large amount of steam source energy. The magic house itself has the cycle of steam, world source energy. It's just that the magic house itself consumes source energy. Coincidentally, the Book of the Old Stars, which also has the characteristics of steam, world, produces source energy. The combination of the two forms a perfect closed loop. Then, Tucker carefully felt the small world fragments of the sealed barrier ignited by the steam, world fire, and nodded with satisfaction. These small world fragments of the seal are slowly infiltrated by the steam, world fire, and the originally flowing seal barrier characteristics are also slowed down. When the ecological cycle is completely completed, its sealing characteristics will also circulate by itself and will no longer flow to the outside. That's it. Tucker looked at the little sniffing duck who was constantly climbing back and forth in the world fragments and licking the world fragments. Ever since I brought these stones in and this little guy discovered them, he has been in an excited state. He crawls over and over on them every day, and licks these world fragments and stones at any time. It seems to have some effect. Tucker's eyes narrowed slightly, and with his powerful and precise vision, he could see that the little duck was really different from before. Looking at the busy little sniffer, Tucker did not go over to disturb or stop it. The magical hut ecology built by Tucker. Magical creatures, magical plants and the like are needed. The extraordinary ecology with many extraordinary life forms will be more stable. Then, Tucker glanced at the Book of the Old Stars, which was continuously releasing source energy steam. With a source of energy. After a while, I can build a hearth tree stump in my hut. If a superhuman from Saint Land does not build a hearth tree stump in his magical hut, he is simply soulless. It is best to capture a few more hearth spirits from Saint Land. While thinking, Tucker used the power of face to successfully wrap the sealing barrier stone that was blooming with the power of the sealing barrier. The power of the sealing barrier also dissipated. As for the power of the barrier, Tucker did not withdraw it. The Lamore Steam Lighthouse needs Tucker's barrier power. Even in 2 days, Tucker plans to slowly build the power of the barrier at the main lighthouse. In this way, when the next ecological war comes, the Lamore Lighthouse will not be easily damaged. Second, this will also be able to carry more ecological power to attack the Dark Sun. Feeling the power of the barrier, Tucker raised his eyebrows slightly. I have condensed the extraordinary state of the old days, light flame state in advance, and I can almost begin to absorb the barrier power characteristics of the silver holy wall that can only be absorbed by intermediate extraordinary people. Just as Tucker was thinking, Tucker felt the power of the shadow sky outside surging silently. Bevis Twain, who sent a message to Tucker to gather the barrier power, came over. You can come in at the doors and windows. Tucker spoke directly. As for the Lamore Lighthouse, the barrier built by Tucker did not seal it. Only at the location of the barrier, the barrier was built, which strengthened the strength of the lighthouse itself while not delaying other extraordinary people from entering and leaving the lighthouse. The outline of the shadow was shaking. Bevis Twain walked out of the corner silently. What a rich steam source energy. Bevis Twain looked Tucker up and down and asked in thought. It feels like you seem to have changed, but it seems that you haven't changed. Have you gained anything? Tucker responded lightly. You can tell the Archbishop that he can find the location of the tower for me in advance. This made Bevis Twain's expression change slightly. Did you open the book? Not only did I open it, but I also gained a lot. The meditation secret book is not ordinary powerful. Not ordinary powerful? How powerful is it? Bevis Twain asked curiously. It's probably the kind that will explode if you look at it a few more times. Bevis Twain. After a moment, Bevis asked tentatively. Stars. Tucker nodded lightly. If the depth of meditation is deeper, how close will it be? Bevis Twain asked carefully. Because I hold the key to the book, I am basically close to my face. Wherever I look, there are star outlines. If other people meditate, it shouldn't be as close as me, but it will also be closer. It will be a star meditation with a huge outline. Hiss. Tucker's explanation made Bevis Twain take a breath. When he asked about these aspects, Bishop Martha Clark told him that holy blazing sun could be a great star above the stars. But no one has ever been able to open the door to the stars. No one can prove it. And today, Tucker opened it. Not only did he open it, but he also meditated at such a close distance. Bevis Twain also knew it. As the pioneer, enlightener, and guide of the meditation gate, Tucker's construction of the meditation steam tower, the ecological meditation tree he built, and the meditation seeds born from it will determine the height of the successors. After all, the successors who inherit the meditation seeds will stand on Tucker's giant shoulders to meditate and observe the great stars. Bevis Twain has no doubt about Tucker's talent, ability, and means. In other words, in the near future, no, if the three-eyed God Church acts quickly. Soon, St. Rand will witness the arrival of the great meditation star. You know, above the sky of the floating star city in the kingdom of Sirian, there are only shadows of stars. Not real stars. Is St. Land going to have its own meditation star? For a moment, Bevis Twain couldn't help but tremble slightly. For St. Land, a huge supernatural ecosystem, the curtain of the sky has always been empty. Although there are few meditation stars, they are too far away and not much different from distant stars. This allows the power of the dark sun to run rampant in the sky. If St. Land has its own meditation star, a large number of supernatural people meditate together to maintain it. Even if it can't fight against the dark sun, at least, it can prevent the dark sun from infiltrating St. Land. You know, now St. Land's spiritual world layer, shadow layer, dream layer, and outside the lighthouse defense area are all infiltrating the outline of the dark sun. While thinking, Bevis Twain looked at Tucker and said seriously, Your opening of the star meditation book is very important. I need to report to His Excellency the Bishop. Yes. Tucker nodded. As Bevis Twain left, Tucker also walked towards the gate of the spiritual world. After condensing the extraordinary state, the extraordinary can feed on the active energy in the extraordinary ecology. No more basic food, water, materials and other resources. However, Tucker's extraordinary state has just been condensed. It has not yet reached the level of feeding on the active energy in the ecology. Treeheart Crypt Tavern. Tucker took his food and drinks to the corner. While enjoying the food, Tucker also used the world characteristics to feel the world around him. At this time, some veins from the dark sun were gently permeating the surrounding world. Are all the members of the Dark Sun Church so arrogant now? There are actually several of them in the hall, and there are also several passing by on the street outside. When I came from the spiritual world just now, I even felt a breath of the Dark Sun believers in the steam lighthouse. This is all face-to-face attack. Well, Bevis went to find Bishop Martha. Bishop Martha will come over later and ask her for a spot on the Divine Punisher team. The Divine Punisher team has supreme divine power and can legally and illegally shoot enemies in the head on the street without taking any responsibility. In this way, we can gradually get rid of the spies of the Dark Sun Church around us by executing them. Even if we kill people in the street, the official law enforcers of the St. Land Tower will not be able to control me as a member of the God Punisher team. It is very risky for other people to do such work. For me, there is generally no problem. After all, once the demon ring staff is forged, killing is inevitable. And if Bevis leads this God Punisher team, there will be no problem. This guy has powerful means. After enjoying delicious beef, bread, thick soup, and his favorite stone fruit wine. Tucker has noticed that a not-so-strong transcendent has set his sights on him. It seems that my second-level wizard robe makes them mistakenly think that I am a second-level transcendent. Even if I am a second-level transcendent, I am not someone you can provoke. Just as Tucker was thinking about whether to catch a wave of fish, a nun of the Three-Eyed God Church wearing an ordinary gray-white alms robe walked in. The person who came was Bishop Martha Clark. Even in Saint Land, there are still many poor people. Tucker knew that Bishop Martha Clark had privately helped many children from poor families to enter the Supernatural Academy to study and become supernatural people. At this time, Bishop Martha Clark, without even changing her alms robe, rushed over as soon as possible. Obviously. After receiving the news from Bevis Twain, she also realized the importance of Tucker opening the Holy Sun, World, Meditation secret book this time. When Bishop Martha Clark sat down in front of Tucker, the members of the Dark Sun Church who had noticed Tucker not far away, looked away, as if they had forgotten Tucker. Even the waitress who had a good impression of Tucker not far away, who did not forget to steal a glance at Tucker after work, ignored Tucker's existence. The ability to reduce the sense of existence? Or is it the characteristics of some forbidden seal? Tucker was thinking. Bishop Martha Clark looked at Tucker calmly and asked with a little expectation. You opened the sacred blazing sun, world, meditation secret book. To be precise, this is the Book of the Old Stars. The Book of the Old Stars. Bishop Martha Clark's slender eyebrows twitched slightly. This is the information that Bevis Twain did not tell her. Or rather, this is the new content that Tucker deliberately explained after asking her to come over. And that meditation secret book is not the sacred blazing sun. Well, you can understand that the story of the world in the book has entered its finale. The former sacred blazing sun is now the old star. The old blazing sun, world, meditation secret book, this is its true essence now. Tucker's words made Bishop Martha Clark believe it more. After all, when she got this book of mysticism, she could feel the heavy ancient years like mountains. It is not surprising that the former sacred blazing sun is now the old star. In addition, when I continued writing this story that was entering its finale, in order to give it a new lease of life, I added some new things to it. Tucker thought about it and finally decided to tell the truth. After all, he followed the answer to the version, and it was hard to say whether he had gone astray. After all, talent was added by the system, and this was a new system built by the powerful power of talent that broke the framework of this world. The worst-case scenario was that other people would just not learn this meditation secret book and pretend it had never appeared. And once it had a huge effect, then Tucker would be the legendary creator who opened up a new version and a new era. As expected, when Tucker said this, even the knowledgeable Bishop Martha was slightly startled. Immediately, she asked in a gentle voice, "What did you do?" "Well, I ignited the old star in the same way as I ignited the small ecosystem and St. Rand. You can understand that the old star not only emits light and heat, but also has a powerful ability to observe meditation and practice. At the same time, it also steam roars. Very versatile." Of course, Tucker didn't dare to say this. Bishop Martha's face suddenly changed. She had never seen such a thing. She didn't dare to say whether it was good or bad. Tucker quickly added, "When meditating, you can get a certain amount of source energy steam, which comes from the source energy steam of the old stars. This is more advantageous than ordinary meditation. At the same time, it will also allow the extraordinary to have the characteristics of the old days, which can make the extraordinary state more powerful. When I experienced the trinity of mysticism, there was no negative effect. At present, it seems that the characteristics of this steam world are just like the current situation of the St. Rand world. The benefits are very obvious." As expected, as Tucker said this, Bishop Martha Clark's expression eased. Fortunately, it was Bishop Martha who had a mild temper. If it was a bishop with a slightly worse temper, he might not be able to keep his composure in front of Tucker. "Are you sure?" Bishop Martha asked carefully. "The effect of the book world's explanation will make the effect of the Trinity feedback very quickly. I will observe and experience it carefully for a while. As for whether His Excellency the Archbishop is willing to build a high tower and let me complete the construction of the meditation sequence ecological tree, it depends on His Excellency the Archbishop's opinion. Anyway, the sky of St. Land is empty, and we have nothing to lose." Tucker's words made Bishop Martha Clark laugh softly. "You young people are still brave after all. Maybe, The steam sequence can really have a different path in your hands. In addition, our conversation, the Archbishop has been listening to it all the time. He is very satisfied. Tucker smiled softly. Tucker also vaguely felt that there were other powers in Bishop Martha. But Tucker couldn't spy on Bishop Martha too much. Unexpectedly, the Archbishop was also listening. The Archbishop said that if there was no problem with the Trinity of mysticism at that time, there would be no problem afterwards. The Archbishop is still very accomplished in this regard. The Archbishop will find a location for the tower for you. Do you want to build it yourself? Or, I only need the top floor. There is no obstruction around, and I can directly face the starry sky. Tucker thought about it and said so. Understood. Bishop Martha nodded. I will notify you after the site is selected. Tucker's current level and strength are not enough to support Tucker to control an entire tower. Tucker only needs the top floor to build his own safe base. Moreover, the magic hut can fly, so there is no need to worry about the turbulence of the tower. The most important thing is that this base is only one of the bases that Tucker will build next. Since the Archbishop is also listening, I have a small request. Tucker said while thinking. What? I need to build a Divine Punisher team with Lord Bevis Twain as the core. And the members of the team must have extremely high clerical powers. And I, Andre, will have the divine power to legally kill people in any corner of Saint Land. Bishop Martha, who had known Tucker's plan from Bevis long ago, spoke slowly. In fact, Bevis has already applied, and Bishop Martha paused as she spoke. Just now, the Archbishop has officially approved it. Hearing this, Tucker smiled softly. In that case, it's okay. Just wait for my good news in the next few days. The whole Saint Land will know that Andre's gun has enough bullets. Bishop Martha had vaguely guessed what Tucker was going to do. Tucker's steam revolver is a forbidden seal that is extremely good at killing. After the discussion, Bishop Martha did not stay for long. She could feel the power from the Dark Sun around her. As for the relationship between Tucker and the Dark Sun Church, she naturally knew that there would be a massacre next. Tucker wants the identity of God's Punisher, and the reasonable killing is already a manifestation of his patience. After Bishop Martha left, Tucker stood up and walked towards the addicted extraordinary person not far away, whose soul had been polluted by the hallucinogenic drug Dark Sun, and whose whole person was filled with a breath of depravity. For extraordinary people, those extraordinary drugs are enough to distort the soul in sequence. And Dark Sun has completely eroded his soul. This is a degenerate believer who believes in Dark Sun. Hey, friend. Tucker walked over and sat down beside the other person. Tucker stretched out his hand and shook it. The turntable of the Fate revolver, like the gear of Fate, made a crisp clicking sound. Guess, is there a bullet in my gun? Tucker directly used the revolver to press the jaw of this second-level extraordinary person. The man's body stiffened, and then responded indifferently. Yes. Bang. The dull sound of the gun that attacked the soul rang out, and then it ended. Looking at this second-level extraordinary person who was shot in the head by himself, Tucker said indifferently. Congratulations, you got it right. For a moment, the whole tavern was silent. Even the bartender was stunned by the actions of the fire-breathing wizard Andre, who often came to drink. At this moment, everyone in the tavern focused on Tucker, or the fire-breathing wizard Andre. Remember my name, the fire-breathing wizard Andre. Tucker's voice was low and hoarse. Today. Tucker looked around the room and turned the wheel of the Fate revolver again. The sound of Dada was like the god of death attacking the soul. Don't you like hanging around here? I'm going to kill all the members of the Evil God organization who believe in the Dark Sun here. You have 3 seconds to escape. Ready, 3. As the voice fell, gunshots rang out, and another Dark Sun Church believer was shot in the head by Tucker. If many regulars here didn't know the fire-breathing wizard Andre, they almost thought that this was a crazy killer. The remaining few members of the Dark Sun Church finally couldn't sit still and started to get up and flee. Tucker, who had been unable to suppress his killing intent for a long time, burst into life. He started killing people right in the tavern. For a moment, gunshots rang out in the tavern. Chapter 231 Hunting for the Night of the Son of God. The gunshots came swiftly and ended abruptly. After the dense gunshots, before the drinking superhumans could react, all 6 superhumans had been killed by Tucker. Every bullet hit their heads. When Tucker put away his gun, the superhumans looked at Tucker in astonishment. Damn. Could this guy be murdering people with malicious intent? Drinking wine, How could you encounter a murderer? This guy is fierce. Just when many tavern guests were in doubt, Bevis Twain, wearing the blood-red robe of a senior deacon of the Three-Eyed God Church and exuding the unique divine power ecological atmosphere of the Three-Eyed God Church, walked out from the shadow corner. The clergy of the Three-Eyed God Church. Many tavern members instantly understood what was going on. Even if they didn't know Bevis Twain, they knew the divine punishment robes of the members of the Three-Eyed God Church and the ecological atmosphere of the church clergy. The Three-Eyed God Church. It is the supreme theocratic church of Three-Eyed God, Sacred Gaia, Pan-Plane, Spiritual Blue Star Sea, Transcendent Holy Spirit Kingdom. The Divine Punisher. He is the executor of the theocratic power of the Three-Eyed God Church, and he has the supreme theocratic power in Saint Land. Not to mention killing people in public. Even if he did something out of line in public, it would be reasonable. The Three-Eyed God Church, the Divine Punisher Squad, is carrying out the task of hunting down members of the Dark Sun Evil God organization. Don't get involved, people who are not in the know, get close. As Bevis Twain said this, everyone felt relieved. The Three-Eyed God Church's work is still obvious to all. If it weren't for the great Three-Eyed God fighting against the Dark Sun Evil God, the Principality of Syrians might not be able to stop the attack of the evil god Dark Sun. Are these 6 people sure? Bevis asked in a low voice when he came to Tucker's side. These 6 guys, it's not a pity to be shot for 5 minutes each. Tucker said slowly. Yes. Bevis nodded gently. Bevis still believed in Tucker's judgment. After all, this guy has incredible abilities in faith that no one can reach. He witnessed the powerful barrier power with his own eyes. If it were him, he would definitely be enslaved on the spot and become a loyal believer of the Great Barrier. And Tucker's use of the power of the Great Barrier is not affected by any barrier faith at all. After checking these people and putting the bodies into the shadows, Bevis whispered to Tucker. Since you can clearly distinguish these extraordinary Dark Sun Church believers, then, we have something to do next. Of course. Tucker nodded. Before, Tucker was not strong enough, hiding from XZ, and being submissive. Now that he is strong enough and his means of survival are strong enough, he will naturally start to strike hard. And this battle also indicates that there will be a lot of battles in the future. But, don't take all the corpses by yourself, I have some use for them too. Tucker's words made Bevis Twain raise his eyebrows slightly. A wizard who can perfectly squeeze out the value of corpses is considered a complete wizard. Tucker wanted corpses. Obviously, this guy who was only at the 3rd level was about to become a mature wizard. Give me all this time first. I need the corpses of these members of the Dark Sun Church for more important purposes. Next time. I'll give you a few more next time. Bevis said so. Okay. Since Bevis needed it more now, Tucker naturally helped him. For Tucker, getting it was just to build a blood pool ecosystem. It didn't matter whether he got it earlier or later. On the contrary, this wave killed 6 people in a row. The life source fed back by the fate revolver gurgled in like a spring. Well, it's about 12 days of life. Slowly increase your lifespan through fighting and killing. Maybe when you reach the middle level of the extraordinary, you can have a lifespan of thousands of years. After feeling it carefully, Tucker nodded with satisfaction. Another pretty good day. Tucker put away his gun and walked towards the backyard of the tavern. And the things here can be left to Bevis to deal with. Follow the gate of the spirit world into the spirit world area of the Lamore Steam Lighthouse. The world, characteristic power turned into a stream and flowed. Tucker clearly felt the dimensional veins of the outline of the Dark Sun. Not only was it hurting the small ecology around the Lamore Steam Lighthouse, Tucker even felt that the power was using the members of the Dark Sun Church as a springboard to continuously infiltrate the interior of the Lamore Steam Lighthouse, and even to conduct small-scale ecological herding and observation. Although it was very slight and difficult to detect, and it would not last too long. But the actions of the 5th-level herder. It has been completely seen by Tucker. Tucker practiced in seclusion before, and avoided the observation range of this powerful herder. Is it beautiful? Tucker murmured to himself. It's beautiful, you should look at it more. After all, after today, you will never see such a beautiful scenery outside again. The dark and deep Lamore Steam Lighthouse. The underground dark oil area, near the huge steam engine. During this period of time, with the transformation of the steam world of Saint Land, it gradually spread. The Lamore Steam Tower here is also famous. The members of the Saint Land newspaper, who had discovered the sales code long ago, also tracked and reported on the Lamore steam lighthouse in detail. With Ziluer's breakthrough here, he stepped into the threshold of the rune mystery. Blang's swordsmanship made rapid progress here. Even the steam walker Christ and the capital Earl Auslin Lawrence also admitted that they had made amazing progress in their practice here. Today's Lamore steam lighthouse here has become an excellent place for practice. Naturally, many talented, ambitious and financially capable supernatural beings flock to this place. Ziller has learned the skills of his teacher, Count Lamore. He has carried out in-depth cooperation with the St. Land Tower. On the one hand, he provides some places for students from the St. Land Tower. On the other hand, he is open to the outside world, allowing those supernatural beings with money ability to come here to practice. Those who pay are undoubtedly the bosses. After more people came, the practice places of Tucker, Blang and others were moved to the corner of Gala by Ziller. Sure enough, there is no human rights for free. On this day, Tucker was meditating and practicing steadily in the compartment in the corner as usual, accompanied by a slight roar of steam. Shadow Steam Wizard, Bevis Twain pushed the door and walked in. With Bevis was the ruler of the Lamore Lighthouse, the Steam Knight Ziller. Tucker, who felt the two people coming in, naturally knew what to do today. Today, the God Punisher will make its first official appearance. In other words, the Lamore God Punisher squad will officially make a name for itself today. And the way to make a name for themselves is to hunt down Milade, one of the 4 Knights of the Son of Dark Sun. Yesterday, Tucker informed Bevis Twain of his discovery. He explained the opponent's methods, etc. Bevis Twain immediately judged that this person was the Dark Sun Shepherd Milade, one of the 4 Knights of the Son of Dark Sun, who the Son of Dark Sun relied on very much. And the opponent was also a steamed Dark Sun Shepherd. The methods were so strong that even Bevis didn't dare to say that he could beat the opponent. I think we should have more people. This was what Tucker Bevis Twain said when he learned that the opponent was Milade, one of the 4 Knights of the Son of Holy Sun. Since more people were needed, Tucker planned to send out all the troops. Led by Shadow Steam Wizard Bevis Twain, Flame Breathing Wizard Andre, Steam Knight Hillel, Genius Steam Swordsman Blank, Double Sequence Earl Auslin Lawrence, and the Tower Genius Steam Walker Christ. This time, the Lamore God Punisher squad, all members are dispatched. The emphasis is on strong soldiers and horses, and fighting with more people. Chapter 232, Old Days vs. Dark Days. With the arrival of Bevis Twain and Schiller, everyone in the small compartment stood up. Everyone had received a plan of action before. But the specific action mission was not known to everyone yet. Looking around at everyone, Bevis Twain spoke slowly. Today, the target of the Rammer God Punisher squad is a shepherd master of the Dark Sun Church who has been secretly observing near the Rammer Lighthouse. At the same time, he is also one of the 4 Knights of the Dark Sun Saint. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the small room held their breath slightly. This is Rammer, where they practiced and were very close to the blasphemer Tucker. And this time, the action actually touched the power of the Dark Sun Saint. Blasphemer versus Dark Sun Saint. Those who know the situation naturally know what the confrontation game is like. And those who don't know can also vaguely guess. Dark Sun Saint. The descendants of the Dark Sun Evil God are born to be the carriers of the Dark Sun power, with powerful Evil God characteristics, and can summon the Great Dark Sun at any time. And the Dark Sun Saint Knight. It is the lower sequence of the Son of Dark Sun. While having some of the characteristics of the Son of Dark Sun, its own strength is also amazingly strong. The 4 Knights of the Son of Dark Sun Wendell Francis are 2 open and 2 hidden. Everyone knows the 2 Knights in the open. But very few people know the 2 Knights in the dark. Then, who is one of the 4 Knights we are going to deal with today? It was Count Auslin who asked. The 5th level Dark Sun Steam Shepherd, Milade. Bevis Twain responded. Milade? For a moment, everyone quickly searched for relevant information about this Dark Sun Shepherd, Milade. I remember that this Milade doesn't seem to be a steam sequence. Am I wrong? Count Auslin looked around with a little confusion, trying to find a definite answer. I also remember that this guy is a devout believer of the Dark Sun, a powerful Dark Sun ecological herder, not a steam sequence. When he was at the 4th level, he looted and sacrificed several merchant ships at the steam non-ice port on the east coast. The Dark Sun ecology he herded has grown to an extremely alarming level. The plague, pollution, and distorted power have spread along the dock pier to a large area of the dock area, and many people have suffered. At that time, I was still nearby and was assigned an inspection mission. That Milade is a very dangerous guy. I was deeply impressed," said the steam walker Christ. "He is a steam walker with a powerful and fast long-distance travel ability. For others, it takes several days to reach the steam non-ice port, but for him, it can be reached in a few hours." But his explanation did not explain why the devout believer who originally belonged to the Dark Sun believers mastered the steam sequence. Everyone focused their eyes on Bevis Twain. Bevis Twain spoke slowly. "It was not the case before, but it is now. The steam sequence is a very powerful supernatural sequence that allows supernatural beings to use more powerful steam energy. It is also a new era sequence that can enhance the soul, body, supernatural state, and sequence ecology of supernatural beings in all aspects. Everyone knows this. Not only the three-eyed God Holy Spirit Kingdom is using the steam industrial system and the steam tower ecology to breed and cultivate the steam core. Even the Dark Sun Church is trying every means to cultivate its own steam core. As far as I know, the Dark Sun Church has gradually found the direction and method of integrating the steam core with the Dark Sun sequence. Not only the lower knights of the Dark Sun Sunlight Mield, who we are dealing with this time, have mastered the power of the steam sequence. Even the Dark Sun son, Wendell Francis, will master the power of the steam sequence. They feel the power of the steam age, and they are also actively embracing the new era." Bevis Twain's explanation made everyone silent for a while. The enemy is also actively embracing the new era, which is really not good news. So we will face a powerful fifth-order Dark Sun steam herder this time. Burank frowned slightly. "Not only that." Bevis Twain spoke slowly again. "We are facing another herder tower. Herder tower. And it is a powerful fifth-order herder tower, which can summon the Dark Sun Tower at any time." For a moment, everyone felt the pressure. After all, this is the nest run by one of the four knights of the Son of Dark Sun. Even the sixth-order bishops dare not say that they will win. Although the opponent is very strong, if we can catch or even kill him, whether it is a blow to the Son of Dark Sun or our own hide in the tide of the times, it will be improved. Even, we can accumulate some legendary characteristics. At this time, Earl Oslin nodded slightly. Legendary characteristics? Even Tucker couldn't help looking at Earl Oslin. Is this guy also going to forge his own legendary ring staff? In Saint Land, someone has already forged a legendary ring staff, and this Earl Oslin has amazing financial resources. There is no doubt that he also has such an idea. Okay. Bevis Twain spoke slowly, looking at Christ, and handed over a hidden layer domain coordinate point. Dark Sun Steam Shepherd Mield is nearby, and this small layer domain is very hidden. Understood. As a steam walker, Christ can walk deep into the layer domain. Others cannot actively reach the coordinates of this depth. But he can lead everyone into the area by driving his steam train. As Bevis Twain explained, and everyone entered the final preparation stage. The fire-breathing wizard Andre Tucker on the side has been in a state of quiet observation. The key targets of observation are Earl Oslin and Steam Walker Christ. Even if they are pulled into the God Punisher team by Bevis Twain, it does not mean absolute trust. This time, he was told to capture one of the four knights of the Dark Sun Son. Tucker just took the opportunity to explore whether these two people would have any unusual actions. At least, it seems that there is no such thing at present. The first mission of the God Punisher squad was, as Oslin said, to precipitate some legendary characteristics. The second was to strike the Dark Sun Church, with a focus on the Dark Sun Saint Wendell Francis. If the person was caught dead, that would be fine. If he was caught alive, then Tucker could teach Wendell Francis a lesson. 10 minutes later, woo woo woo. Accompanied by the rapid and crisp roar of the steam train, the God Punisher squad and others riding on the steam train quickly drove into the dark depths of the spirit world. Under the effect of Christ's steam walker ability, the steam train took everyone and began to go deep into the layer dimension. The surrounding world scene began to become bizarre. The earth was filled with steam from time to time. From time to time, it turned into an abyss. Even the steam train would travel in the vast starry sky. As passengers, everyone silently examined this magical layer scene. As they kept getting closer, Tucker, who was sitting at the end, also quietly launched a series of actions. Soul screens were sent out one after another by Tucker. If possible, Tucker would try to catch them alive this time. When you stare into the abyss is also staring at you. This is Tucker's best response to the exploration of the Lamore Steam Lighthouse by the Dark Sun Steam Shepherd Millade during this period. When Millade was exploring Tucker, Tucker also conducted a deep exploration of the layer domain. At this time, the soul screens released by Tucker carried large and small seal barrier stones, the old star tree, and even the magical hut. They were blocking some potential escape locations of Millade and the means to fight against a tower there. Doesn't Millade like to hide in the tower and peek out? Then there is no need for you to come out. We're almost there. Tucker was feeling the strong power of the steam train. Christ at the head of the train whispered. There is a very hidden small layer of dark sun. Christ raised his head and glanced at the sky. In this deep layer domain, the outline of dark sun was clearly visible. Here, the power of the dark sun is already strong enough. Once we go in, the pollution power of the dark sun will be even stronger, and we will just go in directly. The controller of that layer, Millade, will definitely find us, and he may escape. As Christ expressed many concerns, Bevis Twain felt it quietly for a moment, and then he said softly, "Don't worry, just go in directly. The blasphemer will help us fight the dark sun." Blasphemer. As soon as these words came out, Blank and Shiloh were moved. Is Tucker going to give up this identity? And Earl Oslin and Christ were both slightly happy. They all have the idea of creating legendary equipment. They may not be able to create great legendary characteristics themselves. But if they follow those heaven-defying existences, such as Blasphemer Tucker, to act together, creating great events together and getting assists is also a way to precipitate their own legendary characteristics. After all, in the tide of the times, it is impossible for everyone to be at the center of the tide of the times. They only need to be closer to the center of the tide of the times. That's enough. Just passed through a solid layer of domain channel. Buzz, a huge dark sun that was vast, terrifying, dark, oppressive, and exuded evil and terror instantly shone above everyone's head. The dark sun was so huge that it almost occupied 1/3 of the outline of the sky. This terrifying, dark sun made everyone's face change slightly. Being shrouded by such a dark sun, again, was simply a death wish. Then, above the sky, woo 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 woo, a low, melodious and vast steam roar sounded. Then, a not very bright, but like a vast star, slowly rose up. This was a star of the past. Although it was not as huge as the dark sun, it was only about 1/10 of the dark sun. But it blocked a large part of the polluting power of the dark sun. Then, in the outline of the star of the past, dazzling light bloomed brilliantly. In the blazing light, a streamer feather blade, an angel in the form of light and flame, shone brightly. The star of the past, the steam angel. In the deeper part of the layer domain, it rose up and reflected each other. It showed a tendency to confront the huge outline of the dark sun. Although it was still a little worse than the terrifying dark sun condensed by the high tower, it had already resisted most of the dark sun's power. This had already made everyone completely fearless of the influence of the dark sun here. Moreover, the sacred light had begun to light up the entire world. If it continued, it might even be possible to maintain the advantage. Blaster. Steam Angel. Is this the meditation star? Is this Tucker's strength? Looking at this incredible rising vision, it was enough to resist the mysterious power of the dark sun of the high tower. Everyone on the steam train was shocked. They were all top-level genius masters. But compared with the blasphemer Tucker at this time, they were far inferior. At this time, Tucker, who had completed the initial operation, also breathed a sigh of relief. Tucker sent the soul curtain shadow to the deep space dimension, and then fully released the power of the Book of the Old Stars to guide the arrival of the old stars. At the same time, with the soul curtain shadow, Tucker's angel light feather blade was fully bloomed. Fortunately, this is a wizard ability, which can be performed using the soul screen. With the influx of Tucker's own terrifying source energy, the old star in angel form bloomed at the same time, and then borrowed some of Saintland's world power. In this layer domain, Tucker has the power to compete with the dark sun of the high tower. Everyone was watching. But they heard the emotional tone of the fire-breathing wizard Andre in the back. The strength of the blasphemer Tucker is so terrifying. Before I thought I could compete with him, but now it seems that I am far behind. Andre looked like he only hated that I was not strong enough. The two people who didn't know the real situation, Earl Oslin and Christ who drove the train, couldn't help but nod slightly, and deeply agreed with Andre's remarks. And Brank, who was sitting in front of Andre, kept twitching his eyes. Are you playing tricks on me here? On the dark sun grazing tower. Feeling the mysterious power from the depths of the layer domain. And the old stars and angels who resisted the power of the dark sun. Milade's expression was all serious. This time, the enemy was not only ill-intentioned. This strength was also quite terrifying. Not to mention the blasphemer Tucker who was watching in the dark. This Tucker, has his strength grown to this point? Milade, whose palms had already clenched into fists, whispered in a low voice. The old stars. The steam angels. Both of them were shining, and the light continued to pour into the layer world. The dark sun grazing tower in the distance also showed a clear outline. According to the previous grouping, act. Following Bevis Twain's order. Bevis Twain took Schiller, and after the shadow light curtain swept over, the two disappeared directly. Christ, everything with one hand. The steam train was cut off between Count Oslin and Blanc. Christ took Count Oslin and drove the steam train that accelerated and made a low roar, and killed towards the front. Don't show mercy later, blow them up for me. Christ turned around and said to Count Oslin. As for safety, don't worry. I can't say that my ability to escape is the best in this tower, but I'm still in the top 3. I understand. As long as your train is fast enough, I can show you how cruel my methods are. Count Oslin said hoarsely. I like your words. At this time, a large number of 3rd level and 4th level human evil, blood evil, and werewolf evil emerged from the grazing tower. A moment later, Oslin and Christ had already fought with the power of the tower head-on. At this time, Tucker took Blanc and approached the tower from another direction. How did you do it? Blanc, who was wrapped in shadow, asked in a low voice. You will know it naturally after a while. Also, be careful when you go in, that guy is very powerful. As a 5th level spellcaster tower, the difficulty of attack is still very high. The concealment and concealment characteristics of this tower are very powerful. Not to mention the power of the Dark Sun altar. Even Tucker could only get more information by entering it. Tucker was advancing. Boom. The ground surged up more than 10 meters like a wave, and rushed towards Tucker from both sides. Tucker, who had been prepared for a long time, grabbed Blanc with one hand. Arcane. Fire. Bang. With a dull sound, Blanc was fired by Tucker like an arcane bullet, pointing directly at the grazing tower. Tucker jumped lightly to avoid the attack of the ground witchcraft. On the grazing tower, more than a dozen tentacles popped out and strangled Blanc. Sword's edge. Blanc, who turned into infinite sword light in an instant, quickly cut off many tentacles and jumped into the tower through the window. As soon as he landed, several 4th level pirates dressed like Dark Sun evil rushed towards Blanc. Blanc killed him with a sword. Tucker also took advantage of this time to pass through the shadow and enter the tower. Before entering, Tucker glanced at the huge Dark Sun outside. Even with Tucker's old days against the Dark Sun. But the terrifying power is still accumulating. After all, this is the opponent's home court, and the Dark Sun's power advantage is still there. Tucker took a deep breath and smiled softly. I have more than just these backups. As soon as the voice fell, Tucker suddenly slapped the rock wall of the Shepherd's Tower. With a slap, it was a powerful fire that penetrated directly into the barrier. During this time, Milade was hurting the steam world ecology ignited by Tucker. It was quite pleasant to absorb source energy, but it also made him get on fire. As Tucker's slap fell, he could clearly feel that there were bursts of steam roaring in the depths of the tower. This place has been polluted by the steam world. And with Tucker's traction, the ecology here quickly complemented the ecology of the old stars. Have you heard the roar of steam from the old stars? Tucker's eyes condensed slightly. Soon, everyone in the Dark Sun Church within the Saint Land area will hear it. Chapter 233 The Second Holy Night. Inside the tower, the bodies of herders chopped up by Branc's sword were everywhere. There were humans, vampires, werewolves, and some pirates from the extraordinary ocean. Branc, who entered the state of comprehending the sword breathing of the rune sword code at the 1st level, became more and more profound and pure in the subsequent key practice and comprehension. Nowadays, even without the rune blade, an ordinary iron sword can cut iron like mud in his hands. But at this time, Branc was caught in a bitter battle. His opponent was the captain of a herding pirate ship holding a sea sail ghost head knife. This pirate ship captain was obviously not simply herded. Instead, he was herded by the herder as his core pastoral spirit and enjoyed the all-round blessing from the tower. As the core pastoral spirit, They maintained their own extraordinary state and were able to participate in the cycle of the tower ecology. This allowed him to maintain his absolute loyalty to the herder Mield, while also preserving his powerful fourth-order strength. After all, the shepherd spirit itself is also part of the lower sequence of the herder. Such a core shepherd spirit is the key to determining the strength of the herder. Dang dang dang. The blade of the ghost-headed knife is as heavy as a mast, and the blade is like a wave, one wave after another. Every time the knife swept down, it was the rushing sea water. Blang even heard the sound of the waves like a ghost, drilling into his mind all the time. These damn ghost pirate sequences, even if they leave the ocean, they will not stop. The ghost pirate sequence is an extraordinary sequence born on the ocean that can control and embrace the ocean. Facing this fourth-order extraordinary ghost pirate, Blang was actually unable to resist for a while. Do you have to fight him head-on? You are the wind sword, can't you focus on the elegant hand? At this moment, a faint voice came from the shadow corner. You said light, but this guy's speed is not slow, I don't think he can be graceful. Blang took the time to answer while resisting the opponent's heavy and swift ghost head blade. And he is a fourth-level pastoral spirit, with extraordinary state. Ordinary attacks can't hurt his vitals at all. To be precise, he has no vitals at all. And he can seriously injure me with one knife. Injury for injury, I lost a lot of blood. And, in the high tower, his ability to recover from injuries is amazing. I even suspect there is a blood pool here. Damn. Come and help me quickly. Seeing that the attack of this fourth-level core pastoral spirit is getting more and more fierce. Blang is 3-level against 4-level. Fighting across levels, facing this fourth-level pirate ship captain with fierce swordsmanship, it is a bit overwhelming. In the corner of the shadow, Tucker raised his hand, and there was light gathering. The fourth-level pirate ship captain suddenly repelled Blang with a knife, stepping on the waves and the blade lightly, and was about to chase. Bang! Accompanied by a dull gunshot. Half of the head was opened, and most of the brain was blown away. The captain of the pirate ship Dong Dong stepped back several steps before he stabilized his body. He was only a 4th level, and he was also herded. The extraordinary state of this pirate ship captain was not very strong. His extraordinary state was shaken by Tucker's shot. Fortunately, he was a herder, and his soul was with his master, otherwise this shot would be enough to take half of his life. Blang, who found this opportunity, burst out with a gust of wind, touched the ground with his toes, and swept up in an instant. Blang wanted to take advantage of this wave to completely tear the pirate ship captain apart. But even so, the pirate ship captain, who had no half of his head, relied on his extraordinary state to continue to resist Blang's attack. The pirate ship captain, who was shot by Tucker, was completely suppressed by Blang at this time. Just when the two were fighting more and more fiercely. Boom! A huge roar came from the top of the tower. For a moment, the entire tower was shaking violently. Tucker glanced outside, and in the corner of his eyes, the power of the dark sun seemed to be affected. Tucker's world power, old stars, Steam Angel, were growing steadily. Bevis Twain is a 5th-level master after all, and he is really powerful. Let him attack from above and bear most of the pressure. There is no problem at all. This time, Tucker and others joined forces to attack. This is a regular action of the Three-Eyed God Church and the God Punisher Squad. It is not a sneaky business, but a genuine iron fist of justice. For this attack, the principle is to kill all who should be killed, and destroy if possible. Do not let go of any enemy power. Even this tower, Tucker will completely smash it. And at this time, Tucker did just that. Bevis Twain led Shiloh to attack from above. Christ and Oslin attacked from the outside to the inside. Tucker and Blang went directly into the tower. From here to carry out infiltration work. Milade, one of the 4 knights, herds Tucker's steam ecology. At the same time, this is also a steam tower. Of course, steam power is not the main thing, and herding power is the dominant one. But this is not important. What is important is the grazing tower with steam circulation, the area that herds Tucker's steam world fire. It will gradually be polluted by Tucker's steam world. It is not accurate to say pollution. More accurate words are assimilation and ignition in a neutral sense. Normally, this is not only harmless, but also has many benefits. After the steam tower here completes the cycle of steam ecology, it will also make its practice in the tower more in line with the world. But the problem is, Tucker is the founder, creator, and even the creator of Steam World. When Tucker came here, the world characteristics here were all giving Tucker feedback. Grazing Tucker's steam ecology is useful, but there is always a price to pay. When Tucker arrives here, this place will also be used by Tucker to a certain extent. Tucker had discovered this when he was secretly observing before. And Tucker wanted to complete a bigger operation. This time, Tucker came for this purpose. Woo woo woo. Accompanied by the low and melodious roar of steam. The Old Star and the Shepherding Tower are completing the intersection of the steam world. The efficiency is very fast. Anyway, nowadays, the Dark Sun Church is also actively embracing the steam sequence. And this Shepherding Tower does not reject the steam world. The plan seems to be going more smoothly than in the details. The entire Shepherding Tower, from top to bottom, has entered a combat state in all directions. This will give Tucker enough time to complete his operation. Outside, the power of the Dark Sun is getting stronger and stronger. And the power guided by Tucker's Old Star is also in a growing trend. At present, the two are in a stalemate. However, the light of the old day and the angel's light outside continue to illuminate this world and dispel the remaining power of the Dark Sun around. In contrast to the inside and outside. This makes the tower more gloomy, dark and depressing. Deep in the Dark Sun, a figure was faintly jumping. Tucker frowned slightly, and then continued his work. The darkness was like the sickle of the god of death, quietly sticking to Tucker's back, and Tucker was unaware. The sharp blade of the god of death fell silently. Swish. That was the sound of cutting from the depths of the soul. It seems that your strength is not very good. A soft voice like pitying a flower and cherishing a jade sounded quietly. When this plump female girl of the steam harvester sequence wearing a close-fitting black leather armor grabbed the soul she harvested. Her pupils, like the turning gears of fate, shrank violently. This is not that living soul, this is a desperate soul imprisoned. Not good. At the same time, the cold, gloomy, and intimidating gun was pointed at the back of the girl's head. The cold power of the forbidden seal and the deep deterrence of looking directly into her soul made the girl dare not move for a while. A slightly playful voice sounded. I suppose you are Wendell Francis Other Knight, right? Chapter 234 Knights work together, one dies and the other is sent away. 2 Dark Sun Saint Knights. There are actually 2 Dark Sun Saint Knights in this Shepherd Tower. This is really a pleasant surprise. Tucker's previous explorations were all conducted using soul screens to explore in deeper dimensional areas. There is no doubt that the concealment is strong, and the enemy naturally cannot find it. And it was not until before the action that Bevis Twain announced the specific target of the attack. Obviously, the other party could not have ambushed and prepared people in advance. And the Dark Sun ecology here is obviously not prepared. At this time, the second Dark Sun Saint Guardian Knight appeared here. There is no doubt that it is an unexpected harvest. At this time, this girl in black leather armor has strong Dark Sun characteristics, and even has a little Dark Sun Saint breath. It is similar to the information Tucker got when observing Milade. Of course, another reason to determine that the other party is a double Dark Knight is the Harvester sequence. Because Tucker has seen the talent veins provided by the Harvester from Wendell. It can be basically determined that this Steam Harvester girl is the Guardian Knight of the Dark Sun Saint Harvester sequence. This is a peculiar extraordinary sequence born from the combination of natural disasters and death of mechanical life. Through its own hunting and harvesting, it can obtain a certain degree of the other party's life source and extraordinary source. It has certain, taboo, characteristics. Moreover, the higher the talent and level of the hunted extraordinary, the more extraordinary source and life source it obtains. The extraordinary in this sequence can slowly improve its extraordinary talent. It is one of the very rare extraordinary sequences in the extraordinary system. It is said that the Harvester sequence, if not careful, will even harvest its own cultivated ecology. Therefore, it is extremely difficult for the Harvester sequence to cultivate ecology. The Harvester sequence. Among the assassination sequences that Tucker knows, it is one of the top extraordinary sequences. Many assassins, thieves, scouts and other extraordinary people dream of obtaining a powerful Harvester sequence in the future. But, even such a powerful extraordinary sequence, it also needs to follow the era version. This girl absorbed the steam core and created her own Steam Harvester sequence. With the sounds of fighting transmitted from the tower. The darkness was like a giant beast, wriggling in the tower. The girl, the wizard. Under the effect of the gun, it was in a stalemate. The gaze of the taboo, the deterrent aimed at the soul. Cynthia dared not act rashly. This shot might not be fatal, but it would seriously injure her, which would be very troublesome. Moreover, this wizard who touched behind him silently was definitely not an ordinary person. If she was not careful, she might fall because of this. The confrontation between the strong sometimes happened in a flash. At least before she could figure out the other party's incredible means just now. If she wanted to counterattack, she had to wait for the opportunity. The grasp of opportunity was very important. As long as she seized the fleeting opportunity to avoid the opponent's attack, it was possible to counterattack instantly. Who are you? The girl Cynthia spoke slowly. You, haven't you guessed it? The cold voice behind her made Cynthia's body stiffen slightly. Blaster. The hoarse voice trembled a little. Correct answer. The corner of her eyes glanced at the light that penetrated from the window. If the person behind is blasphemer Tucker, then who is the angel outside? This incomprehensible magical method made Cynthia suddenly feel that her throat was a little dry. The Lord Guardian of the Holy Crown reminded them many times. The blasphemer Tucker is very difficult to deal with. If they meet him, remember to be careful and never get too close to him. As long as they get close to him, the other party will discover their existence. Therefore, they have always dared not to go to Lamore, so as not to disturb His Highness the Son of God and the plan of the Lord Guardian of the Holy Crown. But I didn't expect that today. Blasphemer Tucker actually dared to take the initiative to attack. And he went so deep. He deeply realized how true what Lord Holy Crown said was. What made her even more panic was that she was held hostage by Blasphemer Tucker. The opponent relied on the extraordinary firearms that integrated the forbidden seal to hold her hostage with just aiming. Inhale, exhale. Cynthia tried to keep her breathing steady to find the opportunity. Her A-level 182% extraordinary talent, opportunity. It allowed her to seize the momentary opportunity and magnify it to the extreme. Within this wonderful opportunity range, she was the absolute master, killer, and terminator. Just as Cynthia was constantly looking for the opportunity, Cynthia felt a brewing terror in the silence behind her, becoming clearer and clearer, and even making her shudder. The world around her became more and more unreal, even strange. The blasphemer Tucker is the owner of the S-level extraordinary talent and a wizard with many means. I actually want to find opportunity in front of him. As her thoughts surged, Cynthia's heartstrings trembled slightly. She realized that she seemed to have made a huge mistake. Tucker seemed to feel that he was almost ready, so he spoke slowly. Are you looking for opportunity? Seize that unintentional moment and complete a gorgeous reversal. This is indeed a very good talent. Cynthia's heart was shocked like a wave. Every word Tucker expounded was like a heavy hammer, making her soul roar violently. If you want opportunity, I will give you an opportunity. The world was gently squirming, and the veins were beating and intersecting. At that moment, Cynthia felt that the opportunity was coming. This was the only turning point. Without any hesitation, Cynthia almost instinctively entered the opportunity. Cynthia, who used her talent to seize the opportunity, entered a wonderful state. The flow of time became slow. The wonderful rhythm beat in her heart and steam core. The veins of the surrounding world began to become clearly visible, fitting in with the veins containing beauty, which was the key to her turnaround. She almost instantly avoided the forbidden firearms that were originally aimed at the back of her head. When she followed a wonderful trajectory to bypass the firearms and wanted to kill with a fatal blow. But she saw that the wizard was actually doing synchronized movements. The opponent retreated, and also aimed, this time aiming at her forehead, pointing directly to the depths of her soul. Even the corners of the wizard's mouth were slightly smiling. The dancer on the blade, when he hesitated, he had already failed. This time, even though she knew that she might lose if she rushed into fight. But Cynthia, who seized the opportunity, showed an indomitable momentum. The blade of the short knife, accompanied by the roar of steam, perfectly turned into a sickle for harvesting. Bang! A huge roar followed. The attack of the Fate revolver tore a bloody hole in Cynthia's forehead. Cynthia's soul was trembling at this blow, but Cynthia did not retreat at all and attacked forcefully. The blade was sharp and cold. Tucker was not a guy like the Earth Dragon who liked to use his own defense to take the attack. Using his own defense to challenge the enemy's blade was irresponsible to himself. Facing the close combat of the Reaper, sequence known for its speed and flexibility. Tucker retreated slowly. But Cynthia's blade was obviously much faster than Tucker's retreat. Just as Cynthia's blade was about to hit Tucker, Tucker's retreating steps had already fallen. At the same time, Tucker's extraordinary means phase step developed by combining the extraordinary magical power, phase walking, also bloomed gently. It almost matched the trajectory of the blade falling. Tucker retreated about 2 steps away. Perfectly avoided the attack. Damn, just a little bit. Cynthia's blade missed, and her little regret was fleeting. She continued to step on the perfect trajectory and continued to charge. The failure of this knife was to pave the way for the next knife. The Reaper sequence ability, edge accumulation, can make her next attack after the failure more powerful. Phase step is a close-range flexible magical means developed by Tucker in combination with the extraordinary magical power, phase walking. Facing those fast, accurate, steady and fierce close-range fights, phase step has a short distance and fast reaction, which is a perfect response. In a flash, it can complete the movement of 7 or 8 directions. It is not enough to just dodge. A quick counterattack is also indispensable. Tucker originally prepared a quick counterattack method, which is a shooting method combining the spear of shaping light and arcane shooting. But now, Tucker has a better counterattack method. While dodging, Tucker's Destiny Revolver also locks the aiming position at the same time, perfectly matching the target's vein trajectory. Attack action, phase movement, Tucker is completely synchronized. Bang! A dull and soul-wailing shot broke out again. Bombarded Cynthia's head. The world in front of her was bloody and confused. Cynthia tried her best to step on the trajectory again and continued to charge at the blasphemer Tucker in an incredible corner, accompanied by Cynthia's rhythmic afterimage. Tucker's gunshots also sounded regularly. The two of them were completely in a high-speed melee fight. The afterimages drew a hazy curtain around them, which was dazzling. Cynthia was stepping on the vein of opportunity. Tucker relied on the magical power, phase walking, to deal with the opponent in the dimension that matched the vein. Bang! 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 Dot. The opponent was fast, but Tucker was faster. Every shot contained the power of the seal barrier, and it was deeply injected into the depths of Cynthia's soul. Before, Tucker was in a stalemate with the opponent. The hostage was not to waste time. It was for better preparation. The mobilization of the seal power, the control of the surrounding world, and the preparation of the seal scroll. All were carried out simultaneously. For the Knights of the Dark Sun Saint, it was a pity for such a talent to die. Only by capturing them alive can they be used to the maximum. While the two sides were shaking and fighting at high speed. In the pursuit, Cynthia was shot 12 or 13 times in a row. Tucker had almost made a plug out of his head. During the high-speed maneuvering, the sticky blood was thrown out. Even so, the opponent was only injured, not fatal. But the life material he took and the condensed extraordinary state were ridiculously strong. This made Tucker sigh. As expected, he is a Knight of the Dark Sun Saint. Although he is not a sequence known for his defensive ability. But he took so many shots with his head and still survived. He really has some skills. At this time, facing such a heavy blow, Cynthia, the dancer on the blade, had already felt that her soul was numb, lazy, and tired. What made her most desperate was the power of opportunity, which was fading like a tide. Those veins that perfectly intersected with the world were constantly withdrawing. The indescribable despair and bitterness in the depths of her heart instantly filled her thoughts. Entering opportunity, stepping on the perfect veins, the blade fit was in an unprecedented wonderful state. This was the perfect turning point. However, in front of the blasphemer, she was completely played and manipulated. When each attack was just a little short of the target, Cynthia felt that the small gap was an insurmountable abyss. Tucker dodged the attack again and directly activated the sealing power that was poured into the opponent's soul. World Seal. Tucker constantly used his steam ecology and the fragments of the seal barrier to cycle steam world. The purpose was to master the power of the seal in his own world. Although the current sealing power is not strong enough, it is enough to pour these powers into the depths of the opponent's soul. As the blade fell again, the world sealing power erupted. Cynthia, who was already a little dazed, only felt the terrifying sealing power erupting in the depths of her soul. Immediately, she fell into deep darkness. Then, Tucker took out the sealing scroll. The scroll that had been activated by the ecological magic net quickly swept Cynthia and sealed her in it. The scroll was put back. Huh? Tucker, who had completed the capture, breathed a sigh of relief. The two knights have already captured one, so the second one doesn't need to worry about his life or death. In addition, Tucker slowly raised his head and looked at a mysterious dimension. Sir Milade, if you abandon the dark and join the light now, I can still spare your life. If you still dare to resist, believe me, you will die miserably. However, Tucker was responded by a powerful gaze from the dark sun dimension. Milade, who was detected by Tucker, stopped pretending and wanted to use the power of the dark sun to deeply pollute Tucker. Unfortunately, this little trick didn't work at all in front of Tucker. Feeling the gaze of the dark sun dimension, Tucker opened his 5 fingers in the air, and then suddenly pinched them. Dot. Caw. Bang. Looking at the broken ecological spiritual realm in front of him. In the altar layer, Milade's face was unprecedentedly severe. He knew about Cynthia's actions. He even wanted to use Cynthia as a trump card to complete the counterattack. The wizard and swordsman who rushed in rashly didn't look very powerful. He mobilized the power of the tower to help Cynthia cover up her whereabouts to a certain extent. The linkage between the two was perfect. But I never expected that the first target Cynthia aimed at was the inconspicuous fire-breathing wizard, Andre, who turned out to be the disguise of blasphemer Tucker. I don't know if her luck is too good or too bad. Cynthia's first battle was over. The little hope that had just risen was instantly extinguished by blasphemer Tucker. If it was just blasphemer Tucker's tragic victory, it would be fine. What Milade couldn't accept the most was that this was only a 3rd level steam wizard, blasphemer Tucker. In the close-range fight that he was not good at, he not only suppressed Cynthia in all aspects. In the short and rapid outbreak of fighting, he quickly destroyed Cynthia's soul will and sealed it. Cynthia was captured alive by blasphemer Tucker. He didn't even have the opportunity to rescue her. This wizard, his melee fighting ability is so incredible. And before that, he also knew that this Andre was extremely powerful in fire. The blasphemer Tucker who fled from the city-state of Lamore in a hurry. Now, he has so many incredible abilities and methods. His eyes swept across the increasingly powerful angels and old stars outside. Turning around, he gradually examined the 3-layer domain gates that he had tried many times but could not open at all. Milade's heart gradually sank to the deepest part. Boom. There was another violent battle wave from the top of the tower. The female knight cooperated with the shadow steam wizard Bevis Twain. They were fighting with his 5th level core pastoral spirit. Milade had already felt that his 2 5th level core pastoral spirits were almost unable to hold on. The ordinary evil spirits on duty outside were also being taken for a walk by the steam train. Those stupid things, if they are not controlled, they will be stupid to death. The most important thing is that the blasphemer and the swordsman are looking for his traces inside. As a shepherd, he is proficient in the control of souls and ecology. Especially in the control of souls, he has extremely strong means. But for the direct battle between extraordinary people, his own combat ability is not top-notch. For shepherds, core pastoral spirit is their greatest combat power. But at this time, his core pastoral spirit is being slaughtered. The mysterious old star, the angel form, limits his most powerful means dark sun ecology. Facing the aggressive and powerful blasphemer Tucker, Milade knew that he could live longer if he resisted stubbornly. Once he had the idea of escaping from the tower, he would be caught as soon as he went out. Whether it was the shadow steam wizard Bevis Twain, the blasphemer Tucker, or the extraordinary person with double sequences below, they were not easy to deal with. Milade, who vaguely knew the outcome, took a deep breath and quickly came to the table. He took out a snow-white quill pen, dipped it in dark magic ink, thought for a moment, and quickly wrote. The blasphemer Tucker has come, bringing his angel sequence and the terrible old stars. Cynthia is captured in despair while resisting. She is no match for the blasphemer. And I am about to fall. My great son, please do not resist him before your legendary wings are built. The horror of the blasphemer is beyond your imagination. Milade Kagils. After writing, he sealed it with a magic envelope. Milade came to the window. And suddenly opened the magical window of the magical hut. The magic letter in his hand quickly rose and burned under the shining of the dark sun. And Milade examined the angels and the old stars in the last scene. He did not hesitate to expose himself, and use the characteristics of the lower sequence as much as possible to provide more useful information to the Great Sun. Chapter 235 Art is Explosion. The veins of the magical little window exposed to the old stars and the light of the angels. As soon as it appeared, Tucker saw it. The spread of the characteristics of the magical hut was too obvious. If the magical hut was closed, it would be hidden in the tower where the power of the dark sun was surging. Tucker might really need to explore slowly to find it. But now, the magical hut has been opened. Tucker easily found the target location. While releasing a large amount of steam source energy, using the steam world to intersect with a grazing tower, Tucker walked towards Blank. At this time, Blank had killed the captain of the pirate ship. He was fighting with some third-level ghosts and several fourth-level elite ghosts. This grazing tower. Different layers have different ecological environments. The lower layer is the ocean ecology with surging waves. Although it is just a little humid, depressing, and there is no seawater. And here is the ghost tomb ecological environment with a large number of tombs. For a herder, it is normal to build many ecosystems, graze creatures, or graze ecosystems. But these herders obviously don't have any valuable things. Even the soul curtain can't be made. Take the pirate captain for example, the souls of these guys have been herded by the herders. Even soul sacrifice and soul curtain cannot be built. Even if it is barely built successfully, it is the kind of soul curtain that has been dead for a long time, and the strength is very low. At present, it can only be thrown into the blood pool to replenish the raw materials of the blood pool and enter the circulation framework of extraordinary ecological characteristics. Tucker wants to build a blood pool in the magic hut and build the Demon King sequence ecology. This is the meaning. However, Tucker's magic hut is not next to him, and it will not be too late to collect these corpses later. He took a look at Blank, who is in the fight. Tucker spoke. Blank, I found the 5th level herder Mield. You continue to fight these 3rd level and 4th level evil spirits and pastoral spirits here. I will go to meet the 5th level herder in the magical hut. Be careful. Tucker warned. Blank does have the strength and talent, but he has not practiced for long enough. As long as there is time to settle, coupled with St. Rand's training, in the future, Blank still has a good chance of becoming a high-level extraordinary. High-level extraordinary people already have a strong voice in the Principality of Syrian. It is enough to create hundreds of years of glory for the extraordinary family. Looking at the Principality of Syrian, there are not many masters who can become high-level extraordinary. That Mield is the strongest left and right arm of the Son of Dark Sun, and he is also a 5th level master. You should be careful. Blank instead warned Tucker. Yes, you are right, I will be careful. Tucker nodded by the window. The blood-red nightmare fireball was quickly blown to a corner in the sky by the micro-hurricane technique. Then it exploded with a boom. The blood-colored fireworks bloomed brilliantly. The entire dark sun layer was covered with a blood-colored veil. The explosion mixed with the blood-colored fireworks, stirring in this layer that was already controlled by Tucker. After almost cleaning up the evil creatures below, Oslin glanced at the steam walker Christ. Then he set his eyes on the exploding witchcraft fireworks. He slowly said, "The blasphemer Tucker called me over, you be careful." The blasphemer Tucker? Isn't that Andre's magic mark? Immediately, Christ suddenly realized. You mean, Andre is the blasphemer Tucker? You just realized it? Count Oslin rubbed his eyebrows slightly. Great three-eyed God, I really thought Andre was Andre and Tucker was Tucker. Christ exclaimed. I didn't expect that they are the same person. The corner of Oslin's eyes twitched slightly, and then he whispered, be careful, I'm going over. Just as he was about to leave, Oslin suddenly thought of something, and he looked at Christ again. By the way, didn't you want to find a dwarf to help you refine the 4th level leader level materials? After this battle, you go to Tucker, Andre, the price he offers should be relatively low. If you have a good relationship with him privately, he may not even charge you. Count Oslin's words made Christ understand a little. When he recovered, he found that Count Oslin had disappeared. When Oslin entered the tower and found the blasphemer Tucker or Andre, he found that he was actually following Burank to clean up those ordinary grazing ecology extraordinary creatures that were not painful. These extraordinary creatures cultivated by the grazing ecology have very low extraordinary characteristics. They are the kind of low-level creatures that will die soon if they leave the ecology, and there is no threat at all. Hasn't Mield been found? Why don't we capture or hunt him? Oslin asked with a little curiosity. Feeling the battle that was gradually coming to an end but not completely over, Tucker slowly said, Bevis Twain's battle is not over yet. I'm afraid we may not be able to win if we join forces. The soul of the shepherd is very powerful. Besides, we should take the initiative to enter the opponent's magical hut. To be safe, let's wait for Bevis Twain. Tucker's words made Earl Oslin stunned. You are too stable. That is just a 5th level shepherd, and the opponent's evil and shepherd spirits have been almost killed by us. Immediately, he realized that the reason why the blasphemer Tucker was able to escape steadily in Larmore, was unknown in the Black River Valley, and roamed in the dark in Saint Land was because of this style of being steady and ruthless and steady. Even if he felt that he was sure of success, he would not act alone, but would take everyone with him to ensure that he was sure of success. Even acting together, with someone to take the blame and take the damage, is much better than acting alone. This guy. Oslin's eyes twitched after figuring it all out. Boom. Boom. Accompanied by 2 consecutive violent explosions. The top of the tower seemed to have entered a sudden silence. While waiting for the results from above, Tucker combined the old meditation observation and the steam angel state to perceive the movements in the magical hut from all directions. Even in the tower, Tucker can still keep track of the possible escape of the 5th level herder Mield. Not long after, shadow ripples bloomed in the corner. Bevis Twain walked out from the depths of silence. His eyes swept over the 2 people and Bevis Twain nodded slightly. It's good that you didn't act rashly. This Saint's Knight Milade is very powerful and ruthless. His 2 5th level core pastors are very tricky. Zillur was seriously injured. He opened the magic hut. If you go there rashly, I'm afraid, it's more likely to be dangerous. These words made Earl Oslin's heart beat slightly. Fortunately, Andre didn't take him there rashly, otherwise, he might suffer a loss. Tucker on the side stared at him for a moment, and then slowly spoke. Since that Milade doesn't want to come out, I will force him out. The 2 looked at Tucker, not knowing what method Tucker would use. You 2 go to that area and get ready. Tucker ordered. Also be careful, the explosion later will be a bit violent. Explosion? Violent? The 2 were slightly startled, then nodded and left. When the 2 left, Tucker raised his head and looked at the position in the air. The magic hut was indeed filled with danger, and this was one of the reasons why Tucker didn't go there rashly. Since the other party has opened the magic house, the detailed coordinate points of the phase layer domain have been exposed. Then he doesn't need to be polite to the other party. The excited state of the spear of light shaping sphere quickly condensed beside Tucker. The outline of each excited state of the spear of light shaping sphere is the size of a basketball. It has the source energy construction of multiple ecological magic networks. In less than a minute, more than 30 excited state of the spear of light shaping spheres have been condensed by Tucker. Tucker, who felt that it was not enough, continued to condense. About 2 minutes later, 100 excited state of the spear of light shaping spheres were condensed around by Tucker. The light had already escaped through the window. Fortunately, Tucker has the power of controlling the world. Otherwise, it would be difficult to control so many spears of light shaping spheres at the same time. Phase, aim. Tucker's right hand became a gun, and the position he aimed at was the depths of the magic house. Since the enemy doesn't come out, let him experience the art of explosion carefully. Fire. In an instant, hundreds of excited light-shaping spear balls crossed the dimension of the phase layer. Under precise guidance, they landed perfectly inside the magical hut. Boom! The rumbling sound instantly tore through the dimension of the source energy layer. With the visible fluctuations of the terrifying light room mysteries, it swept in all directions. The terrifying sound waves swept across everyone's eardrums and even deeply penetrated into the depths of their souls. The entire small world of the Dark Sun layer was trembling in the terrifying explosion sound waves. Chapter 236 The Blasphemer blasphemes again. Boom! The explosion that shook the soul almost brushed over Milade's forehead. Fortunately, Milade was prepared. He used the spirit of grazing to exchange his position in an instant. He escaped from the magic hut. If he was a little slower, he would have died in it today. The enemy's methods were quite bloody and cruel. It has come to this point, and they still launched a sneak attack. Although he escaped, the magic hut, the methods arranged in the magic hut, and the stored resources, etc., were all destroyed in the explosion. Milade's face was like a dead forest burning in the depths of the ashland, withered and decayed. Originally, he wanted to rely on the arrangement in the magic hut to drag 1 or 2 people down with him before he died. Now it seems that there is little hope. Great son, do you see this? This is the horror and cruelty of the blasphemer. Milade whispered. Just when Milade was about to prepare, there was a wind blowing in the woods. The dry branches of the forest that had long been withered and decayed hummed in the wind and waves. The wind swept across Milade's wrinkled cheeks. Milade gently fumbled with a pastoral bracelet on his wrist. "I didn't expect that one day I would have to let you out." At the same time, the figure of Bevis Twain walked out from the shadow corner behind him. In front of Milade, several fourth-level elite steppe wolves emerged from the dead woods, quickly dispersed, and looked around. Count Jocelyn, who was herding, also arrived. Count Jocelyn Lawrence was not only a herder, but also a wizard. His herding ability was biased towards combat rather than cultivation. Howl, 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 howl. The roaring elite steppe wolves were like arrows, extremely fast. Roar, as if the low roar from the abyss rolled and surged from Milade's body in an instant. Bang! Bang! Two huge black bone palm arms suddenly broke free from behind him. The two elite steppe wolves that rushed forward were slammed into the ground by the huge black bone palms. Blood and the earth were instantly ravaged together. Several other fourth-level elite wasteland wolves quickly bypassed a huge black bone palm arm and rushed forward to bite Milade. The roar from the pastoral bracelet became clearer and clearer. The black fog rose outward desperately. When the elite wasteland wolf pounced on it. Roar, in the shocking low roar. A huge black skeleton demon head that exuded stench, distortion, darkness, depravity, and disaster suddenly appeared. Crack! Bit the wasteland wolf in front of it, and then raised its head. Gulu! Gulu! The elite wasteland wolf, like a calf, was swallowed by the demon skeleton head. The originally fresh flesh and blood quickly turned into the breath of death and was soaked in the demon skeleton. Then, the two bone palms pinched left and right, and the fourth-level wasteland wolf being grazed was easily caught. Then this huge skeleton demon that just popped out. He once again performed his unique skill of eating a wolf in one bite to the people present. In the pupils of the huge skeleton demon's head, burning was the dark sun candle flame as thick as an arm. And the skeleton demon creature in front of him was the dark sun skeleton demon, born in the depths of the dark sun dimension and believing in the great dark sun, a powerful lord-level creature. When a normal extraordinary encounters such a fifth-level skeleton demon lord, it is a scene of gods fighting. Run as fast as you can, run as far as you can. This level of battle is not something that ordinary extraordinary can participate in. However, whether it is Bevis Twain, Earl Jocelyn Lawrence, or Tucker who is preparing means in the corner, they just watch this scene quietly. It is normal to have powerful means. If you don't have powerful means, how can you become one of the four knights of the Son of Dark Sun? Roar! The Dark Sun demon skeleton, which was barely condensed in the upper half of the chest, suddenly clapped his hands. The earth was easily lifted up more than 10 meters high like a wave. Wherever it passed, the rocks and trees on the ground were all crushed. Tucker even saw that the power of the Dark Sun was infiltrated in it, which allowed it to use the Dark Sun method at any time. For a battle like a spellcaster, the arrangement of the method is very important. When using a large-scale method, attack is not the main thing, but the arrangement is the core. Then the Dark Sun demon skeleton suddenly took a breath and blew hard at the surroundings. Hoo-la-la! The flames of the Dark Sun rose rapidly. In the black earth flames, the weird and strange roars continued to spread and agitate, making people's souls tremble. At this time, Tucker's voice sounded. He is using his life to pull this Dark Sun skeleton demon, but his life and source energy supply efficiency are not high enough. It may take some time to release it. Attack his body. The precise vision allowed Tucker to easily grasp this method that looks powerful but actually has many weaknesses. If Tucker were to summon such a powerful method, Tucker would prepare all the source energy in the ecological magic network. At the same time, the top and middle notes of this kind of powerful witchcraft spells must also be prepared, and only the summoning of the back notes needs to be completed. When the enemy is completely unaware, such a powerful method is directly and instantly released. Of course, this requires an extremely powerful ecological magic network to store source energy and precipitate the syllables of the spell. Ordinary ecological magic networks certainly cannot do this. And the Demon King level ecological magic network that Tucker is studying is to be able to reserve such terrifying and powerful methods in advance. The two people who received Tucker's reminder immediately took action. The two people who are wizard casters themselves, long-range casting is their best method. At this time, with Tucker's guidance, just pour damage into it. Bevis Twain's shadow sky quickly took shape, and then the shadow meteorites continued to fall. The Dark Sun skeleton demon had to help summon his core body. If the core body falls, it would be quite embarrassing to have half of the body stuck outside. Accompanied by the attack of a large number of shadow meteorites. The ground was smashed with a rumbling sound, and a large area of soil was lifted up by the aftermath of the meteorite explosion. At the same time, shadow vines rose from all directions like bamboo shoots after rain. In an instant, it turned into a large primitive forest with towering shadow ancient trees. The attack of the shadow vines turned into a violent storm. Every attack of the shadow vines made the afterimage of the Dark Sun skeleton demon shake. Bevis Twain's witchcraft attack was very fast, and it was a very powerful witchcraft attack. Tucker also guessed that Bevis Twain must have built his own powerful ecological magic net. The ecological magic net of the Dungeon Demon King sequence is the best material and the best blueprint guide for building the ecological magic net of extraordinary wizards. At the beginning, the ecological characteristics of the Demon King that Lamore obtained in the depths of the Demon King's sealed tomb. Now it has begun to play a role in St. Lander. Even the role is not small. When Tucker was studying in the tower, the instructors mentioned the ecological network of the Demon King in Lamore's dungeon many times. Tucker planned to study the knowledge system of the Demon King ecology when he went to the Three Eyes Church for training. Bevis Twain's attack was fierce. Auslin Lawrence's witchcraft was not slow either. One Earth gravity field witchcraft, one Earth confinement witchcraft. Controlling the outline of the Dark Sun skeleton demon on the ground. At the same time, a large number of Earth elemental giants continued to pour out from all sides, bombarding the Dark Sun skeleton demon. It was like a one-man army. The means of herders and summoning. It was considered to be understood by Count Auslin Lawrence. Tucker was wandering around the periphery, looking for a gap. When he found an opportunity, Tucker would shoot a spear of light and penetrate through it. And once Tucker made a move, he could often directly attack the body of Milade. Although a spear of light was not fatal. But the spear of shaping light got stuck in the opponent's body, and restrained the opponent's source energy and Dark Sun power. It was like a thorn in the bone, which made you uncomfortable. Tucker even had the idea of combining the spear of shaping light with a sealing boundary. Hitting the enemy can seal it, which is a very good method. If it was a complete 5th level Dark Sun skeleton demon, the 3 people would probably have to use some means to besiege it. But now it is only half of the Dark Sun skeleton demon. The joint attack of the 3 people naturally hit the last trump card of Milade, who can only defend without the opportunity to counterattack. In the distance, Zillor, Blang, and Christ. The 3 of them also noticed the joint attack of Tucker and the other 3. The terrifying 5th level demon creature made them, as 3rd level creatures, terrified. They didn't even dare to fight too close. Even if they didn't fight, they would be quickly contaminated if they got close to the Dark Sun skeleton demon that was burning the Dark Sun candle. Even in the high tower of the Dark Sun realm, after such a long battle, they have been polluted to a certain extent in the physical and spiritual levels. After returning, a certain period of cleaning and purification is essential. But Bevis Twain, Earl Auslin Lawrence, and the blasphemer Tucker, they are not afraid at all. Facing the Dark Sun pollution of the 5th level Lord level Dark Sun skeleton demon, they still attack fiercely. A large area around is completely shrouded in a terrifying witchcraft confrontation. This scene made the 3 people excited. Compared with other extraordinary sequences, the spellcaster sequence will gradually gain an advantage over other extraordinary sequences as time goes by. Whether it is the control ability condensed by the creation of the high tower, or the construction of a powerful extraordinary ecology. These are all things that other extraordinary sequences like them cannot compete with. Roar, roar, roar. The angry roar stirred on the desolate wasteland. The Dark Sun skeleton demon, which is itself a semi-summoned form, was hit by various powerful witchcrafts and finally couldn't stand it at this time. The Dark Sun candle that absorbed Milade's life also burned to the end at this time. As the Dark Sun candle in the pupils extinguished, black smoke rose. In the desperate and angry roar, the Dark Sun skeleton demon quickly collapsed. The black bones, like a building that was blown up, fell down and turned into ashes. As the ashes of the bones dispersed, Milade, whose life had been completely absorbed by this powerful spell and was about to end, was revealed. At this time, Milade, who was running out of energy, looked at the distance. In the light and shadow of the Dark Sun and the old days, Tucker stood there quietly. The distance was not far, but he could never reach him. To withstand as many attacks from Tucker as possible, So as to find out more information about Tucker, this is what Milade had to do. "Great son, this is the last help I can give you," Milade whispered at the end of his life. Crack, crack. The sound of shattering sounded from Milade, like the cracking of porcelain. Then, the broken Milade collapsed. The source energy, life, soul, body, and even the extraordinary state were all consumed by the powerful witchcraft. The dead Milade did not even have any extraordinary characteristics left. It can be said that he was completely squeezed out by the Dark Sun skeleton demon summoned. Of course. This is also what Milade did on purpose. 3 against 1, Milade did not make too many waves. This is what Tucker wanted. If the top God Punisher team of the Three Eyes Church is very difficult to face enemies below the bishop, then there is not much meaning in establishing this God Punisher team. Establishing a top God Punisher team is a war of annihilation. With the fall of Milade, the grazing ecology of the tower in the distance was not affected. Even without Milade, Tucker used the infiltration of the old stars into the grazing ecology tower and the circulation of fire seeds to be more efficient. What a pity, such a good 5th level soul curtain. The female harvester just ended one of my 3rd level soul curtains. I wanted to use him to fill the vacancy. Tucker took a deep breath and moved his eyes away from Milade's broken body, and looked at the tower in the distance, which was shaky after being bombed by Tucker. It's over? No. The real war has just begun. After a moment of careful feeling, Tucker looked around at the two people. "Let's go," Tucker said calmly. Where to go? To meet St. Lan's meditation star. The one who answered him was Bevis Twain. Is that the meditation star? Even the well-informed Oslin was slightly surprised and stunned. He couldn't help but raise his head and look up at the sky. Under the background of the dark sky and the outline of the dark sun, it was a dark golden old star. In many books on supernatural studies, he had seen those powerful supernatural academies that occupied a small supernatural world to build academies and tower worlds. They will build their own meditation stars. No matter which sequence of the extraordinary, they can practice meditation through meditation stars. The extraordinary ecology of the Earth and the ecology of the universe complement each other, using meditation as the veins and circulate each other. In this way, the constructed ecology will be more powerful. It can be said that a huge meditation star is a symbol of the rise of a powerful extraordinary force. Therefore, even if it was the appearance of the old star just now, Oslin only guessed that this was a special method of the blasphemer. But he never expected that this was actually a great meditation star created by the blasphemer. Building a meditation star of extraordinary ecology, is this the method and ability of the blasphemer? Although he was extremely shocked, Oslin did not show the slightest color of the same color. However, the corner of his eye occasionally glanced at the old star in the sky, betraying his curiosity. Isn't the meditation star calm and natural? Why, when I stared at the meditation star, I vaguely heard the roar of steam waves. Oslin was a little confused, but he couldn't ask directly. Half an hour later, all members of the God Punisher team have gathered at the top of the Shepherd Ecological Tower in Milade. At this time, above the sky, the old stars and angels are in full view. Tucker built the Dark Sun altar. As a blasphemer who blasphemes the God of Dark Sun, it is reasonable for me to build the Dark Sun altar. Aren't you always curious about why I am a blasphemer? Tucker, who was operating the small Dark Sun altar in front of him and completing the circular docking with the Dark Sun Shepherd Tower, slowly spoke. This immediately made everyone curious. Blasphemer, Tucker. This is the information transmitted from the Dark Sun Church. How Tucker blasphemed the evil god Dark Sun, the specific operation, except for Blang who watched, no one else knew anything. Even Blang was just watching the excitement, and didn't know Tucker's detailed operation. Today, Tucker took a deep breath. You'll witness, blasphemer, blaspheming the Dark Sun evil god again. Tucker's words startled everyone. Blasphemer will blaspheme the gods again. They will all be witnesses. As Tucker completed the docking of the Dark Sun altar. Woo woo woo. The roar of the steam sequence spread and stirred in Tucker. At the same time, everyone looked up at the sky at the same time. Woo woo woo. The vast, exciting, ancient steam roar that seemed to have been deposited for billions of years. From the void, along the veins of steam, it rolled in. The roar of steam from the meditation stars? For a moment, everyone was a little confused. What is going on? At the same time, the roar of steam from the old stars uses the Shepherd's Tower as a circulation vein. It rolled and stirred towards the Dark Sun. Yes, Tucker is going to use the Shepherd's Tower as a springboard to bloom the power of Tucker's Steam World fire on the dark sun of Saint Land. This time, Tucker wanted to use the old star to ignite and pollute the great dark sun of all dark sun believers in the entire Saint Land. When Tucker completed this series of operations, the power of the Steam World quickly responded throughout the entire Saint Land. Immediately, in the entire Saint Land area, all the devout believers in the dark sun looked at the sky in amazement. In the original pure dark sun belief vein, in the outline of the great dark sun constructed, a round of the old star slowly rose. It stayed steadily in the core of the dark sun outline. Woo woo woo. At the same time, the old star was mixed in their beliefs, and the roar of steam that made them tremble with fear and indescribable came. On this peaceful and unpeaceful night, blasphemer, Tucker, blasphemed the god of the dark sun again. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237: The Invaded Dark Sun Ecosystem. Today is the coldest day of the gray night. Today is also the time when the ash moon rises to its highest point. As a believer of the dark sun, whether he is in a tavern getting drunk, or enjoying the intimate service of those fallen women in the red light alleys, or on the way to deliver street intelligence to the Dark Sun organization, when old Kalu raised his head and stared carefully, he could always see the terrifying and huge dark sun outline, which appeared in the center of the sky in vision. It almost occupied 1/10 of the sky. God. Always stare. God. Everywhere. Whenever he looked up at the great dark sun outline, old Kalu could only feel that faith could not help but overflow from the depths of his soul. That was the destination of his destiny. Today, old Kalu was drinking in the Black Blood Crypt Tavern as usual. Suddenly, old Kalu vaguely felt something, and he suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. He saw, in the depths of the great dark sun outline that he had devoutly believed in, a dark golden outline that he had never seen before slowly rose. It stood between the dark sun and his belief in the dark sun. Instantly, old Kalu bared his teeth and his eyes were red. His devout belief in the great dark sun was tarnished in this way. The blasphemer actually blasphemed the great god again in Saint Land. However, something happened that made old Kalu even more horrified, and even made his soul tremble and despair. Woo woo woo. From the depths of the faith vein, an indescribable roar sounded in his mind. Not only from the faith dimension. In the surrounding world, those huge roars were also surging. Old Kalu only felt the roar of the whole world, sweeping towards him like a wave. The whole world was against him. Blaster. Blasphemer. Old Kalu wailed in despair. His body shook violently and unnaturally, and black blood quickly gushed out of his eye sockets, ears, mouth and nose. Then there was a bang. Old Kalu's head exploded. This scene made the guests in the tavern exclaim. At the same time, in many places in Saint Land, those supernatural beings who were relatively weak and deeply eroded by the dark sun, in the roar of Saint Land's steam world ecology, were all attacked by the ecological power of the steam world. Compared with a large-scale ecological war in which the Saint Land Tower gathered powerful steam ecological power to attack the blood race ecology, Tucker was attacking the low-level believers who were deeply eroded inside Saint Land. Moreover, the ecological power of the steam world mobilized by Tucker was not much. Yes, this wave of operations. It is an ecological invasion. It is ecological pollution. It is also an ecological war. It is Tucker's first attempt at a war of ecological power. Deep underground in Saint Land, on a dark sun steam tower, holding the magic letter delivered by Milade in his hand, Wendell Francis raised his head and examined the scene in front of him that made his eyes twitch violently. He was heartbroken. This familiar scene was staged again. However, last time, he saw a towering barrier. This time, he saw the damned old star that appeared out of nowhere. The method used this time was exactly the same as the last time. However, last time, the blasphemer Tucker cut into his great belief in the dark sun. This time, the damned blasphemer cut into the ecology. Cut into the dark sun faith ecology jointly constructed by the dark sun believers, humans, werewolves, and blood races of Saint Land. Normally, in the Saint Land area, the great, dark sun ecology is constructed. This is the faith ecology of believers interacting with the dark sun. It is the ecology constructed by the Dark Sun believers with the power of faith and the great Dark Sun. The belief vein of the Dark Sun will only be born and passed on among believers. This kind of faith ecology has a strong closing effect. Non-believers cannot enter such an ecological area. But the reason why blasphemers are called blasphemers, it was because he had the ability to cut into the ecological system of the Dark Sun faith. The blasphemer could not only break in, but also distort faith and even change faith. And this was the core reason why the blasphemer was called the blasphemer. Last time, the damned blasphemer implanted the belief in the Great Barrier into his faith. And this time, fumbling with the Dark Sun magic letter in his hand, looking at the old star that the blasphemer was delivering in the Dark Sun ecology of Saint Land, Wendell Francis vaguely guessed how the blasphemer operated. Milade is dead, Milade's grazing tower. Wendell Francis took a deep breath. It must have fallen into the hands of the blasphemer Tucker. And the Milade Tower is one of the important nodes for connecting the Dark Sun faith veins. It is because the interaction between the Milade Shepherd Tower and the Dark Sun ecology is too deep. So, that's why that damn blasphemer sent that damn vision into the Dark Sun ecological veins of Saint Land. Let all the believers in Saint Land see this damn ecological invasion. Feeling the rising stars of the old days, the anger in Wendell Francis' heart could not stop overflowing. Although Wendell Francis knew that, in essence, this was just an invasion of the enemy in the ecology. Even if the enemy was driven away from that important tower, this strange phenomenon would end. But the problem is, the adverse effects of this kind of thing are really too great. What? The great Dark Sun ecology was invaded in front of everyone? That was the great ecology under the gaze of the great gods. Even the enemy infiltrated a vision into the great Dark Sun ecology. And you still can't resist it? What do you think the werewolves in the totem temple think? What do you think the vampires in the vampire temple think? What do you think the extraordinary people who want to join the Dark Sun camp think? When doubts arise, faith is no longer pious. This is the blasphemer Tucker. The harm caused this time is huge. It is incalculable. Wendell Francis felt his eyes twitching more and more violently, and even black smoke began to rise on his cheeks facing the old stars. Thinking back to what Mild had just said, he believed it a little. This blasphemer. I'm afraid it's more terrifying than he thought. If he is promoted to the 5th level, there may be a chance. But now he is at the peak of the 4th level, and he may not win. Huh? Wendell took a deep breath and tried his best to calm his restless heart. If anyone else dares to use the Tower of the Dark Sun Shepherd to enter the world of Dark Sun faith, of course, they will be immersed in the power of faith of the Great Mother Goddess, and then become loyal believers of Dark Sun. But, the blasphemer, he is not afraid of this. This blasphemer, he will play with faith wantonly. Wendell Francis knew very well that the blasphemer Tucker was able to play with the power of faith, the faith of the Great Barrier World, and the faith ecology of the Mother Goddess Dark Sun today. The blasphemer completely ignored it. Now it seems that this blasphemer can still follow the veins of faith and invade the faith ecology of the Great Dark Sun. Just as Wendell Francis was thinking about how to solve this troublesome ecological invasion as soon as possible. Woo woo woo. Following the dimension of the Dark Sun faith veins, the roar of indescribable terrifying steam surged. The waves of roaring sound, like cold rails, mercilessly mocked all souls in the entire Dark Sun faith ecology area. Looking at the blasphemy and mockery coming from the Dark Sun faith ecosystem along the Dark Sun grazing tower, even Wendell Francis couldn't help it. Blasphemer. He screamed in despair at the bizarre scene of the sky invasion with a hoarse voice. Along with Wendell Francis, the devout Dark Sun believers also screamed in despair. This night. It was a night of despair and wail for the Dark Sun ecosystem. Chapter 238. The third confrontation with the Son of God. The invasion of the Dark Sun Church is itself an invasion of the Dark Sun ecosystem. Back in Lamore, the terrifying Dark Sun poured down into the sky, and the Dark Sun curtain was like a waterfall. Only the Lamore Steam Tower ecosystem barely supported a small world. But in the end, Lamore fell under the attack of the Dark Sun Church's human temple. The war confrontation of Saint Land also started from the invasion of the Dark Sun ecosystem into the Saint Land spiritual world. Nowadays, the outline of the Dark Sun can still be seen in the non-Steam Tower range of the spiritual world. The current battle between the two sides is the confrontation between the Dark Sun ecosystem and the Saint Land ecosystem. But Tucker will not talk about morality with the other party. As Tucker gradually completed the interaction of St. Land's steam world and mastered the means of old meditation star, invading the higher dimensional ecology of the Dark Sun Church Dark Sun Faith ecosystem. This is the real specialty of the blasphemer Tucker. The evil god organization Dark Sun Church, using the Dark Sun ecology to invade a large area of the St. Land's spiritual world. A large number of extraordinary people were converted into Dark Sun believers, and a large number of Dark Sun evil fallen were born by using their intersection with the Dark Sun ecology. The purpose is to use these extraordinary people and Dark Sun evil fallen to build a Dark Sun faith ecology. The bottom St. Land Dark Sun ecology, and a larger range is the Ashes Dark Sun ecology of the entire Ashland. The purpose is the faith ecology of Dark Sun. This is the ultimate goal of the evil god Dark Sun of the Dark Sun Church. Even the actions of the evil god Wendell Francis in the East Continent were all to expand the Dark Sun faith ecology. Don't you want to build a faith ecology? I'm hitting your faith ecology. At this moment, the outline of the old stars permeated and penetrated into the depths of the Dark Sun faith. Let all the Dark Sun believers in the St. Land Dark Sun ecology area clearly see the scene of Tucker blaspheming their great faith. At the same time, the roar of the roaring steam waves. At this time, the silent faith that completely covered the outline of the Dark Sun. You haven't seen the sound of faith veins. It's right that you haven't seen it. Now, the blasphemer Tucker will teach these idiots who believe in evil gods a good lesson. At this time, it is indeed so. When a large number of Dark Sun believers saw the great Dark Sun being blocked by the old days, felt the dull roar of steam, and the veins of faith chased their dignity and worship. The supreme faith was shaken at this moment. They were suddenly crazy. Some screamed in grief and anger. Some had twisted souls. There were even more who were distorted and out of control on the spot. For this kind of distorted and out of control extraordinary people, often, there is no need for official sheriffs, law enforcers, and other extraordinary people to take action. The extraordinary people near them often directly take action to save them. First, they can solve their potential threats. Second, they can get their resources and so on. There are still many kind people like St. Land. However, although the simple not very harmful, but extremely insulting is also Tucker's style, it is only a basic style. Tucker is not only invading the Dark Sun faith ecology at the high-dimensional vein level. A small-scale ecological war is also going on simultaneously. Tucker invaded the Dark Sun faith ecology. He can effectively find those extraordinary people who believe in the Dark Sun devoutly. This is positioning. At the same time, Tucker, who has the steam, world, origin spiritual state, sitting in the main court of St. Land, he can control the world that fits St. Land and master a large amount of world power. This is a means of attack. With positioning and means of attack, then this ecology is a massacre of the entire St. Land and those low-level extraordinary people. Just like the confrontation between the St. Land ecology and the Blood Clan ecology. Those Blood Clan bats were used as cannon fodder. At this time, those low-level extraordinary people who betrayed St. Land and deeply believed in the Dark Sun were also cannon fodder. The wave of steam, world swept across the areas of St. Land and where the steam, world power was relatively strong like a wave. Those Dark Sun believers who have been twisted, out of control, and deformed are not Tucker's target. Tucker's target is those extraordinary people who are in their teens and 20s, who have a certain degree of control over their Dark Sun ecology and do not lose control. In a room, with a roar of steam, the terrified knight felt the power of the steam roaring from all directions. He wanted to jump out of the window to escape. However, just when he opened the window and jumped halfway, he saw that the steam had come alive, rolling and surging, like a train rolling over. Bang! The second-level knight who believed in the Dark Sun had his head crushed directly. In other corners, similar situations were also happening. Bang! 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 Under the ecological war, the heads of these Dark Sun believers exploded one after another. This time, as an invader, Tucker used the Dark Sun belief ecology as the battlefield. No matter how he fought, the Dark Sun ecology would be injured. Invading the Dark Sun belief state, polluting the Dark Sun belief veins, and following their beliefs to attack the Dark Sun believers. This wave, a 3-win start. Shepherd's Tower. Woohoo! The steam roars from the old stars deep in the starry sky. Deep, melodious, vast. Everyone feels as if they are in a meditative state. Everyone around Tucker feels everything around them carefully. Not only is there the gaze and steam roar of the old meditative stars from the depths of the great void, there is also the surging torrent of world power. There is also Tucker's control of the ecological war. They even feel the noise from St. Rand through Tucker's world power. A large number of Dark Sun believers are distorted, out of control, and run away because of Tucker's war on the Dark Sun belief ecology. The sheriffs and law enforcers of St. Rand have begun to come out to maintain law and order. Of course, they, like the tower controllers, control the ecological power to snipe those Dark Sun believers, which also broadens their horizons. For spellcasters, after the 4th level, you need to build a tower. Control your own tower ecology. Wizards who can't control the tower ecology will definitely not go far in the future. This is the consensus of the extraordinary world. I don't know how long it took. I felt that the invasion and pollution had almost taken effect. Tucker slowly gathered his strength. The invasion war against the ecology of the Dark Sun faith has come to an end. Although it's over, the power remaining in the faith veins can still have an impact for a while. And this time, after the news of the ecological war I led spreads, it is enough to set off a huge wave of waves in St. Land, the entire Celians, and even the entire Auga Twin Stars extraordinary world. Let's go, Tucker said. Soon, the enemy strike force will arrive. As Tucker, who fits the power of St. Land's world, he can feel that there is a terrible power brewing in the depths of the lair. And precision allows Tucker to judge that the target position is where he is currently. Accurate correction, not only can it be judged that Tucker is aiming at the enemy, it can also be judged that the enemy is aiming at Tucker himself. Looking over the tower below, Tucker felt a little regretful. This shepherd's tower is very effective. It can be called the most perfect help in this wave. The price that Mield paid for peeping at the herders here was paid back in one wave. After this time, I'm afraid the Dark Sun Church will not dare to expand the Dark Sun Tower like this. This lesson for them. I think it's heavy enough. As Tucker gathered the power of Steam World, ended the ecological war and looked around, Christ, who had been wandering with Tucker for a long time, also came back to his senses. He took a deep breath and tried his best to suppress his horrified eyes. What he saw and heard today completely tore apart his previous ignorance. He used to think that the blasphemer Tucker was just stronger than them in terms of strength. But today, he realized how ignorant he was. The reason why the blasphemer is called the blasphemer is because he can blaspheme the gods. And him. Let alone blaspheming the gods. He is not even qualified to be blasphemed by the Knights of the Son of God. The two. It seems that they are not from the same dimension. Not only Christ felt this way. Everyone present felt the same way. Everyone looked at the blasphemer Tucker with an indescribable strangeness in their eyes. Only after seeing the real mountains did they know how small they were. Only after seeing the blasphemer's methods did they understand the insurmountable gap between them and the blasphemer. Soon the steam train took shape. Everyone boarded the steam train. Woo woo woo. Accompanied by the rapid sound of the steam whistle. Everyone quickly descended along the crumbling outer barrier of the Shepherd's Tower. As everyone drove away from this Dark Sun layer dimension. At this moment, Bevis Twain slowly spoke. Bishop Martha, Archbishop Reagan, they have been watching us. Even, they are still praying in the Three Eyes Holy Temple. If there is any problem, they will support us as soon as possible. Even, the great God is also staring. This time we have successfully completed the task. My lords, they are very satisfied with our actions this time. As soon as these words came out, everyone smiled a little, and the shock of Tucker's unimaginable methods that lingered in their hearts dissipated a lot. Archbishop, Bishop. The affirmation of their actions. That means that this action will definitely be widely publicized. What's more, this incident itself is enough to shock the entire Auga Twin Stars supernatural world. Although they are just assisting. But their great deeds of following the blasphemer will definitely spread. No matter what, it must be a wave of legendary characteristics. While others are still immersed in the next harvest this time, Tucker heard another meaning. That is, the importance of the Three Eyes Church to Tucker. As the fire of the Steam World continues to rise and burn in St. Land, the power of Steam World is becoming more and more pure. This time, there are more than 2 people observing, but many. In addition to some strong men of the Three Eyes Church, there are also some strong men in the St. Land Tower. These people were obviously notified before Bevis took action. This is a team of God punishers formed by the Three-Eyed God Church, with a blasphemer Tucker as the core. Regardless of whether it succeeds or not, the safety must be maximized first. At the same time, there are also strong men from the Dark Sun Church who are observing. They found that something was wrong after Tucker invaded the Dark Sun faith ecosystem, so they conducted remote observation. Compared with the high-level officials of the Three-Eyed God Church and the strong men of the Saint Land Tower who have already prepared, the strong men of the Dark Sun Three Holy Halls who have been hastily observing obviously dare not rush to kill. After all, the Three-Eyed God Church and the Saint Land Tower are so well prepared just to hope that the masters of the Dark Sun Church will kill. Unfortunately, the opponent's strategic determination is very strong. They would rather watch Tucker blaspheme the great Dark Sun faith here, and dare not seem to come to interrupt. Well, compared with faith, the value of life is obviously higher. However, the opponent is not without countermeasures. At this moment, the destructive power of Dark Sun annihilation contained in the depths of the domain is aimed at the domain where Tucker and others are. This is why Tucker wants to leave. Otherwise, Tucker intends to fight the Dark Sun they believe in front of many believers from night to dawn. As the steam train leaves the Dark Sun lair, Tucker at the tail controls the soul shadow and gradually retrieves the sealed barrier stones, magic huts and other resources delivered outside. As part of Tucker's soul extension, Tucker can use these soul shadows to travel through phases over long distances. Even if Tucker does not seem to be making any movements, the wizard's own battle layout will be quickly deployed in silence. Not long after, with the return of the last soul shadow, everything is once again in Tucker's hands. At the same time, the old stars above the sky gradually dissipated. The steam angel also disappeared. Another soul shadow died this time. But we got a knight in return. In the next period of time, prepare 2 more 4th-level soul shadows. Normal possession of 5 soul shadows is enough. And this night, Tucker groped under the wizard robe, the sealed female knight, his eyes slightly condensed. This female knight must be sent to the Three Eyes Church. In the hands of the Three Eyes Church, her value will be squeezed out to the maximum extent. For me, it's just blood sacrifice, corpse recycling, extraordinary characteristics and other low-end means. As a lower knight of Wendell Francis, Wendell can control the lower sequence through the upper sequence. Well, before Wendell controls the lower sequence of this female reaper, I'll take the lead. Maybe Wendell will be afraid of my interference and directly cut off the connection between them. In this way, there is no need to worry about Wendell's subsequent influence on this female reaper, and you can perfectly explore a lot of Wendell's information from her soul in sequence. This is what he thought. Under the wizard's sleeves, as Tucker's fingers danced, the puppet silk thread quickly rose up and poured into the sealed enchantment scroll. Normally, it is not allowed to enter and explore under the sealed enchantment state. But Tucker, who has a cycle with the power of the sealed enchantment, can still do it by slightly relaxing the seal. Soon, Tucker found the sequence veins from the upper sequence in its extraordinary sequence framework. Steam, world, original spiritual state. With a strong talent, Tucker instantly entered the sequence veins belonging to the Dark Sun sequence power system. Soon, at the other end of the vein mimicry, Tucker saw Wendell Francis. What surprised Tucker a little was that the Dark Sun Saint Wendell Francis, who was originally famous and left many legends in the depths of the East Continent, was at this moment cutting the sequence frame extremely tragically. Yes, the Dark Sun Saint, Wendell Francis. He was cutting the sequence connection part with his lower-level extraordinary sequence harvester in a self-mutilation mode within his own sequence framework. Every time he cut, a large amount of source energy would surge and flow away. His level and source energy experience were constantly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, every time he cut, his sequence framework would become unstable and even damage his foundation. This tragic sequence cutting method would be no different from suicide for other extraordinary people. But Wendell Francis, who had lighted the Dark Sun life candle, withstood such tragic damage. He was cutting the sequence efficiently. Now, he still had a chance to cut. What if blasphemer Tucker manipulated and controlled Cynthia? Then he would not even have the chance to cut. He had already been taught a lesson by the Dark Sun Angel, the descending god of the great Dark Sun. If Tucker came again, he might not be able to keep his identity as the Son of God. Looking at this scene, Tucker originally wanted to take this opportunity to enter the other party's ecosystem and cause some trouble, but after thinking about it, Tucker rejected this plan. It seems that this is a great opportunity to beat the fallen dog. However, when the other party thinks so, It may not be the case. Wendell Francis, you have fallen. Tucker said calmly along the lower vein. You don't seek to attack, but seek to protect yourself. Have you lost your confidence as the son of the Dark Sun? Facing Tucker's provocation, Wendell Francis said that he didn't want to talk and sped up his actions. Am I that scary? Tucker smiled. You are scarier than I thought. Wendell Francis responded to Tucker with his cold voice, and his cutting continued. Tucker did not rush to interfere, but just watched quietly until Wendell Francis finished cutting everything. As the last few veins broke, the curtain fell. The two stared at each other quietly, until it disappeared. This time, the confrontation was particularly quiet. It looked calm. But in fact, there were undercurrents. When the link of the sequence framework was completely eliminated, Wendell Francis spoke slowly. He didn't take the bait. At this time, the person next to Wendell Francis was the peak of the 8th level, close to the 9th level of the Holy Crown. The old man said in a low and hoarse voice. I didn't make any backup plans, I just stood beside you. He noticed it. And he was only at the 3rd level. Now, you understand the horror of this blasphemer Tucker. Me. Wendell Francis paused, then nodded. I have completely felt it this time. The old man glanced at Wendell Francis and continued to speak slowly. The divine punishment is ready, and the plan is being prepared. This time, we must get rid of the blasphemer Tucker. After all, St. Land's Dark Sun faith has experienced such a big turmoil. If you can't get rid of this blasphemer, the position of the Son of God will change hands. And you have no need to exist. Wendell Francis shuddered slightly when he heard this. I understand. Chapter 239, Legendary Skeleton, got it. Extra. Extra. The blasphemer once again blasphemes the God of Dark Sun. The old stars are against Dark Sun, and the steam wave crushes the traitors. The 6 members of the God Punishment Team, super geniuses, gathered to tear apart the fragile ecology of Dark Sun. With a large number of newspaper boys waving newspapers and shouting loudly, the steam daily was sold on a large scale in the streets and alleys. The entire Saint Land. No, the entire Principality of Syrian, all the people of the large supernatural city-states. They got the explosive news that was enough to shock the entire continent for a whole year at the first time. On the streets, corners, steam buses, pubs, restaurants, cafes and other corners. A large number of supernaturals took the newly purchased steam daily, which still exuded the smell of fresh ink, and read it carefully. In fact, a large number of supernaturals in St. Land went crazy, deformed, and out of control yesterday. And among them, many people screamed blasphemer at the top of their lungs. In addition, a large number of steam waves were stirring everywhere, killing some supernaturals. And the sheriffs and law enforcers cleaned up and controlled them in time. The residents of St. Land had already guessed that something big was going to happen. Today. As expected. The amount of information contained in today's St. Land Steam Daily News is explosive. A large amount of newspaper information content. Combined with the accompanying picture. The ruined grazing tower, the 6-member God Punishment Team, the old stars in the center of the Dark Sun outline, and the angel. The explosion of information is so high that a large number of extraordinary people read and examine it over and over again. The Tree Heart Crypt Tavern is as lively as ever today. In the tavern, almost everyone has a newspaper. Everywhere is discussing the blasphemy of the blasphemer's ecology. Ecological war, tisk tisk. I didn't expect that the blasphemer has reached the point where he can control the ecological war. It's really amazing. It is said that the 4th level is to build high towers, and the 5th level can control high towers. Only when you reach the 6th level, you are qualified to control the ecological power of high towers. The newspaper said that the blasphemer Tucker Rammer, who is only at the 3rd level, can already control the steam ecology of St. Land. This is really amazing. After all, he is a blasphemer, not an existence we can understand. This blasphemer Tucker's reputation is now spreading everywhere. This is indeed the case. It is said that in the deep ocean, many remote island towns have also known the reputation of the blasphemer. There are even some pirates who keep up with the trend and have formed the blasphemer pirate ship. Blaster pirate ship? Are those pirates so fearless of death? They are already pirates, and they are still afraid of death. Well, that's true. Those damn pirates. Last month, a merchant ship I invested in was robbed by pirates, and I lost more than 2,000 magic gold. Oh, damn pirates. Everyone was discussing it. "Carlos, haven't you seen your sister yet?" Someone looked at Carlos and said loudly. "We can't wait to hear the explanation of the person involved." "That's right. Could it be that your sister is hiding?" Many people stationed at the L'Amour Steam Lighthouse and who are also regular customers in the tavern shouted at Carlos. "My sister disappeared after she came back yesterday. You asked me, but I don't know." Carlos spread his hands with an innocent look. "I only found out from the newspaper that my sister was involved in this kind of thing." "Then when your sister comes back and tells you those wonderful stories, don't forget to tell us." That's right. Many regulars in the tavern were eating and drinking and talking happily. Anyway, these people are all from L'Amour and have long been familiar with each other. The ecology of L'Amour seems to have taken root here quietly. At this time, in the corner, Tucker, who had eaten his fill, ordered a large glass of Oakstone fruit wine, ready to spend a nice after-meal rest time, and then planned to go to the tower to continue studying. Going to the tower to study is one of Tucker's daily routines. As long as there is nothing necessary. Rune meditation and enlightenment. Going to the tower to study. These two things, Tucker can't do anything. Did you go? After Carlos put away the newspaper that he had read countless times, he looked at the fire-breathing wizard Andre sitting opposite him. "I want to participate, but unfortunately I'm not strong enough." Tucker lay back gently shaking the large glass of stone fruit wine, and said lightly, "Really? Isn't your strength quite powerful?" Carlos asked doubtfully. But obviously there is still a certain gap with him. The disguised Andre had a very self-aware expression on his face. This time, after Tucker and others returned, Tucker handed the sealed Reaper female assassin to Bevis Twain, and informed the Dark Sun Saint that he had cut off the connection between the upper and lower sequences. Bevis Twain, after learning about it in detail, took the things to the Three Eyes Church. The other few people returned to the Steam Lighthouse and practiced in seclusion, including Zyluar. This time, they followed Tucker to feel the magic of the world power. In line with the Steam world ecology, they all had a new understanding. This is obviously a good thing. After all, Tucker also knew the heaven-defying nature of his Steam world original spiritual state. They need to practice in seclusion to digest the gains this time. Tucker didn't have this need. After a little meditation, Tucker planned to go to the tower to study after eating. As a result, he encountered such explosive news in today's Steam Daily as soon as he came out. While enjoying the rest time after the meal, Tucker also carefully felt the deep precipitation of the legendary characteristics deep in his body that could not be described in words. The slow precipitation of the legendary characteristics, even Tucker needs to feel it carefully before he can be slightly aware of it. Tucker had never deeply felt his own legendary characteristics before. But this time, Tucker once again created an incredible legendary event. The impact was huge and far-reaching. The extraordinary characteristics with immortal legendary nature began to settle again in Tucker's body, and the accumulated characteristics were already slightly perceived by Tucker. The creation and accumulation of various incredible events. Tucker has now begun to truly settle his legendary characteristics. The road to legendary characteristics is very long. It can take hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. In essence, before the extraordinary master, the precipitation of legendary characteristics will not bring qualitative changes to oneself. But the impact is particularly far-reaching. The legendary weapon alone is something that many extraordinary people cannot achieve. Especially now, the three-eyed God Holy Spirit Empire has a large number of extraordinary world planes. The Principality of Syrian is just one of the many extraordinary world planes. According to Bevis Twain, today's wave of Steam sequence has surged in many extraordinary planes. Steam star tracks even connect many extraordinary worlds. The surge of Steam waves has created many geniuses and strong men in the Steam sequence. Even, there has been the birth of a Steam extraordinary master. In the wave of the Steam era, legendary characteristics are at the perfect time for forging. Many geniuses have forged their own powerful legendary weapons after becoming famous. Even in Saint Land, there are people who have forged legendary weapons. In this operation, Tucker, as a blasphemer, is naturally the core of the core. He has the most legendary characteristics. And in the God Punisher team, those who are interested in building legendary weapons can benefit greatly from this battle. If they succeed in forging, perhaps the legendary weapons are not as powerful as Tucker's. But in the current Steam Wave era, it is still very advantageous to get legendary weapons as early as possible. With the precipitation of this event, Tucker is next preparing for the final stage of forging his own legendary ringstaff, Devil Ringstaff. Not long after, a shadow outline emerged in the corner. It was Bevis Twain. "Tucker, I've brought you your legendary skeleton." Bevis Twain's voice rang out from the shadow dimension. These words made the wine in Tucker's hand ripple a little. The legendary skeleton is finally here. Tucker's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a faint flicker of flames. Chapter 240 Legendary Forging, Steady Team Formation. Runes, other basic materials, demon souls, and Tucker's own legendary fire. All these things are ready. What's missing is the legendary skeleton. Now, with Bevis' arrival, the legendary skeleton has arrived unexpectedly ahead of schedule. In the dark corner of the Lamore Lighthouse area in the spirit world, Tucker got a legendary skeleton. The legendary skeleton stored in the extraordinary storage bracelet is a section of ulna. It is an ordinary gray-white color, and it doesn't look much different from ordinary bones. But when Tucker touched the legendary skeleton with a puppet thread, he could feel the heavy, legendary characteristics that had been deposited in the long river of time. This legendary characteristics is like a vast epic of time, recording a lot of information. Tucker felt the past in detail and in depth. There are certain traces of sequence, but it is obvious that a complete extraordinary sequence has not been condensed. It should still be in the early stages of human exploration of the extraordinary sequence. At that time, the potential, characteristics, rules, and methods of the extraordinary sequence were all in the exploratory stage. So this strong man has only initially condensed the extraordinary sequence, but has not strictly followed the path of the extraordinary sequence. After all, it took humans thousands of years to explore the framework of the extraordinary sequence system. In the last few hundred years, the system has gradually become complete. This ancient legendary strongman cannot wait for the sequence system to be completed, and he does not have time to wait until the sequence is completed. This legendary strongman only has a vague sequence framework in the initial level before level 60. In other words, this bone is at least 3,000 years old. Do not follow the practice of the extraordinary sequence system, and do not construct your own extraordinary sequence. That is to cultivate your own soul and body. Tucker's mind emerged with a practice route of the non-sequence system. Through various meditations and cultivation methods, the soul and body can be continuously strengthened and transformed, so as to impact higher levels and realms. This was the way before the extraordinary sequence was developed. It has the simplicity and beauty of primitive cultivation. With the evolution and advancement of the tide of the times, with a large amount of in-depth research, summary and construction of the extraordinary sequence and the extraordinary world. Nowadays, times have changed, and the way of cultivation has also changed. The extraordinary sequence seeds allow everyone to become an extraordinary person. Even if there are no high pursuits, it is still hopeful to be a first-level or second-level extraordinary person by being steady and using ordinary materials. And this was something that was completely unimaginable in the more ancient times. At that time, magicians were noble. Even apprentice magicians were noble beings. And now, noble as hell. Spellcasters will only be considered fragile. Well, it seems to be the same in the past. Sure enough, no matter how the times change, it cannot change the fact that spellcasters are fragile. Tucker couldn't help shaking his head. Looking at this skeleton, feeling the traces of epic years, Tucker was filled with emotion for a moment. I don't know which legendary human being's hand bones these are. It is truly a legendary existence to be able to reach above level 200 and achieve the legendary realm through self-cultivation thousands of years ago without the system of the extraordinary sequence. This is a legendary existence. The journey of extraordinary cultivation. Below level 100 is the basic extraordinary sequence. Above level 100 is the extraordinary master sequence. Level 100 to 200 is the detailed level division of the extraordinary master sequence. And above level 200 is the realm of legendary powerful. Above level 200, looking at the vast sea of extraordinary stars, it is also a legendary existence. A legendary world may not be able to give birth to a legendary powerhouse for many years. Take the Auga twin stars extraordinary world as an example. Although several major forces also have the existence of the extraordinary master level. But a legendary powerhouse has never been born. The realm of a legendary powerhouse starts with a lifespan of 1,000 years, combined with some particularly rare extraordinary treasures. It is not impossible to have a lifespan of thousands of years. This gives the legendary strongman enough time to embark on the path of eternal gods. The more he examined and observed the bones of a legendary strongman, the more excited Tucker's heart was. Even a strongman of this level will still fall. You know, although the legendary strongman has not become a god, the high-level legendary strongman is also stronger than some holy spirits. The more powerful legendary strongman can even be on par with some lower-level gods whose faith is not strong enough and whose divine fire is not strong enough. Compared with other ordinary extraordinary people, there is awe and fear for extraordinary masters, legendary strongmen, and eternal gods. Tucker is more able to look at these higher realms of practice with a normal mind. As a wizard, what he studies is the in-depth analysis of these extraordinary ecosystems and deep realms. At my current level, I am only a very, very weak existence in the extraordinary world. From the perspective that I am barely qualified to travel to other extraordinary worlds after reaching level 40, my current level 30 is basically still in the initial shelter and development period. Well, before reaching level 100, I need to develop in a wretched and steady manner. After reaching level 100, I need to build a safer tower by myself, and then develop more deeply and steadily. After some thoughts, Tucker gradually stabilized his mind. This time, I can get a skeleton of a legendary strong man, and it is such a large piece of skeleton to build my legendary ring staff, which is already quite good. The three-eyed god church, seeing my talent, means, and ability are so explosive, finally willing to spend a lot of money. Tucker smiled lightly. After getting the legendary skeleton, I can almost start forging my demon legendary ring staff. As Tucker finished his feelings and gradually gathered his mind, Bevis Twain on the side slowly asked, "How is it?" "It has a heavy epic feeling of time. Even if you feel it carefully, you can see a lot of things." Tucker thought about it and said. Bevis Twain smiled. "Yes. This legendary strong man is one of the pioneers of our human beings in the extraordinary Star Sea world. When humans pioneered the extraordinary Star Sea, fought against many powerful alien races, and even fought on the playing battlefield, he was there. Our human beings have slowly walked out of the initial basic extraordinary world and integrated many extraordinary worlds. This extraordinary strongman has made an indelible contribution. In the future, you will go to the Three-Eyed God Church and the Legend Collection Hall. When you go there, you will know which strongman it is. The characteristics of legendary resonance are still very powerful." Tucker nodded. The Three-Eyed God Holy Spirit Kingdom has stood firm under the deterrence and coercion of many extraordinary alien races, and has the vast Star Sea territory today. Of course, it is impossible to give it away with a recharge. These territories were killed inch by inch with real swords and guns. As human power grows stronger, it will naturally border on the territories of other forces. But in general, it is still possible to maintain a certain peace with many extraordinary races. But foreign evil god forces like the Dark Sun Evil God Church basically do not talk about reason. In many extraordinary worlds, the Dark Sun Evil God is constantly eroding and invading the extraordinary world of the Three-Eyed God Holy Spirit. The more steam roars and the more prosperous the steam tower ecology is in the extraordinary world, the more it will be invaded by the Dark Sun Evil God Church. The power of the steam sequence is very powerful and special. Tucker heard from some scholars that the steam sequence is likely to be the magical power that changes the era of the extraordinary era. It is precisely because of this that it attracts the covetousness of foreign forces. With a continuous construction of the steam sequence in the human world, it is easy to cause the tide of the times, which is also related to the steam sequence. In addition, Bevis Twain continued to narrate. This time, our actions have caused great harm to the Dark Sun Evil God organization. Especially your blasphemous performance in boosting the morale of the Dark Sun faith ecosystem. Whether it is the High Tower, our church, or the Principality of Syrians, they have all expressed great support for your future practice. At the same time, they have also shown great interest in the meditation stars. Even the Principality of Syrians, they also plan to let you go to the floating star city to build a meditation star. Of course, this approach of the Principality's royal family was sternly rejected by many powerful people in St. Rand. Meditation stars, that's the construction of St. Rand, one of the great cores of the future. Of course it is impossible to give it to others easily. But because of this, St. Land, the royal family of Syrian, and the Three-Eyed God Church have had a lot of disputes over the specific location of the Meditation Star Tower. Although the most core function of the Meditation Star is to build the seeds of the Meditation Star, so that we can observe the great stars for practice, and even more deeply fit the state of practice. But near the Meditation Star Tower, you can still enjoy the steam ecology of the Meditation Tower Star. All three forces want the Meditation Star Tower to be closer to them. The address is easy to choose, but people's hearts are complicated. Bevis Twain's explanation made Tucker smile. These people argued back and forth, but no matter what, the final site selection must satisfy Tucker. Otherwise, Tucker will choose the location of the Meditation Star Tower himself. After all, to a certain extent, the Meditation Star Tower will be Tucker's practice location for a period of time in the future. The first principle is Tucker's satisfaction. This war against the dark sun faith ecology has a huge impact. Not only the many bishops of our Three-Eyed God, but also the strong men of the St. Lander Tower, pay special attention to you. At the same time, the Dark Sun Church will inevitably take action against you. It is possible that they have noticed the identity you are disguising now. I know. Tucker nodded. So, my current range of activities is basically here in the Lamore Tower. The world here is very compatible with me. Just understand it yourself. Bevis Twain nodded. This Lamore spiritual world layer, as well as the furnace core fire road around Lamore, the lighthouse ecology that already existed around it, and the large amount of steam gray fog of St. Lander itself. Everything is the huge ecology of St. Lander itself. And the ecology here and Tucker's steam world are perfectly integrated. Tucker is here. There is no difference from being in his own wizard tower. If low-level extraordinary people dare to come here, they can't find Tucker, and even if they find him, they can't beat him. And high-level extraordinary people, such as the 6th and 7th level strong people, it is very easy to be discovered by the means arranged by the strong men of the Three-Eyed God Church. Tucker knows it very well. Not only Bishop Martha has arranged means here. Even Archbishop Reagan Joe has arranged means here. St. Lander itself is their home ecology. If there is an enemy invasion, they will know it one step ahead of Tucker. In addition, Tucker's own strength is not weak, and there are many means of escape. It is still very safe here in the Lamore Tower. Moreover, the demon ring staff that Tucker wants next will further enhance Tucker's strength. And strength will better guarantee Tucker's own safety. Next, you are going to forge the demon ring staff. Yes. Tucker nodded. Senior Bevis, you should be too. Bevis Twain also smiled and nodded. In this wave, Bevis harvested so many resources. And the St. Lander wave is the perfect time to ignite the legendary characteristics and forge legendary equipment. Geniuses with resources and background will naturally not miss this opportunity. Now, there are many geniuses gathered in St. Land. Every day Tucker can see some powerful geniuses in the newspaper. Some 3rd level and 4th level powerful geniuses and extraordinary people's achievements are listed, etc. Some time ago, someone forged a legendary ring staff, which is a perfect witness. Are you also going to the Leelong family to find Baggins, who has a good relationship with you, to forge it? Bevis Twain asked. Yes. Tucker nodded. Baggins and I have a good relationship. He has forging ability himself. In addition, this legendary forging is more about borrowing the power of the ceremony rather than his own power. It's good to let Baggins help forge. Forgers and extraordinary weapons complement each other. Legendary forging is even more so. When will you forge it? Bevis Twain asked immediately. At the latest this ash cycle. If it's fast, it will be in the next few days. Baggins still needs some notifications from me and needs to make many preparations. Tucker thought for a while and said. After listening to Tucker's explanation, Bevis Twain thought for a moment before speaking. Since you plan to forge in this ashes period, I will postpone it for a while. When you forge, I will guard you by your side. When you finish forging, I hope you can also guard by your side. At the same time, I also plan to borrow your barrier land. Tucker raised his eyebrows slightly. With Bevis Twain's strength, he basically does not need to borrow Tucker's forging land and Tucker's help, but now he actively asks to borrow and seek help. Senior Bevis, is there anything wrong with forging? Tucker asked puzzled. One of the purposes of my coming here this time is to tell you. It is dangerous to forge legendary equipment in St. Land now. Those foreign hunters, they not only hunt powerful extraordinary people, They even hunt legendary equipment. Can they also hunt legendary equipment? Tucker frowned slightly. Yes. Bevis Twain nodded. Hunters hunt legendary equipment and can use their innate abilities to transform legendary equipment into their own prey, thereby obtaining ownership of the legendary equipment. They can even reforge and process the legendary equipment to a certain extent to make it more suitable for themselves. Some hunters will also use the sell ability to sell the good things they hunt to others. They can sell those legendary weapons. Legendary equipment has its own legendary fire seeds. It seems that no one else can use it except you. Can it be sold? Tucker was stunned and asked in confusion. Bevis Twain smiled and explained. The means and abilities of the extraordinary world are very strange. Those hunters use their hunting abilities to seize extraordinary equipment, and then integrate the forger's soul into the legendary equipment for hunting and forging, which can maintain the existence of the legendary fire for a long time. It is completely possible to use special means, sales, to transfer the ownership of extraordinary equipment afterwards. The extraordinary sequence has developed to the current extraordinary era. The core abilities and means of each extraordinary sequence are quite powerful. Take the sheep transformation technique, one of the core abilities of our wizards, for example. It is a means to completely change the essential form of life. In fact, you have always benefited from the sheep transformation technique's ability to change your appearance, form, temperament, and breath to disguise yourself. Prevent the enemy from discovering you. You yourself are a beneficiary of the wizard's core abilities. It's no big deal for other extraordinary sequences to have some powerful means. Bevis Twain's explanation made Tucker smile. That's true. The core abilities of each extraordinary sequence are still very powerful. Hunters are born to hunt for a living, hunting other extraordinary sequences, hunting powerful legendary equipment. This is not surprising. Bevis Twain said again while thinking. It's because of these hunters. Some time ago, there was an incident where a forger was forging a legendary weapon, and the dwarf who forged it, the forger himself, and the half-forged legendary weapon were hunted. This incident had a great impact on the dwarves, and even had a negative impact on the dwarf forging of Saintland. So, they suppressed this matter, hoping that such things would affect the forging ability and forging safety of the Saintland dwarves. Before, I had plans for forging in this regard. When I went to investigate the dwarf street, I found that there were many hunters who were ready to move there. Obviously, those hunters wanted to hunt those forgers and their legendary equipment during the wave of this time period. But, Bevis Twain paused, generally speaking, as long as the precautions are better, we can still complete the forging relatively safely. At the same time, if we too stagger our time and forge in groups one after another, it will be safer. What do you think? Tucker thought for a moment and nodded. Nowadays, there are many powerful masters in St. Lander. I often meet some powerful guys when I go out. I think it is safer for us to form a group. Doesn't that Oslin also want to forge the legendary ring staff? Why don't we call him too? Tucker's words made Bevis Twain laugh. He originally had this plan, and since Tucker said so, he didn't hesitate anymore. Bevis Twain nodded. Then you should prepare in the next 2 days. I'll go to see Earl Oslin, and then we'll go to the dwarf street to forge together. Whoever dares to come during this forging, we'll use their blood to sacrifice our legendary ring staff. We can also use the lives of these hunters to upgrade our ring staff. Bevis Twain's words made Tucker quite satisfied. Tucker liked this kind of ruthless and decisive teammates. Chapter 241 Forging Ceremony, the heroic spirit arrives. The underground fire rock area. Deep in the spirit world. The fire furnace tower community area. Looking around, the flames in the sky are like a fishing net, densely packed and crisscrossed. The sky of this layer is illuminated with a fiery red. The flame clouds higher up are like a blazing sunset, dazzling and colorful. Even the erosion power of the dark sun cannot penetrate the sky furnace fire channel, nor can it affect this area. As a tribe that has lived in St. Land for thousands of years, the dwarf tribe has built a fire furnace tower community in the depths of the spirit world in a large area around the dwarf street. The flames in the fire channel of St. Land itself are stably absorbed and used for their own purposes. The fire channel, like the river channel, will also change slowly. With a fire furnace tower, you can stably control the fire channel without worrying about the change of the fire channel. It is precisely because of this The dense and interlaced furnace fire paths here form a rare fire path furnace ecological area in the Saint Lander spiritual world ecology that can compete with the dark sun. Many fire elves can follow these spiritual world fire paths to travel between reality and the spiritual world. At this time, at a node, the blazing flames of the sky fire path burned into a 50-meter spiritual world tower built by Baggins himself. And inside this furnace tower, with Tucker's operation, the powerful barrier ceremony slowly ended. Tisk tisk. Brother Andre, I am convinced by your great barrier today. Baggins, who was watching the barrier ceremony on the side, stroked the wall, feeling the powerful barrier power contained in it, and he couldn't help but sigh. I feel like if you let me use my forging hammer to bombard this barrier, I can't drill a hole in 3 days and 3 nights. It feels like a towering mountain. It's so majestic that it's admirable. As Baggins, who had a big beard and was wearing a forging suit and was ready for forging, exclaimed loudly. Bevis Twain and Earl Oslin Lawrence on the side also silently looked at Tucker's masterpiece of perfect fusion of the barrier and the tower that took more than 2 days to build. Although they were not as exaggerated as Baggins, they secretly admired Tucker for completing this powerful barrier. They asked themselves, it would be difficult to open it without spending some powerful means and time. A few days ago, Tucker, Bevis, Oslin, and Baggins came to the spiritual world furnace tower area of the Long family together. They began to prepare for forging the legendary ring staff. Building a barrier tower is the first step. Tucker spent a lot of time to complete the construction of the barrier, and the materials were sufficient and solid. This time, the barrier was a combination of the iron coupling source wall, the silver shining holy wall and some crystal source initial wall. Although the power of the latter two was not much, it could also achieve an effect close to the silver shining holy wall. This can provide a good defense for the next forging. At the same time, Tucker did not intend to cancel the power of this barrier, so he let it combine with the fire road furnace tower and leave it to Baggins for long-term use. And if you want a barrier to combine with the material, then the iron coupling source wall with a solidified foundation is inevitable. Feeling the power of the barrier, it gradually settled and stabilized. Baggins. Tucker spoke slowly. With Tucker's voice, Baggins looked over. Tucker took out the extraordinary storage and handed it to Baggins. Inside was all the materials that Tucker prepared to forge the legendary Devil's Ring staff. Legendary bones, demon souls, 5 types of large numbers of runes, dragon scales, basic materials, etc. Next, it's up to you. Tucker said in a deep voice. Understood. Baggins nodded carefully. Then Tucker looked at Bevis and Oslin. You two, I'll leave the defense outside to you. Don't worry, I want to rely on your fortress tower in the future, and it will definitely not go wrong. Oslin promised carefully. And Bevis nodded silently at Tucker. Everything is self-evident. Following the door frame left by Tucker on the forging tower, the two left the forging tower and soon hid deep in the surroundings. And Tucker closed the forging door frame again and welded it shut. The furnace area at the top of the tower. There is a furnace altar 5 or 6 meters high. The outside is in the shape of a pyramid, and the inside is a hot flame gathered from the furnace fire channel. Baggins had already prepared the forging ceremony. At the edge of the furnace altar, he placed many materials one by one on the forging table below the furnace altar. Holding his forging hammer, he began to chant the forging ceremony of the God of Furnace and Craftsman. Great God of Furnace and Craftsman, I am the spark of your devout faith in the furnace. With a most sincere attitude, I pray to you, pray for the arrival of your forging spirit. Help me complete the forging of the legendary demon ring staff. Baggins, with a pious look and a soothing tone, chanted in a low voice over and over again. The fire of the furnace bloomed faintly around him. This kind of ritual of praying for greatness. Pray directly to the gods, pray for the arrival and gaze of the gods' will. It is estimated that only with the determination to die, there is a little bit of slim hope to get the attention of the great gods. But if what you pray for is the great gods' subordinate holy spirits, which is what people often call heroic spirits. For the gods of furnaces and craftsmen, that is forging heroic spirits. That's easier. In the divine kingdom of gods and spirits ecology, the great gods are great eternal existences. It is impossible for the gods to respond to everything. The great gods are not your operators in caring customer service. Being able to pray directly to the great gods. Only those who are blessed by the gods at the level of archbishops can hope to get a direct response from the gods. However, Even those heroic spirits in the kingdom of God who are easy to respond are not able to respond casually. You dare to pray for the arrival of the hero for trivial matters, just to make fun of it. That hero will instantly turn into an evil hero to let you feel what the punishment of the gods is. However, the legendary forging that Baggins is doing at this time. This is a real big deal. Not only will it help the gods, but it will also help the forged heroes who come down. About 10 minutes later, a figure with a flame outline began to sway in the furnace flame. Soon, a flame-forging hero in the form of a centaur slowly appeared. The centaur flame-forging hero walked out of the furnace channel. Hua-hua! The hot fire wave rolled in. The temperature of the entire altar space was rising. The centaur flame-forging heroic spirit solidified Tucker for a moment, turned around, and turned into a thick and hot flame, which quickly poured into Baggins' body. Baggins' body quickly expanded and became half of the front horse body. At the same time, the outline of the centaur flame heroic spirit also emerged in the back half. The two were almost integrated. Praying for the arrival of the forging heroic spirit, Baggins was the carrier. Undergo the entire forging process. It was baked and tempered like a furnace, like a punishment. At the same time, absorb the experience of the entire forging process and endure the tempering of the fire. This is a rare opportunity for Baggins, an opportunity that others can't find even if they want to seek. After such a forging and tempering, absorbing and deeply experiencing it, not only is there hope to achieve the 40th level, Baggins is more likely to be promoted from a forging expert to a forging master. The forging spirit swept his eyes over the materials on the forging board. Forge a 3rd level demon ring staff. The centaur flame forging heroic spirit asked using Baggins' body. His voice was particularly ethereal and profound, and seemed to echo in every corner. Yes. Tucker nodded. A 3rd level ring staff requires so many rune mysteries? Moreover, all of them are powerful 5-ring states. The centaur flame forging heroic spirit slowly spoke again when he picked up the materials and threw them into the furnace. After thinking for a while, Tucker said seriously, "Yes. This is barely enough." These words made the centaur flame forging heroic spirit's arm that was throwing the materials stagnate slightly. But it was only for a moment, and then it returned to normal. "I hope that your powerful talent can make good use of this powerful demon ring staff." After the voice fell, the centaur flame forging heroic spirit began the legendary forging of the demon ring staff. Chapter 242 Legend Exclusive, Hurting Demons. Clang. Clang. Inside the furnace lava tower. The centaur flame forged heroic spirit wielded the heroic flame hammer to forge. Every time it fell, it was like a heavy blow from a meteorite falling on the ground. The sound waves were visible to the naked eye, sweeping every corner of the tower. Meteorite forging method. Tucker remembered that when he was chatting with Baggins before, Baggins mentioned this forging method. The hammer fell into the ground like a meteor, and it could shape the material frame to be as indestructible as meteorite iron. In this magical forging method, Tucker's legendary demon ring staff, with legendary bones as the core and demon soul as the foundation, was gradually forged into shape by the centaur flame forged heroic spirit in the ritual flames from the great kingdom of gods. Faintly, Tucker could already hear the roar and wail of the demon deep in the demon ring staff. The demon soul was being activated by the forging power. Feeling the demon wail that made the soul tremble slightly, Tucker couldn't help but smile a little. Listen, this 3rd level demon is shouting so happily. As the forging of the centaur flame forging heroic spirit gradually rose, the air was about to be ignited. Tucker estimated that it was at least 400 or 500 degrees. But this level of flame temperature is not even hot for Tucker, who has long been able to do lava butterfly swimming. Watch and feel the hot air waves. In his spare time, Tucker opened his attribute page. Superb sequence, Steam, Wizard, level 33. Origin Dark Sea, level 33. Superb magical powers, Phase Walking, 665 fragments, level 39. Heart of Flame, 920 fragments, level 39. Superb talent, Precision, Correction, SSS level 1180%. Steam, World, Origin Spiritual State, SSS exclusive level 2020%. During the period in Saint Land, in addition to practicing, adding points is also in progress. Tucker's accuracy, correction, was increased to 1180%, and his ability to correct and cut the world veins was greatly improved compared to before. The key point is that the magical power, Heart of Flame, was gradually increased to 920%. This made Tucker's talent in flames more and more powerful. Not only can he easily manipulate flames, but the characteristics of flames are also ridiculously strong. This is one of the reasons why Tucker can achieve the reputation of fire-breathing wizard. Even Tucker plans to learn a 3-star or even 4-star room-level dragon breath secret art when he reaches a higher level in the future, strengthens the forbidden spells and witchcraft, and has spell carrying capacity in his wizard ecology. The dragon breath wizard who can spit out dragon breath sounds very good. Heart of Flame, combined with dragon breath secret art. Tucker estimated that even a real dragon might not be able to spit more than him. Just as Tucker was observing his own attributes, a ghost-like voice in the empty valley suddenly sounded. Do you want your demon staff to have the exclusive ability of the demon staff, ship-harding demons? Tucker looked up and found that the centaur flame-forging heroic spirit who had stopped forging was looking at him. Ship-harding demons? What does that mean? Tucker asked with some confusion. It's the same as the shepherd, but you can only use the demon staff. Shepherding is the soul of the third-level demon lord. Through shepherding, the demon soul can go out hunting, devouring, killing and become stronger. The power of the demon soul will also promote the power of the demon staff. It's equivalent to, your demon staff has the ability to grow automatically, and you get a helper of a third-level demon lord who can grow. But, correspondingly, if you can't control this demon, the demon may break free from the shackles of the staff, or even devour your soul. Tucker raised his eyebrows when he heard it. Can there be such a good thing? Grazing demons allows the demon want to have the means of grazing growth, plus a third-level demon lord for free. Is this the exclusive ability of the powerful legendary wand? As for the devil's backlash, Tucker ignored it directly. Want a backlash? This third-level demon must have been beaten by society. With this in mind, Tucker asked carefully. Respected senior crucible heroic spirit, if my legendary demon wand has the additional exclusive ability of grazing demons, what price do I need to pay? Tucker and Baggins initially drafted a free paragraph of the chanting spell of the forging ceremony. It contains a series of basic abilities of the wand, such as light flame state, shadow walking, source energy recovery, fast casting, spell reserve. It does not require too many powerful abilities. Tucker mainly wants to use the most essential ability of the legendary demon wand. Carry more rune ring states. This will allow Tucker to bring out his rune mysteries more perfectly. But I didn't expect that this centaur flame forging heroic spirit would actually ask Tucker if he would take the initiative to add functions, and such powerful exclusive functions. It's impossible to get something for free. The price must be paid. I will release the demon soul, and you will need to subdue this demon soul. Of course, if you can beat him up, it will be even better. The centaur flame-forging heroic spirit said slowly. Demons always fear those who are stronger than them. Defeat the demon, and your legendary demon ring staff will gain the ability to herd demons. If you are defeated by this demon soul, then, your forging will fail, and the demon will escape. Even in the future, this fleeing demon soul will come to trouble you, or even seek revenge. Tucker raised his eyebrows slightly. The price is here. It sounds fair. Tucker nodded. I like this method, so let it go. As Tucker's voice fell, the centaur flame-forging heroic spirit threw the half-forged demon ring staff back into the furnace. Roar, roar, roar. The angry roar rolled out like thunder. The flames in the altar furnace seemed to have taken a tonic pill. The fire snake spread wildly along the exit of the altar furnace. In a few breaths, the entire forging altar area had turned into a sea of fire. The waves of fire were jumping wildly in the altar area. From the furnace altar, the flame demon soul of the third-level demon quickly condensed its own flame body. The 5-meter-tall body outline stood on the altar, and the demon horns were almost touching the ceiling. The 7 or 8-meter-long demon tail whip was like an anchor chain. Even though it had just condensed, there was still a sound of metal collision when it rubbed against the ground. The third-level flame demon Hedala, once condensed, it looked at the weak third-level human who wanted to forge it this time. Roar. Weak flesh and blood human, you will pay the price for your greed. Roar. The roaring Hedala suddenly opened his mouth. Hua-la. The almost black demonic flames rushed towards the 3 weak humans. This demonic flame that was enough to melt the mountains and burn the earth quickly enveloped the weak third-level human. Chi-chi-chi. Hedela could even hear the hissing sound of the flame burning life. Just when Hedela unilaterally thought that he had won, he heard a calm voice. "Is your demonic flame so weak?" "What?" Hedela was startled. When he looked at the third-level human again, he saw that the black demonic fire that was originally burning on his body, at this time, it was actually gathered in the palm of the hand of the third-level human wizard. Its flame was actually controlled by the weak wizard. Even this extremely condensed demonic fire was more intense and powerful than the hot concentration of the flame that Hedela himself spewed out. At this moment, the flame demon Hedela felt that his dignity had been insulted unprecedentedly. He was a powerful third-level demon lord born from flames and magma. And the other party was just a weak human wizard. Damn human. Hedela suddenly opened his mouth and once again spit out hot flames mixed with a strong smell of magma, plus the devil's unique destruction damage towards Tucker. This time, there was not only the magic damage of the demon's flames, but also the physical impact damage of the magma spewing, and the devil's unique destruction characteristic damage. In particular, the destruction characteristic damage can annihilate various defenses at the material and energy levels. Directly annihilate them, making the matter and energy disappear. This is the power of the devil's unique destruction characteristic damage. Facing such an attack, Tucker no longer resisted, holding the opponent's black flames, cooperating with his 1-star sorcery dragon source scale armor shield, and holding up a black flame holy shield with one hand, supplying source energy continuously, blocking all the spewing of Hedela's demon magma. The rich magma transformed from the flames had settled in front of Tucker half a person's height in an instant. It absorbs and transforms magma material from the flame energy veins, and it has a comprehensive combination of magic damage, material damage, and characteristic damage. Tisk tisk. It is indeed a demon creature. This destruction characteristic damage is very good, but it is a little too weak. As long as there is a constant supply of source energy, it can become a living shield. This destruction characteristic damage is basically no threat to me. As for the flame damage, let alone. It's no problem to soak your feet directly with his magma flame, while holding up the black flame holy shield to fight against the demon's magma spitting. Tucker was also carefully feeling the means and abilities of the third-level demon lord. After all, it is already very difficult to find an enemy who is not much different from Tucker's level and can also compete with Tucker. Although this flame demon soul has a fierce offensive, but it is always based on flames. Flame attack damage accounts for more than 95%. And Tucker, who has a 920% flame heart, has a natural resistance and defense ability in terms of flames that is more amazing than Tucker expected. The flame of this third-level Lord Demon made Tucker feel no danger at all. Heart of Flame itself has the ultimate control over flames. Combined with Tucker's Steam World original spiritual state, this allows Tucker to complete the control of the demon's flames and use them for his own benefit. It can be said that Tucker's powerful Heart of Flame now almost perfectly restrains this flame demon. If it were other series of demons, they might be able to struggle for a while. But this flame demon is a pure gift. As this wave of magma spewing came to an end, Tucker also waved his hand to disperse the flame holy shield. Human wizard, I admit that you are very powerful. After 2 consecutive waves of flame spewing, Hedela stared at Tucker, shook his head, and whispered to tell the story. But his low explanation was ruthlessly interrupted by Tucker. In fact, my strength does not need you to admit it. And Tucker paused, took a deep breath, and continued. You are bluffing here, aren't you? Absorbing the power of the flame to restore your strength? Tucker's words made Hedela pause slightly. It is indeed absorbing the power of the flame to restore its strength. As the form of the demon's soul, it can't even exert 1/3 of its strength now. Just as Hedela approached Tucker in surprise, Tucker slowly spoke. You don't need to absorb it. Your fire means are basically useless in front of me. No matter how much you restore your strength, it will be useless. It's just a waste of time. Now I give you 2 choices. The first is to admit defeat and obediently drill into the ring staff and act as the ring staff's shepherding spirit. The second is to be beaten up by me, and then obediently drill into the ring staff and act as the ring staff's shepherding spirit. Staring at Tucker, Hedela roared in her low voice. I have a third one. Hedela just opened his mouth. Bang! A dull sound. A bullet from the Fate revolver hit the depths of the demon's soul fiercely. This shot made Hedela's entire flaming body shake, and he let out a miserable wail. "You don't have a third choice," Tucker said indifferently. A shot from the Fate revolver was a forbidden injury, aimed directly at the deepest part of the soul and life. Before Hedela could recover, Tucker's spiritual hand crushed down from above like a mountain. Boom! With a violent shaking of the altar, the outline of the flame body that had just condensed was crushed by Tucker's spiritual hand. Hedela's demon soul, which was about the size of a fist, fled away from the altar at a rapid speed. If it was a little slower, it would be caught by Tucker on the spot. Looking at the demon soul flying at an extremely fast speed, Tucker laughed softly. "The moment you came out, I could have killed you. I gave you a chance to show off, but it's a pity that you are useless." After the voice fell, Tucker raised his Fate revolver. It was Tucker's favorite shooting session again. Aim. As Tucker aimed at the demon soul, the veins and trajectories of the world were clearly displayed and intersected with the demon soul. Bang! An attack directly poured into the depths of the demon soul. The demon soul howled again. Tucker moved his steps, like a ghostly shadow, and moved quickly. At the same time, he chased the demon soul and started shooting at high speed. To be honest, as a demon soul that was born in the extraordinary state, and whose soul was the essence of the extraordinary state, it was quite resistant. Tucker chased and shot more than 10 times in a row, and the demon soul was still able to escape. And with each shot of Tucker, Tucker felt that he had gained more than 2 hours of life. These 10 shots directly added 1 day of life out of thin air. Well, demons, dragons, behemoths, and even dark angels, these guys with huge body outlines, abundant life, and resistant souls are naturally suitable as life replenishment packs. More than 10 shots a day, healthy and long-lived. Bang! 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 After a few more shots. "I surrender, I give up." The demon soul wailed, begging for mercy and surrender. "What did you say? I can't hear you." Bang! Bang! Tucker took the opportunity to secretly make up 2 more shots. The demon soul saw that if he continued to stay outside, he would be shot to death. He immediately went into the furnace without looking back. It was much safer inside the demon ring than outside. As the demon soul took the initiative to admit defeat and went into the demon ring, the forging contract came to an end. After the Centaur Flame Forging Holy Spirit examined Tucker for a few breaths, he spread his hands and took the half-forged demon ring out of the altar furnace again. He started forging again. Before, the Centaur Flame Forging Heroic Spirit felt that this third-level human steam wizard contained extremely powerful rune mysteries. When the demon soul begged for mercy, he started this not-so-small ritual bet. Before, he thought that this third-level human steam wizard was a little arrogant. Now it seems that this third-level human wizard is still a little conservative. He could have said it more boldly. The other party did not even use the power of those powerful rune mysteries too much. With the ability to control fire, powerful source energy operation ability, a soul witchcraft, and incredible gun skills, the demon soul was beaten and fled. Although the demon soul was not in a completely victorious state, this human wizard was not. Just as the human wizard said, his immunity to fire flowers perfectly restrained the flame demon. The 5-ring staff supports the power of the rune mysteries of the 15 rings. And this is still a single system. Light, shadow, soul, wind system, fire system. 5 major series, all 5 ring. Has such a powerful extraordinary genius appeared in the kingdom of the Three-Eyed God and the Holy Spirit? While thinking, the forging efficiency of the Centaur Flame Forging Holy Spirit was steadily advancing. While forging the exclusive ability of the legendary demon staff promised to the human wizard, Demon Herding, he also additionally strengthened the potential and strength of the legendary demon staff itself. This human wizard with amazing talent deserves him to do so. At the same time, outside the tower, the dull roar of the forging, as well as the vision of the Holy Spirit forging on the tower during the forging, have attracted many extraordinary people to watch and covet. Under the protection of Bevis Twain and Earl Oslin, those extraordinary people did not act rashly. Perhaps they were waiting for the last chance. Waiting for the prey to fully mature, that would be the perfect time for them to harvest. Chapter 243 25 Ring State, Devil's Ring Staff. Clang. Clang. As the last particularly heavy hammer fell, the forging sound full of wonderful rhythms came to an end. For a moment, all eyes in the entire Fire Road, Furnace Tower, inside and outside, were on the tower. On the tower, the huge projection outline of the Centaur Forging Heroic Spirit emerged, which could be seen clearly from several kilometers away. The Grand Holy Spirit forging ceremony of legendary forging is difficult to conceal. At this time, the forging has been completed, and the next step is to invest in the legendary characteristics and ignite a legendary ring staff fire that belongs to you. And this will also be the birth of a legendary ring staff. The covetous eyes in the dark, like greedy hungry wolves, examine the tower. Many hunters around have been waiting for this moment. But at this time, the fire with legendary characteristics has not bloomed. Everyone held their breath, staring quietly, waiting for the legendary fire to bloom. Inside the fire road furnace tower, the centaur flame forging Holy Spirit stopped forging and looked at Tucker. A staff that was dark black like volcanic rock, like gold but not gold, like jade but not jade, with fine dragon scale texture, and looked very ordinary, took shape in his hand. This was exactly the same staff as the one designed and sacrificed by Baggins before. Put your legendary characteristics into it, and you can ignite this legendary demon staff that belongs to you. The centaur flame forging Holy Spirit looked at Tucker and said slowly. Tucker stepped forward and took the still hot legendary demon staff. As soon as he got it, Tucker felt the demonic taste of resentment, hatred, and even a hint of revenge. If the demon's soul is broken and completely melted into it, it will naturally not have such self-awareness. But if you want to herd this demon soul and maintain its powerful combat ability, it is inevitable to retain its certain self-will. Tucker fumbled with the demon staff and smiled gently. I like your rebellious look now, and I hope you can keep it. If you don't resist, then the lifespan I brush out will have no soul. At the same time, Tucker also felt the ring staff itself absorbing Tucker's power. The absorption of Tucker's own legendary characteristics. At this moment, Tucker only felt a huge amount of mocking voices, sweeping in from all directions. There were quarrels and noises from ordinary families in Saintland in daily life. There were secret cries after choosing ordinary extraordinary colleges because they could not afford the expensive tuition fees of the High Tower Extraordinary College. There were painful wails after being injured in battle. There were hot discussions in the mottled and confusing areas like taverns. There were also echoes of some merchants conducting business transactions on the airship. Various voices gathered together. This is the most real and essential form of Saintland. Tucker felt that there were stars on everyone. They are all ordinary members of the Tide of the Times. But they are also important members of the Tide of the Times. They themselves are the Tide of the Times. Woo woo woo. The roaring whistle of the steam became clearer and clearer, carrying Tucker to the peak of the wave. I am also a member of the Wave of the Times. I am also the Wave of the Times. Tucker had some understanding. The blasphemer, Tucker Lamore. The owner of the supreme talent, the promoter of great magical powers, the pioneer of the Saintland ecology. I will ignite you with my own legendary will. Tucker's voice rhythm formed a violent roar with the surging waves. Finally, it converged on the legendary demon ring staff. Hula, the legendary characteristic flame based on the times ignited in the legendary demon ring staff. Legendary demon ring staff. In this era of steam roaring, it was officially born. An indescribable and wonderful legendary rhythm, with the waves, rippled in all directions, gradually expanded, and was clearly visible to the naked eye. Everyone witnessed the birth of the legendary demon ring staff at the same time. Almost at the same time. More than a dozen figures approached the barrier tower at the same time. There were more people coveting the legendary ring staff than expected. As soon as these people approached, boom, boom, the violent witchcraft source energy fluctuated and exploded. There were also some dull screams and painful sounds. Several figures were torn apart by the powerful witchcraft on the spot. With the obstruction of the powerful barrier tower. Not to mention those 3rd and 4th level hunters. Even the 5th level hunters basically couldn't get in. In addition, there were quite a lot of means arranged by Bevis and Oslin around. These hunters who broke in directly were naturally slaughtered. In the tower, Tucker originally wanted to consider whether to take action. As a result, seeing that Bevis Twain and Count Oslin were so fierce, Tucker restrained his thoughts. These two people were enough to make these hunters pay a sufficient price. Tucker, who restrained his thoughts, looked at the legendary demon ring staff in his hand. Using the sense of touch, Tucker also simulated the system page and displayed its attributes in his own knowledge context. Legendary demon ring staff, level 1. Quality, legend, fake, soul rune, 5 rings. Light rune, 5 rings. Wind rune, 5 rings. Fire Rune, 5 rings. Shadow Rune, 5 rings. Legend exclusive, Herding Demons. Ring Staff abilities, Flame State, Shadow State, Shadow Walking, Shadow Curtain Robe, Source Energy Recovery, Casting Speed Up. The first level legendary demon ring staff has the characteristics of a legendary ring staff, but it is obviously far from the real legendary ring staff with a threshold of 200. Moreover, the legendary characteristics required by the legendary ring staff itself require hundreds or even hundreds of years of precipitation. Tucker has only precipitated a few legendary characteristics. Naturally, this first level demon ring staff is just a fake legendary ring staff. Of course, in order to make it sound good, everyone will naturally ignore the fake. After all, no matter what, this is also a powerful ring staff with legendary characteristics. Looking at the entire Saint Lander, not many people can forge it. The functions of the previous Shadow Ring Staff and the Light Blazing Ring Staff are all in this Demon Ring Staff. And Tucker carefully felt the Demon Ring Staff. It is more powerful. This Shadow Curtain Robe alone is close to 2-star witchcraft. Shadow Travel, the casting speed can be completed almost instantly. The travel distance is also increased by 5 or 6 times. Now, there is one more way to escape. I wear this Demon Ring Staff, and after filtering through the Demon Ring Staff itself, I absorb the restored source energy, which is quite pure. With this legendary Demon Ring Staff, my many small witchcrafts can also be amazingly exerted. Of course. Tucker took a deep breath and smiled. The most important thing is that I can finally release my rune secrets completely without worrying about bursting the staff. So, light, wind, fire, shadow. Each system is 5 ring state, 5 ring states, a total of 25 ring states. That is to say, this demon staff can at least support the ultimate explosion of 75 rings of rune secret power. The more you use the power of rune secrets to wash the demon staff, the more the demon staff can intersect with the rune secrets, making its own strength stronger. The power of rune secrets itself is a nurturing for the legendary demon staff. Tucker felt this powerful legendary demon staff carefully inside and out. He was a little reluctant to let it go. After all, this upgradable demon staff will follow him all the way for a long, long time in the future. When Tucker came to his senses, the centaur flame-forged heroic spirit had disappeared. Only Baggins, who was lying on the ground, was red all over, still emitting green smoke, and was almost 3/4 cooked, was left. The heroic spirit forging just now. The flame power poured in. If it weren't for the protection of the heroic spirit's power, Baggins, as the carrier, would have been fully cooked by now. Tucker raised his hand. Boom. The holy light healing spell descended like a beam of light, covering Baggins. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244, Herding Demons, Bloody Massacre. Not long after, Baggins woke up. His eyes were dazed for a while, and then confused for a while. After a long time, he slowly realized where he was and what he was doing. Oh, damn, I almost got roasted. Baggins bounced up like a round balloon. The peak dwarf of the 3rd level is still very powerful. Looking at the whole process of Baggins' recovery, Tucker rubbed his eyebrows. The brain takes a long time to start up. Isn't it said that creatures with fewer brain cells should start up faster? At this time, Baggins finally remembered something and shouted loudly. I feel a lot of information popping up in my mind. Oh. Damn, my brain is itchy. I need to practice for a while. As he said, Baggins stumbled downstairs. As a carrier of forging, Baggins absorbed a lot of forging knowledge and information, and experienced the whole process of legendary forging from a first-person perspective. After careful digestion, Baggins has every hope of being promoted to the 4th level. After all, he has no shortage of perfect 4th level elite materials. As for the 4th level leader level materials, it is obviously not something Baggins can digest. When Baggins is promoted to the 4th level and settles down, he will be almost half a forging master. At that time, I can ask him to forge my 3rd level dragon scale armor into 4th level dragon scale armor, or even a 5th level dragon scale armor. Although my old days, light flame state, Extraordinary state itself has strong defensive capabilities. But wearing heavy armor will make it safer. It's a pity that I don't have the legendary characteristics of defense, otherwise, forging legendary armor would be perfect, plus legendary wizard boots. With the 3 sets in hand, I can go anywhere. Although I don't have the forging characteristics of defense, but those hunters have a way. Tucker looked outside along the glass window that was completed with a barrier. Those foreign hunters who were being hit by witchcraft firepower were now fleeing in all directions. In the past, these foreign hunters encountered extraordinary people who were not very powerful. But today, whether it is Earl Aslan or future Bishop Bevis Twain, these are all tough characters who will lose their skin if the dragon comes. At this time, at a relatively close distance to Tucker, a third level 38 unlucky hunter was dragged by the shadow tentacles. A shadow giant with the power of shadow runes all over his body, 5 or 6 meters tall, chased up and stepped on the ground with 1 foot. The unlucky hunters had exploded on the spot. If it was a 4th level with extraordinary state, it could still resist 2 kicks. Unfortunately, this unlucky hunter was only 3rd level 38, and could not withstand the attack of this 3-star witchcraft shadow giant with a level of more than 40 and close to 50. Aslan, who was not far away, also used the earth wizard to sink the hunters one by one into the ground and buried them on the spot. These 2 guys are really ruthless. Kill them as soon as they are caught, without any mercy at all. Looking at the 2 people who were like cold killing machines, Tucker smiled. Then Tucker thought silently. These hunters have the ability to hunt, and can even hunt legendary equipment. These hunters from the foreign supernatural world do have strange methods. Since these hunters can hunt, it means that there must be other ways to seize other people's legendary equipment for their own use. The means of seizing other people's legendary armor and legendary witch boots for their own use should be paid attention to. I remember that on the supernatural ocean on the east side, the pirate kings on those powerful sea demon ships, after making a great reputation, would forge their own legendary equipment, including some armor, witch boots and the like. Well, it doesn't matter whether the equipment is legendary or not, the main thing is that I like to fight pirates. In the past 10 years, the supernatural ocean hunting ground in the era of great navigation has become more and more magnificent with the rise of the steam wave. Tucker's eyes condensed slightly. I am looking forward to the future supernatural travel more and more. In the future, Tucker wants to enter the Star Trek route, land on the Spirit Star Trek steam train, and enter other supernatural worlds. A certain amount of time traveling on the supernatural ocean is essential. After all, the Star Trek route is just above the barrier waterfall of the world at the end of the ocean. Many extraordinary people who came to the Principality of Syrian in the Western continent all arrived by riding the spiritual Star Trek steam train. Secondly, if Tucker wants to leave the Western continent and desensitize himself to the ecology of the local extraordinary world, he also needs to adapt to the end of the extraordinary ocean for a long time. While Tucker was thinking, the battle outside had already ended. Under the firepower of the 2, those hunters who came to kill, after losing a lot of corpses, fled in defeat. As those defeated hunters fled and disappeared, around Baggins's Fire Road, Furnace Tower, it once again entered the previous state of silence. Only the traces of battle on the ground and the bloody smell in the air were left. Not long after, Tucker opened the barrier portal. Bevis and Aslan entered one after another. How is your legendary ring staff? Bevis Twain, who came in, looked at Tucker first. It was forged very successfully, with strong power and violence, enough to perfectly exert my strength. Tucker nodded in response, without elaborating too much. That's good. Bevis Twain laughed. In that case, I won't be polite. Take advantage of the residual heat of this wave and the heavy blow to those hunters. I will also forge my ring staff. Tucker had attracted those who should have come during the hours of forging. Those who were not attracted would probably not come if he continued forging. At this time, he repelled a wave of guys who coveted it secretly. No one will come for a while. It is the perfect time for a wave of continuous forging. Bevis Twain waved his hand, and a scroll fell to the ground. At the same time, the dwarf Carolou, who had cooperated with Bevis Twain before, emerged. After the dwarf Carolou emerged, he looked at Tucker, and then he carried his magic hut scroll on his back and walked towards the portal, ready to arrive at the furnace and make many preparations for the forging ceremony. Right. Bevis Twain, who was about to follow the dwarf Carolou, suddenly thought of something. I took a few extra bodies from you last time, so I'll give them back to you this time. You need soul curtain shadow, but I've left you some living ones. Bevis took out 3 ordinary seal scrolls and threw them to Tucker. After taking them and checking them, Tucker nodded with satisfaction. Thank you. The 3 superhumans sealed here are all 4th level superhumans who have condensed the superhuman state. They are the living materials that Tucker needs most at present. Tucker said before that he would let those bodies go, but it was just a casual remark. But Bevis Twain never took it to heart. To be honest, I envy your 4-star soul curtain shadow witchcraft, Bevis Twain said with emotion. Although living sacrifices will affect the soul to a certain extent, and even cause the soul to fall, soul curtain shadow is really useful. If I can make some achievements in the mysteries of soul runes, maybe I will bite my teeth and learn to master this witchcraft. What a pity. Bevis Twain couldn't help shaking his head. The soul rune secret is too difficult to comprehend. If you don't have the talent in this area, even if you enter a wonderful state of meditation, it will be difficult to gain anything. Without the support of the soul rune secret, long-term living sacrifices will easily lose your will in the face of such powerful witchcraft and become a puppet of the ritual. Soul, life, and source energy. It is one of the 3 basic characteristics of a wizard. And the soul is the key to the wizard's practice. The gap between wizards who have mastered the soul secret and those who have not mastered the soul secret is still quite large. Many intermediate wizards want to comprehend the soul rune secret. But the threshold for comprehending the soul secret is very high, and very few can comprehend it. Indeed. Earl Oslin on the side nodded in agreement. Seeing the 2 people express this, Tucker also agreed. Yes, 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 you are all right. Okay. After slightly restraining his expression, Bevis Twain glanced at the 2 people. Be careful, I'm going up. After saying that, Bevis Twain followed the magic door that the dwarf Calru entered and also entered the furnace area above. Count Oslin, who was ruthless and taciturn, immediately walked outside and prepared to continue defending outside. No need to go out. At this time, Tucker spoke to stop him. Huh? Count Oslin looked at Tucker with a little confusion. Tucker explained slowly. You were guarding outside before because your attacks could not directly penetrate the barrier. But for me, this barrier is completely unobstructed. I can directly release witchcraft and attack the enemy from inside the tower. So, next you just stay here and practice with peace of mind. No need to go outside. Tucker's explanation made Oslin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, and said with a little envy. Your ritual means of this great barrier are indeed enviable. I wish I could learn a little bit. Tucker smiled lightly. Tucker has already used the means of the Great Barrier very skillfully. This is one of Tucker's core means of perseverance. Tucker asked as he thought. When Bevis finishes forging, will you also forge legendary equipment next? Earl Oslin shook his head. I don't have enough resources at the moment. Besides, I'm not sure if my current legendary characteristics are enough to support the ignition of the legendary fire. So, it's safer to wait for some time. Yes. Tucker nodded. Just let me know when you need it. After chatting for a while, Tucker sat down in the corner. The shadow means of the shadow curtain robe loomed silently, like a shadow tent, wrapping Tucker in it. Under the shadow curtain robe, Tucker stroked the 3 scrolls given by Bevis and his demon ring staff. After thinking for a while, he took out the small altar board of the soul curtain shadow, spread the 3 scrolls in front of him, and began the living sacrifice ceremony. With Tucker's ritual spell, the shadow and the fire quickly rose and intertwined. After the last wave of knights who captured the son of the dark sun, Tucker didn't have time to replenish his soul shadow. Bevis Twain returned 3 today, which was just enough to replenish. Not long after, with the end of the living sacrifice ceremony, 3 4th-level soul shadows were piled up beside the altar like seal clothes. Tucker waved his hand, and the 3 4th-level soul shadows quickly entered the shadow robe. Tucker originally had 2 4th-level soul shadows and 1 3rd-level soul shadow. At this time, he got 3 4th-level soul shadows again. The planned 5 4th-level soul shadows were enough. Then the 3rd-level soul shadow was unnecessary. Originally, Tucker wanted this 3rd-level soul shadow to feed other 4th-level soul shadows. But after a little thought, Tucker gave up the idea of letting the 4th-level soul shadow devour. Removing the first ring shadow ring staff, Tucker put the demon ring staff on his right wrist. The legendary demon ring staff was buckled on Tucker's wrist, and it quickly took on an elliptical shape that fit his wrist perfectly. At the same time, Tucker could also carefully feel the slight resonance between the legendary demon ring staff and himself. After all, this is a powerful ring staff that uses Tucker's own legendary characteristics to ignite a legendary fire, and it belongs to Tucker's exclusive equipment. Familiar with the basic characteristics of this ring staff, Tucker's right arm source energy quickly gathered on the ring staff. Demon, grazing. As Tucker activated the ring staff's exclusive ability of demon, grazing, the blood-red veins extended silently. At the end of the blood-red veins, the fist-sized demon soul of the flame demon Hedela quickly appeared. The veins extending from the demon ring staff were deeply anchored in every corner of the demon soul of the flame demon Hedela. Tucker looked at the grazing method of the legendary demon ring staff with a little curiosity. Perfectly fit the grazing vein power deep in the soul. It allows me, as the master, to have absolute control over the demon servant, Hedela. Tucker's eyes condensed slightly, and his index finger and thumb gently pinched. The veins connecting the legendary demon ring staff and the flame demon Hedela Linhan were perfectly grasped by Tucker. The veins of this legendary demon ring staff are quite interesting. After careful study and in-depth understanding of the essence of the power of this grazing vein, I can also rely on the Steam World Origin spiritual state to cultivate this vein. When the time comes, Tucker's eyes were slightly surging with a fierce light. I can completely use the legendary demon ring staff as an anchor point to graze multiple powerful life forms. Before, I was worried that my own carrying capacity was not enough, but with a legendary ring staff, it's different. After a while, I can try to subdue the Shadow Spider Lord. By then, there will be more than one demon lord. It's a demon lord and a Shadow Spider Lord. I didn't expect that my talent could be so beautifully linked with a demon ring staff. After getting the legendary demon ring staff, Tucker actually discovered this unexpected heart, and a little smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, Tucker looked at the fire demon Hedela who was herded by him. Hedela, as the soul of the demon ring staff. It is the two sides of the demon ring staff. Level 1 legendary demon ring staff, the herded flame demon Hedela. It was also only the size of a level 1 demon, about the size of an ordinary baby. At this time, this level 1 Hedela looked at Tucker. Although he was very angry and unwilling, as a herded demon, his demon soul was controlled by the other party. Let alone resistance. If there was any disrespect, the other party would be able to make him live a life worse than death. I want to practice quietly and then shock everyone. This was the goal that Hedela secretly set for himself at this time. Just as Hedela was thinking about it, a soul curtain shadow of more than 30 levels was thrown in front of him. Eat it, Tucker ordered. The demon ring staff can be upgraded by killing. It can also be upgraded by eating demon souls. As soon as Tucker finished speaking, Hedela had already pounced on it and feasted on it. As a demon creature, he naturally likes the taste of flesh and soul. Although the soul of this soul curtain shadow is no longer fresh, and even has a weird smell of corruption, it is at least not a soul. This gave Hedela, who had been hungry for a long time and was in urgent need of upgrading, no reason to be picky about food. As Hedela ate the soul curtain shadow of more than 30 levels, the level of the legendary demon ring staff was upgraded to level 5. Hedela's efficiency of swallowing and transformation is still quite high. However, the legendary ring staff requires a lot of energy. In a while, Saint Rand will have a second ecological war. And the last sneak attack dealt a huge blow to the faith ecology of the Dark Sun Church. The Dark Sun Saint and the Dark Sun Church probably hate me. In this second ecological war, they will definitely find a way to attack the lighthouse area of the Lamore spiritual world. Although the Three-Eyed God Church and the High Tower will also focus on defending the Lamore area. But the battle situation in the Lamore area must be extremely tragic. But for me personally, I need to upgrade the level of the demon ring staff to level 3 as soon as possible. By then, even if the Dark Sun Saint comes in person, I will rub him on the ground. Tucker was thinking. Suddenly he noticed something. In Tucker's perception, a 4th level hunter quietly groped his way to the tower again. This fearless hunter actually wanted to make a comeback. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Tucker, who had the world attribute, combined with a constructed barrier. He could clearly feel everything around him. A 4th level hunter at level 43, the extraordinary state looks pretty good. After Hedela eats it, even if the demon ring staff doesn't reach level 10, it should be able to reach level 10. Entering the shadow state, A shadow passed through and came to the corner near the fourth-level hunter. The fourth-level hunter was unaware and was still looking for a place to enter near the tower. Tucker, who was in the shadow corner, raised his head and picked up the fate revolver. Bang! Accompanied by a low gunshot. The head of the unprepared fourth-level hunter burst into bloody fireworks. This shot made his soul tremble. At the same time, Hedula let out a sharp demon wail and flew up. Although it was only level 5 at this time, this demon wail had little effect on the fourth-level hunter, but the main point was momentum. Hedula pounced on the wound and ate the soul of the level 43 hunter fiercely. Combined with the continuous sound of Tucker's fate revolver, this level 40 hunter was beaten alive by Tucker and Hedula without moving a step, and died in frustration. Hedula, who devoured the flesh and the remaining soul fragments, quickly restored the outline of his demon body. The level of the legendary demon ring staff also rose. Level 6. Level 7. Level 8. When Hedula ate the level 40 hunter completely, not even a bone was left. The level of the legendary demon ring staff was actually raised to level 12. This was somewhat beyond Tucker's expectations. It seems that letting demons devour flesh and blood can more effectively speed up the upgrade of the legendary demon staff. This is indeed much faster than simply killing. Then, Tucker took a deep breath, feeling the covetous eyes in the darkness around him, and a cruel and bloody smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The killing is about to begin. Chapter 245 Confrontation with the 6th level hunter. Fire Road, Furnace Tower Spiritual World Area. The sky is densely packed with furnace fire roads. Legendary forging is in progress. Clang. Clang. Comma, accompanied by the dull sound of forging. The outline of the elf forging hero, more than 10 meters high, appeared on Bagan's tower. Every forging of the hammer can create a halo of air waves in a range of hundreds of meters. In this mighty legendary forging sound, in the distance, under a furnace tower more than 40 meters high, a fierce battle is going on. The two sides of the fight are Tucker on one side. On the other side, there is a powerful 47th level foreign steam hunter. This powerful 47th level foreign hunter from a foreign land has amazing strength. He is fighting Tucker at this time. Whether it is speed, body movement, swordsmanship, or the perception of the Thunder Room mysteries of the swordsmanship secret book, they have all reached an extremely high level. Looking at the entire Saint Lander, they are also top masters of the 4th level. As he retreated, Tucker's witchcraft continued to be released. Fireball, oil pouring, hurricane blade, arcane shooting, fate shooting, and other fast shooting methods were mixed with powerful witchcraft such as the spear of shaping light. Fast or slow, or long-range single-point precision attack breakthrough, or close-range saturation attack. These witchcrafts, in Tucker's hands, followed the perfect rhythm and formed a staggered attack. They kept falling towards the level 47 hunter. The level 47 hunter was wearing purple thunder armor and holding a ring-shaped purple rune longsword. Every step he took was like thunder. The blade fell, even faster than lightning. As the two fought, the steam hunter kept using the blade to block, or use the blade to pick off Tucker's witchcraft. If he encountered Tucker's exploding fireball or the more fierce spear of shaping light, he would use his body skills to quickly avoid these witchcrafts and then close the distance with Tucker. This level 47 hunter had a fierce hatred in his eyes and a murderous intent, completely disregarding life and death. His only goal at this moment was the level 3 wizard in front of him. Killing this level 3 wizard in front of him was his whole will at this moment. And this level 47 foreign steam hunter had such a murderous intent towards Tucker. Naturally, it was because, before that, Tucker had killed all his teammates. They had a team of 9 people, 3 level 4 hunters, all of whom were strong 6th level 3 hunters, all of whom were above level 36. However, such a strong hunter team was killed by this level 3 wizard in front of him in a short time in a head-on confrontation, leaving only him alone. This level 3 wizard, with his ruthless means and powerful witchcraft, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Akis couldn't believe that there would be such a terrifying level 3 wizard in this world. In the fight, on Tucker's body, the 2nd level wizard robe that had accompanied Tucker for a long time had been completely torn apart. The 4th level silver extraordinary chainmail under the wizard robe was exposed. Even on this 4th level chainmail, there were many scars. As for Tucker himself, he was also slightly injured. Just now, this group of hunters jointly performed a very special soul hunting peculiar attack method. This double attack of anchoring soul and source energy was difficult for Tucker to dodge. Fortunately, thanks to the all-round soul defense ability of the 3rd level dragon scale armor that perfectly combined with Tucker, as well as Tucker's own condensed 5-ring state of powerful soul rune mystery, plus the soul curtain shadow to share the damage. Tucker resisted such a powerful attack method. However, Tucker was also injured because of this. Resisting the opponent's soul hunting and the attack methods of several long-range means. After pulling away, it was time for Tucker to dominate the battlefield and kill. Tucker, without any hesitation, opened fire at full power and killed all the other people in this hunter team in a short time. As for this level 47 exotic steam hunter, Tucker wanted to practice his skills with him, and on the other hand, he wanted to catch him alive. After all, there are 3 steam cores in his body. Once he dies, the sequence collapses, and the steam cores are gone. But now it seems that it is a bit difficult to catch him alive. Forget it, this guy is very strong, and it is possible that he has completely assimilated the steam cores. Even if he is caught alive, it may not be possible to take out a suitable steam core. The higher the level, the deeper the steam core is digested, and even the outline of the steam core cannot be seen when it is taken out. And the steam hut has already swallowed several steam cores, so there is no shortage of these. With this in mind, Tucker simply stopped entangled with the other party. With a step back, Tucker instantly moved more than 30 meters away. Seeing this 3rd level wizard suddenly pull away so far away, the 4th level steam hunter Ekkas suddenly changed his expression, and his mouth was dry, and his soul was trembling slightly. Finally. Is it coming? The several terrifying witchcrafts that the wizard had displayed before, as well as the incredible walking ability, were completely crushing. This also caused his teammates to be slaughtered by this wizard in a short period of time. But after that, the wizard did not continue to use such powerful means. It was like a cat playing with a mouse, constantly using him to hone his witchcraft, just like an apprentice wizard hitting a puppet stake. And now, the wizard has distanced himself again. With the fluctuations of various witchcrafts blooming layer by layer, Ekkas seemed to have seen the god of death waving at him. But Ekkas still gritted his teeth and stepped on the wind steps of the rune mystery. Forward. Forward. Forward again. The witchcrafts that were denser and faster than before were like a storm and rain. Especially the dense wind blades, which contained a lot of fluctuations of the rune mystery that shocked him, swept all his perceptions and filled all his vision. There were too many wind blades, which were completely supersaturated attacks. When Ekkas blocked a wind blade, 5 or 6 wind blades poured into his body. The enemy's witchcraft attacks were too many and too fast, and he was completely unable to resist. Within a few breaths, dense green rune wind blades, like a wave, cut Ekkas' body into blood. His body was about to collapse. I'm afraid, the teacher's understanding of the mysteries of the wind rune is probably not as deep as this 3rd level wizard. As a 1-meter wide cold wind blade swept over and cut off Ekkas' head. This was his last thought. Bang! The head spun and rolled in the air. At the last moment, Ekkas saw a demon with a cruel smile, opening his mouth wide, waiting for his head to fall. Crack! The fire demon headed bit the human head that fell into his mouth and smashed it into pieces, and couldn't help but let out a soul groan. I never thought that I would be able to live a life where human heads would automatically fall into my mouth. Woo woo, it's really delicious. This scene was perfectly seen by the steam hunter who was watching in the distant corner. Just now, the talented hunter Besria died tragically. Now, the entire team of Ekkas is wiped out. This 3rd level wizard is too powerful. Even if I go, I dare not say that I can win. I may even fail. Indeed, this 3rd level wizard's witchcraft is powerful, but more importantly, he is too flexible. How can his movement witchcraft be so fast? He moves in an instant between steps. This does not conform to the basic rules of extraordinary witchcraft at all. Did you all notice the rune mysteries of this kid? I noticed it. The rune mysteries are really terrifying. Several rune mysteries are very powerful. I really don't know how this 3rd level guy practiced them. Could it be, this 3rd level wizard is the one? It's very likely. Steam wizard, 3rd level, basically matched. Tucker, who is not far away, manipulated the 3-star rune hurricane hold witchcraft in front of him, which was extremely condensed like a millstone. He looked at the corner not far away and spoke coldly. If you don't leave here, don't blame me for being rude. Even if all 4 of you come together, I can slowly kill all of you. Tucker's devilish voice, combined with the demon head who was eating on the side, was particularly impactful. the several 4th and 5th level hunters who were still watching. After a moment's hesitation, they turned around and left. This wave of hunters was different from the previous attacking wave of hunters. They lurked around and were more patient. Obviously, they planned to wait until Tucker and others left before hunting. After Tucker got the demon ring staff, he did not give them a chance. He started a bloody massacre directly. In just over 2 hours, Tucker had wiped out at least 5 teams, more than 30 people. 2 4th-level steam hunters were killed by Tucker. Bevis and Oslin could not find these hunters who were hiding and camouflage very deeply. But Tucker found them and he was sure to find them. The terrible strength Tucker showed finally played a deterrent role at this time. Even the 5th-level hunters did not dare to fight Tucker easily. After this wave of hunters left, Tucker looked at the window of the nearby tower. Then Tucker said carefully, "This 6th-level hunter, you don't want to wade into this muddy water, do you?" Following Tucker's voice and gaze, the window was like rippling water. A 6th-level, steam witch hunter, strong man wearing a hunting robe slowly emerged with a translucent figure. Steam witch hunter. Wizard hunter, a hunter who uses various witchcraft to complete the hunt. A spellcaster in the hunter sequence. In the steam sequence era, they combined the steam core with the wizard hunter sequence. Completed the development of the steam witch hunter sequence. What if I insist on completing today's hunt? The 6th level, steam witch hunter, strong man from the foreign land said slowly. "You won't gain anything, believe me," Tucker said seriously. "On the contrary, after you make your move, you will be hunted down by His Excellency Reagan Joe, the Archbishop of the Three-Eyed Church. And the Three-Eyed Church will issue a wanted warrant for you, and the time limit is forever." Tucker's words made the steam witch hunter look at Tucker carefully. Then he smiled. What a strong background. The blasphemer, Tucker. Tucker did not respond. Feel the vague gaze. The 6th level, steam witch hunter's eyes condensed slightly, and then his body disappeared faintly. With the disappearance of the 6th level, steam witch hunter, Tucker also saluted in the air, and then began to clean up the battlefield. Chapter 246 Steam Meditation 4 Ring Tower. Under the tower were the furnace fire paths intertwined. The firelight reflected on Tucker's cheek as he sat cross-legged in the dark soil of the spirit world. While exploring the spoils of this time, Tucker threw these 3rd and 4th level foreign hunters' extraordinary storage bracelets into the magic wand hut one by one. As the magic hut gradually expanded, Tucker opened up a utility room in the magic hut with a fairly good capacity. Many of the things harvested can be stored in it. Instead of being forced to throw away some of them because there were too many things like before. After storing all the weapons, armor, and things harvested this time. Tucker took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. This time, forging this powerful legendary demon wand basically consumed all my resources, even my wife's money. Fortunately, the legendary demon wand is powerful enough. Tucker smiled lightly. In addition, the gifts from these hunters this time are pretty good. I got about 80,000 or 90,000 magic gold, which is a pretty good income. Immediately, Tucker looked at the fire demon Hedilla who was eating. As it continued to devour flesh, souls, and the extraordinary characteristics of these extraordinary people, it absorbed the source matter. Hedilla gradually condensed his demon body. The simple demon soul could not bring out the full strength of the fire demon Hedilla. Only after condensing the demon body, it could bring out its many demon methods. The level of the eating fire demon Hedilla has gradually recovered to about level 24. The level of the legendary demon ring staff is already level 28. The demon ring staff itself is a 3rd level ring staff. It is still relatively easy to reach level 30. When the demon ring staff reaches level 30, it will need more killings in the future, or it will be upgraded through the nurturing of high tower source energy. However, Tucker has the legendary exclusive ability of herding demons. Tucker can continue to hunt those members of the Dark Sun Church by grazing. In this way, the level of the demon ring staff can be improved at a faster speed, and at the same time, the flame demon Hedilla can regain strength. A true 3rd level demon lord still has amazing deterrence. The general 4th level steam sequence masters are not the opponents of the 3rd level demon lord. Tucker, who has gathered his mind, looked around. With Tucker's previous cleaning, even when confronting the 6th level hunter, he relied on his strong background to force the opponent back. The surroundings have become completely silent and safe, accompanied by the rhythmic forging rhythm and the halo ripples that bloom like waves. Tucker sat cross-legged on the dark soil of the spirit world and entered the state of perception of the rune mystery. Now, Tucker's 5 major rune mysteries have made some progress. Soul, 5 rings. Light, 3 rings. Wind, 5 rings. Flame, 2 rings. Shadow, 2 rings. As a demon ring staff with 5 rings in all 5 aspects, it can support Tucker's 5 rune mysteries, and each aspect has reached the level of 15 rings. The current rune ring state of this 3rd level legendary ring staff alone is enough for Tucker to use for many years. And this is also the reason why a legendary ring staff is enough for many extraordinary people to use for a lifetime. Old days, light flame state, this is the extraordinary state that Tucker is currently condensing. Naturally, light rune mystery and flame rune mystery are the directions of rune mysteries that Tucker is currently comprehending. For mid-level wizards who are beginning to condense the extraordinary state, the more profound the rune mysteries they comprehend, the higher the strength of the extraordinary state. It can be said that the strength of the rune mysteries is crucial to the extraordinary state of the extraordinary. As for Tucker, who has condensed the extraordinary state in advance, he has a 3-ring state of light rune mysteries and a 2-ring state of fire rune mysteries. His own 3rd level, old days, light flame state, is much stronger than many 4th level extraordinary states. I don't know how long it took me to practice. The sound of forging ended. The huge outline of the L forging disappeared. Is the forging finished? Tucker opened his eyes and ended this short practice. He looked at the fortress tower not far away. Immediately, Tucker gently pinched his right hand. Buzz! The shadow power quickly spread and gathered around Tucker. It turned into a shadow wizard robe, covering the dragon scale texture on his shoulders, arms, and other parts, as well as the chain mail on his body. The old wizard robe was scrapped. When I have time, I should find some materials to forge a new wizard robe. Well, the Shadow Spider Crystal of the 4th level Shadow Spider Lord is one of the best materials for forging wizard robes. And the forged Shadow Wizard robe is still a very powerful one. The light rune mystery of the legendary ring staff offsets a lot of negative effects of shadow power, and even offsets a lot of shadow curses. Without the shadow curse, it is really a bit uncomfortable to keep pulling me into the shadow lair. Wait until the powerful 4th level high ring state Shadow Wizard robe is forged, then it will be better. Not only can it pull me closer to the origin of shadow, but there will even be elite shadow creatures attacking me from time to time, giving me a meal or something like that. In this way, it will be easier to raise the Spider Lord. While thinking silently, Tucker walked towards the fortress tower. When Tucker saw Bevis Twain, Bevis Twain had already put on the newly forged, legendary demon ring staff. He began to experiment with his own shadow witchcraft. Compared with Tucker's demon ring staff, which had 5 rune mysteries, Bevis Twain's legendary demon ring staff was a pure shadow, soul, demon ring staff. He only prepared rune rings for shadow and soul. But its power should not be underestimated. All kinds of shadow witchcraft were perfectly mastered and used in Bevis Twain's hands, just like a quick tour. He was very experienced in the operation of shadow witchcraft. Even Tucker planned to ask this man for more advice on his own shadow witchcraft. Not long after, Bevis Twain, who had experimented with shadow witchcraft, nodded with satisfaction. It's worthy of being a legendary demon ring staff. Its power is really strong. The basic power is twice or even 3 times that of an ordinary rune ring staff. Moreover, it can exert the power of its own rune mysteries to a higher extent. Although for me, this upper limit may not be reached for a long time. Bevis Twain smiled when he said this. Then Bevis Twain looked at Tucker. Tucker, this time, the legendary ring staff has been forged. After a period of adaptation, the meditation tower and the second ecological war will basically begin. This second ecological war, the higher-ups value you very much. At the same time, they have already found a place for you to build the tower. That place is one of the safest places in Saint Land. Following Bevis Twain's explanation, Tucker raised his eyebrows slightly and nodded gently. Understood. After the last ecological war of the Dark Sun Faith, the hands of the blasphemer severely hit the Dark Sun Faith. Tucker's black market bounty, or more accurately, the Dark Sun Church's bounty on Tucker, soared from more than 600,000 magic gold to 1.32 million magic gold overnight. Such a huge amount of magic gold, let alone others, Tucker himself was a little tempted. Before, Tucker confronted a 6th level alien hunter. If it weren't for the gaze of Archbishop Reagan Joe, the 6th level alien hunter would definitely take the risk and try it. At the same time, during this period, many fanatical Dark Sun believers were making trouble near Lamore. There were even mutton bombs and other tricks. Tucker's favorite method to use on his enemies. As a result, this group of fanatical Dark Sun believers used it on Tucker himself. This made Tucker curse secretly, saying that this group of evil God believers were too damn inhuman. The turmoil caused by the harassment and attacks of the Dark Sun evil God believers. The law enforcement departments in the St. Lander Tower area had to send a large number of sheriffs to maintain law and order near the Lamore Tower. The continuous chaos and turmoil. In addition, the reputation of the fire-breathing wizard Andre continued to emerge during this period. Those members of the Dark Sun Church probably also figured out Tucker's disguised identity as Andre. Basically, Tucker's Andre identity is basically close to being exposed. The risk of identity exposure. The high bounty. The hatred from a large number of fanatical believers of the Dark Sun Church. It makes it unsuitable for Tucker to stay in the Lamore Lighthouse area. If they were to forcibly station there, who knows, the Dark Sun Church might pay a heavy price and forcefully invade the Lamore Street area to kill Tucker. Although the Dark Sun Church would suffer heavy losses if it did so, Tucker himself would be in danger of his life. In addition, the site for the construction of the huge ecological steam tower by the old meditation star has been selected. Then the top floor area of the St. Land City State Tower District is where Tucker will officially station. After all, the top floor area of the St. Land Tower District is the huge steam ecological core of St. Land. It is the place where St. Land's protection power is the strongest, and it is also the safest area. It is very suitable for Tucker, who is easily targeted, to stay and practice for a long time. After the three of them exchanged witchcraft for several hours, Bevis Twain and Earl Ostlund got up and left. After Tucker digested the witchcraft experience he had exchanged with the two, he also quietly left the barrier tower. It will take some time for Baggins to digest what he gained in the barrier tower. After Baggins was promoted to become a half-forging master and mastered more advanced forging techniques, Tucker came to Baggins to forge his dragon scale armor. The next day, the St. Land Steam Daily reported on this series of legendary equipment forging incidents. This was a centaur forging heroic spirit and an elite forging heroic spirit. Two genuine legendary equipment forgings. In addition, the newspaper stated that this incident might be related to the blasphemer. This incident immediately set off a wave of legendary equipment fever throughout St. Land. For several days in a row, the St. Land Daily reported a lot about the characteristics of legendary equipment. For example, legendary equipment has unlimited growth potential. Legendary equipment has the characteristics that the forger exclusively masters. Legendary equipment cannot decay and is extremely difficult to be destroyed in the long years. When the craze for legendary equipment spread in St. Land, the demon legend also quietly spread among some residential areas close to the underground black market. During this period, the residents here. Occasionally, demons can be seen chasing after extraordinary people. However, nowadays, St. Rand is in a state of war. And this area near the underground city is itself an area of extraordinary activities for those who do not have formal identities. If you grab a passerby, 9 out of 10 times, he may be a wanted criminal. Even the probability of being a vampire or a werewolf is not small. Here, robbery, assassination, sneak attack, all kinds of things often happen. Compared with the chaos in the original Lamore Nest area, it is even worse. In this semi-war zone where death, darkness, and blood are intertwined, rumors of demons appearing did not cause much ripples. This demon. Naturally, it is the demon Hedela hearted by Tucker. After finishing the legendary forging, Tucker did not return to the Tower of Lamore Long Street to guard. Instead, he returned to his safe house and started a quiet state of practice and hurdling the demon ring staff. Every day, Tucker practiced meditation steadily. At the same time, he herded demons. The flame demon Hedela can jump directly into the furnace core fire channel, go deep into the underground, and then hunt those sinful souls. Hunting is to let the flame demon Hedela continue to recover his strength. At the same time, it is also to let Tucker's demon ring staff continue to upgrade. While Tucker is in the process of cultivation, he has entered his favorite part of steady development. The mysteries of the light rune and the mysteries of the fire rune are also advancing steadily. Unknowingly, most of the ash cycle has passed quietly. High Tower District. Today is the day when the gray night period and the gray day period alternate. The clouds above the sky are intertwined with the steam-gray fog of Saint Land. As the cold wind blows, the waves of steam-gray fog dance with the wind on the towering tower walls. At this time, the walls of this high tower area are full of extraordinary people, but most of them are young couples. Everyone looks towards the east and waits. As the cold moon above the sky slowly disappears, the thick steam-gray fog seems to be pushed away by a pair of invisible hands. On the side of the Saint Land wasteland, there are towering mountains, large ancient forests extending from the mountains, and endless wastelands at the end of the forest. In the portal opened by the large steam fog, it is like a scroll, slowly unfolding in front of everyone. Woo woo woo. Above the wasteland, the steam train sounded the prelude to the dawn, spraying thick steam and making exciting whistle sounds on the vast wasteland. At the same time, a huge golden sunrise slowly rose, and from the horizon, it reflected the golden light on the tower jungle of Saint Land. The whole Saint Land was bathed in this golden ocean world. Even Tucker couldn't help but open his palm and forcefully grasp the golden light in his hand like glass. The scenery was beautiful, and everyone was immersed in it. Even the Earth Brothers on the towering ramparts outside the Saint Land wall, who were stacking rock walls with earth magic, stopped their work at this time and looked at the rising sun that only appeared once a month. Tucker was immersed in the rhythm of light. Even the profound meaning of the light rune was slightly touched. Tucker couldn't help but immerse himself in it and comprehend it silently. I don't know how long it took. A soothing and calm voice that gently awakened Tucker sounded beside him. Although I don't want to disturb your perception, but you are obviously not suitable to stay here for too long. Although Tucker's meditation was interrupted, the voice was like a rune spirit bridge, allowing Tucker to perfectly complete the transition from meditation to recovery. Tucker slowly opened his eyes and looked to the side. Bishop Martha Clark, who was wearing a white robe of the Three-Eyed Church and had a peaceful and calm demeanor, was standing quietly by the side, examining Tucker. Bishop Martha. Tucker, who was wearing an ordinary third-level gray wizard robe looted from the spoils, saluted Bishop Martha Clark. Your talent is really enviable. With so many people around you, can you really enter the state of rune perception anytime and anywhere? Even the existence of the bishop level was a little surprised at Tucker's rune talent. After thinking about it, Tucker said seriously, "Runes are with me." Tucker's answer moved Bishop Martha Clark slightly. It is a very lucky thing for us, the Holy Land Temple of the Three-Eyes Church, to have a divine favor like you. Immediately, Bishop Martha Clark spoke again. Have you seen the address of the meditation tower? I have already seen it when I came here just now. Tucker looked at the four-ring tower not far away, which was taller than the surrounding towers and more than 400 meters high. Originally, Tucker thought that it would be great to be able to give himself the top of a three-ring tower as his own meditation tower ecological place. Unexpectedly, the Three-Eyed Church and the strong men of the Holy Land Tower were so generous. They actually gave the top area of a four-ring tower directly as their own meditation tower. This 400-meter-high four-ring tower. The upper 50 meters are all Tucker's exclusive areas. At the same time, the ecological control rights of the entire four-ring tower will also belong to Tucker. Even the three-ring towers that are relatively close to Tucker's tower have been ordered to stop actively controlling the steam ecology. In other words, other towers in the surrounding area do not even have the qualifications to compete with Tucker for ecological characteristics. And all of this is a preparation for Tucker to build the old meditation ecological tree. It must be said that this time, St. Rand and the Three-Eyed God Church gave Tucker, as a favored person, full face. And next, Tucker's major feedback to them, the old meditation star, will definitely not disappoint them. Tucker knows better than anyone that this old steam meditation star is a brand new version that fully fits the steam age and opens up a new meditation ecology in the steam age. Chapter 247 Quick Sweep for 150 Days. The current extraordinary meditation methods are not compatible with the steam sequence. Even the Sacred Sun, World, Meditation secret book that Tucker got is not related to the steam sequence. The reason is very simple. That is, the product of the steam core was gradually born hundreds of years ago. In the past few decades, the steam sequence has developed rapidly. Nowadays, even the best way to upgrade the steam sequence has not been studied by humans. Tucker and many other owners of the steam sequence are basically in the position of pioneers and leaders. The steam sequence has just started. How can we talk about further meditation methods for the steam sequence? In theory, the construction of the sequence has gone through thousands of years of long exploration by humans. In the past few hundred years, it can be said that the most perfect construction method of those extraordinary sequences that are compatible with humans has been preliminarily understood. If you want to thoroughly understand and study the most perfect way for the STEAM sequence to match all human sequences, this will probably take another 300 to 500 years. Even with a previous accumulation, it will take at least 100 to 200 years. After all, the STEAM sequence is a further upgrade sequence. As for wanting to build a more powerful star meditation secret book, before humans have figured out the most perfect combination of the STEAM sequence and the original human supernatural sequence, don't even think about it. It can be said that the old days STEAM meditation star is a magical product that does not belong to this era. But Tucker relied on the system to add points and broke the impossible SSS exclusive supernatural talent STEAM world origin spiritual state. Just like that, he directly constructed a powerful meditation method that surpassed the half-generation version. This wave, leading by 200 or 300 years, there is no problem at all. As for whether the ecological meditation seed constructed by Tucker's old days STEAM meditation star is really suitable for the current STEAM sequence supernaturals, Tucker can say responsibly, super suitable. First of all, the ecology of this old days STEAM meditation star has the STEAM ecological characteristics of Tucker's STEAM world. After learning, it is the ecology of the cycle between the old days and the extraordinary people. The old days are with me. It sounds particularly stylish. Joining this meditation ecological system, meditating can complete the endless STEAM cycle with the old days stars, thereby absorbing the characteristics of the old days. Just absorbing the characteristics of the old days has surpassed many meditation secret books. Seizing the characteristics of the great stars that are meditated is also a major feature of the star meditation secret book. The existing meditation method cannot start the STEAM sequence. The STEAM meditation method can make the STEAM sequence ecology of the extraordinary people run at high speed. And now, the STEAM meditation method can help many STEAM sequence extraordinary people to better and more stably build their own STEAM sequence ecology. Finally, it is STEAM meditation which can make the STEAM source energy of the extraordinary people more pure and the source energy resonate faster. Before, it was only possible to refine one's basic source energy, and it was impossible to actively refine the STEAM source energy. Now, this semi-excited state form of STEAM source energy can also be refined. This is undoubtedly more in-depth than refining the basic source energy 1, possessing old day characteristics 2. Meditation practice can stabilize the STEAM sequence ecology 3. You can refine your own STEAM source energy more deeply. This is the benefit of the powerful, old day, STEAM, meditation star. Not to mention, when Tucker builds a powerful meditation star, the entire Saint Land will complete the STEAM cycle with the old day star. This in itself is a huge enhancement to the ecology of the Saint Land supernatural world. And this will also be an important part of the fight against the Dark Sun. When Archbishop Reagan Joe handed over this ancient angel gift to Tucker, it was probably hoped that Tucker could develop a powerful meditation method. But what Tucker developed was more amazing than everyone expected. Not long after, the two came to the tower of Tucker's new residence. The name of the tower, Zinghe Blue Tower. At the same time, it is also a 4-ring tower that is not common in the entire Principality of Syrian. At the beginning, in the city-state of Lamor, Count Lamor had only a 3-ring tower. A 3-ring tower can support a small ecological world. This 4-ring tower is even better. What's more, the surrounding 3-ring towers were ordered not to absorb ecological characteristics. The natural ecological characteristics circulating in large quantities around will be absorbed by Tucker to build the old days, STEAM, meditation star sequence tree. Can we go to the source energy steam engine and the source pool of the tower below to have a look? As the two entered the tower, Tucker looked at Bishop Martha and asked, "You are the owner of a part of the tower above. You can use this source energy steam engine and the source pool of the tower at will, so you can naturally go and have a look." Tucker heard this and laughed softly. Tucker didn't really need to go down to see it. Tucker slightly matched the roar of the source energy layer of the source energy steam engine. He could know the effect of the operation of the source energy steam engine of the tower from the veins of the steam sound waves. Tucker wanted to get closer. The reason is, Tucker plans to change the development location. Tucker's current stable development area is anchored to the location of the flame furnace of the 5 Rings Tower. It is a very good location. But after changing the development area, There will be a rapid sweep effect. Basically, as long as the new development area has more than half of the development effect of the original development area, then it is worth changing. When it can be changed, Tucker can just switch back to the 5 Rings Tower. Anyway, the 5 Rings Tower has been anchored by Tucker, and when it can be changed, it is just a matter of clicking. Half an hour later, after Bishop Martha visited the underground source energy steam engine, the two passed through the magic door. From the first floor lobby, they went straight to the 70th floor of the tower. As they arrived at the upper floor of the tower, looking out from the 70th floor lobby, what caught their eyes was the vast sea of clouds. Before, when the sun rose, the steam gray fog and clouds that were pushed away by invisible forces had gathered together at this time. The whole Saint Land was once again shrouded in thick steam gray fog. After instructing on some things, Bishop Martha left. Tucker's eyes swept across this empty floor. From the 70th floor to the top 80th floor. All of them belonged to Tucker, and like this floor, they were all empty. First, anchor the development location and sweep it. Tucker, who had slightly gathered his mind, did his homework in a corner. Then he turned on the system. As he clicked to search for development locations, soon, a certain number of development locations appeared. These development locations were large or small, and many of them were places Tucker had been to. Even some corners deep in the dungeon with abundant source energy were presented. Tucker shook his head and smiled. Steady Development System will record the development locations that Tucker has come into contact with and are suitable for Tucker's current level. Ling. Anchor Star Ocean Blue, 4 Ring Tower. Star Ocean Blue, 4 Ring Tower, Source Energy. 24.2 Experience Hour. Talent Fragments. 3.8 day. Heart of Fire. 2.4 day. Do you want to conduct a 150-day quick sweep? After the quick sweep, you cannot change the anchoring area within 150 days. Yes. Ling. The quick sweep begins. On the first day, I gain 580 energy experience points, 3.8 talent fragments, and 2.4 flame heart fragments. On the second day, I gain 580 energy experience points, 3.8 talent fragments, and 2.4 flame heart fragments. On the third day, Tucker looked at the sweep log that flashed by quickly. His eyes narrowed slightly. This wave of sweeps will not only allow me to improve my flame magic to 1000% and see if I can transform, but it will also allow me to improve my precision and correction a lot again. Chapter 248. Star Ocean Blue, 4 Ring Tower, Energy. 24.2 Experience Hour. Talent Fragment. 3.8 day. Heart of Fire. 2.4 day. As the sweep progressed, Tucker examined the gap between the current anchorage and the previous anchorage of the 5 Ring Tower. The energy experience is 24.2, which is much lower than the 32.6 of the 5 Rings Tower. As the core, it is normal for the 5 Rings Tower to have high energy experience. The talent fragments are 3.8, which is slightly higher than the 3.4 of the 5 Rings Tower. After all, the 5 Rings Tower is mainly for the circulation of steam energy, not for the extraordinary origin characteristics. After my Star Blue Sea Tower strengthens the steam ecological cycle of the entire Saint Land in the future, the daily number of talent fragments may increase. In addition, the Heart of Flame 2.4 and the 5 Rings Tower 2.6 are a little different, but not much. In general, if the number of talent fragments can be increased, and in the future, after I build the old day steam meditation star, the energy experience will increase. This 4 Rings Tower, as a long-term development site, is completely fine. While thinking, Tucker looked at the harvest of his 150-day quick sweep. Talent fragments. 646. Heart of Flame. 412. The steady development and accumulation in the safe base before, plus this wave of 150 days of rapid sweep, let Tucker accumulate a lot of resources. Open the attribute page. Supernatural Sequence, Steam Wizard, level 33. Dark Sea of Origin, level 33. Supernatural Power, Phase Walking, 665 fragments, level 39. Heart of Fire, 920 fragments, level 39. Supernatural Talent, Accuracy Correction, SSS level 1180%. Steam World Origin Spiritual State, SSS exclusive level 2020%. Tucker increased the SSS level Supernatural Talent, Accuracy Correction, to 1,500%. With a continuous improvement of SSS level accuracy correction, the veins of the surrounding world are becoming clearer and easier to be controlled by Tucker. Even Tucker can deeply mobilize the trajectory and veins of the surrounding world with just a thought. If it's rainy, I adjust the trajectory of the rain around me. The heavy rain will automatically avoid me. For some not so powerful attacks, I can also adjust the trajectory of their deflection by adjusting the power of the veins, so that they can avoid me. The extreme improvement of my own precision and correction will cause the enemy's accuracy to become extremely poor. Is this the powerful effect of precision and correction after it is improved? Tucker's mouth curled up a little smile. The effect of reaching 1,500% precision and correction is already a bit outrageous. When it reaches 2,000%, the effect will be even more outrageous. At the same time, precision and correction breaks the 2,000% barrier and enters a new level. I don't know what kind of transformation will happen. While thinking, Tucker looked at the main target of this times point increased the Heart of Fire. Heart of Fire, 920 fragments, level 39. Whether it works or not depends on this time. Tucker took a deep breath and threw all 100 fragments directly into the Heart of Fire. Heart of Fire, 1010 fragments, level 39. According to the normal linear increase, 100 fragments should add 1020 points. But there are only 1010 fragments at this time. That means 1000% is a threshold. After crossing it, 2 fragments can add 1 point. Since it is a threshold, there may be a transformation effect. Tucker turned off the system. Carefully felt the effect of his unique flame magic Heart of Flame. Tucker vaguely felt that the very strange extraordinary origin characteristics were slowly transformed and born in the Heart of Flame. There is an effect, but it is not obvious. Don't ask, the question is that the points added are not enough. System, add it to me. As Tucker put all 300 points in at once, 2 fragments increase 1 talent point. The transformation efficiency of the Heart of Flame became 1,160%, and it immediately surged. After more than 10 minutes, I felt that the transformation had initially stabilized and the special properties contained in the flame became active. Tucker turned on the system again. Immortal Heart of Flame, 1,160 fragments, level 39. The extraordinary magical power Heart of Flame has become Heart of Indestructible Flame. Tucker, who has the ability of touch perception, carefully feels this Heart of Indestructible Flame, and a large number of extraordinary characteristics spread in bloom. Heart of Indestructible Flame is a magical flame that has undergone a perfect transformation. It itself has a very strong, indestructible characteristic. Once ignited, it will cause destructive combustion to extraordinary life forms, extraordinary ecology, and even extraordinary ecology. Feeling this newly transformed Heart of Indestructible Flame, Tucker's brows throbbed slightly. The immortal fire has a very strong burning characteristic and is very difficult to extinguish. From the essence of the fire source, Tucker carefully felt a detailed presentation of Heart of Indestructible Flame in his wizard sequence ecology. It will quickly penetrate into the source energy layer of the ignitable material, as well as the extremely deep dimension of the burned material itself, so as to burn the target deeply. It is not a surface flame before. According to the principles of supernormal science, this kind of flame is obviously extremely destructive and invasive. Precisely because of its extremely destructive power, it can burn deep into the source energy layer of the material, so it is difficult to extinguish it by ordinary means. It has the characteristic of continuous burning, which makes the flame itself have the characteristic of immortality. Immortality is a manifestation, an external characteristic. The flame itself is more brutal and domineering than the immortality characteristic. Tucker raised his eyebrows slightly. For this kind of difficult to extinguish flame, if you throw it down, I'm afraid it will directly burn the mountain and you will be imprisoned. Tucker stretched out his palm. Crash! The dark red flame bloomed in the palm of Tucker's hand. With a blessing of indestructible flame heart, the nightmare fire that Tucker condensed at this time was no longer as hot as before. As the temperature dropped slightly, the brightness also dropped a little. However, the flame at this time already seemed to have the characteristics of deep burning. Not only will it burn on the surface, it will quickly penetrate into the target's body, bones, muscles, heart organs, an extraordinary state. It can even penetrate into the target's extraordinary sequence ecology and burn destructively. The current Heart of Immortal Flame is much more brutal than before. After examining it for a moment, Tucker threw the flame on the ground. Even on the marble floor, a place that cannot burn, the flame still absorbs the surrounding source energy, maintains its burning state, and decays at a relatively slow rate. If the surrounding source energy is richer, this immortal flame can completely maintain its current scale. It's really something. After examining it for a moment, Tucker couldn't help but sigh secretly. This immortal flame heart of more than 1000% has directly raised the flame witchcraft I mastered to a higher level. It seems that a powerful rune-level dragon breath secret technique is indispensable. The more powerful the witchcraft itself is, the better it can play the powerful characteristics of the immortal flame heart. With this immortal flame heart of more than 1160%, the dragon will tremble when it sees me. Immediately, Tucker looked at his other extraordinary magical power again. Phase walking, 665 fragments, level 39. Hiss. Lost 100 million. Tucker couldn't help shaking his head. But in general, there is no big problem. The magical power fragments are all common. In the future, when you get the magical power fragments of other dungeon demons, you can also add them to phase walking. Extraordinary sequence, Steam Wizard, level 33. Origin Dark Sea, level 33. Extraordinary magical power, phase walking, 665 fragments, level 39. Immortal Flame Heart, 1160 fragments, level 39. Extraordinary talent, precision correction, SSS level, 1500%. Steam World Origin Spiritual State, SSS exclusive level, 2020%. After carefully examining his current attribute page, Tucker closed the page with satisfaction. Then, Tucker stood up and began to gradually inspect and familiarize himself with the tower area above the 70th floor of the Xinghe Blue Tower, where he would need to stay next. While getting familiar with his own territory, Tucker was thinking about the next practice process. Now Tucker is at level 33, so he is not in a hurry to improve. If he has enough experience, he can upgrade at any time. The Steam Core is what I need most at the moment. I talked to Bevis last time. I don't know if Bevis can get it for me. If Bevis can't find a good purchase channel, then I can only turn to the Three-Eyed God Church for help. Although Tucker is a God-favored person of the Three-Eyed God Church, that has not been officially announced. But the two are still in a mutually beneficial relationship. It is impossible to catch the Three-Eyed God Church and eat up the old man like crazy. Tucker wants to get a lot of things from the Three-Eyed God Church. For example, 5-star, even 6-star powerful witchcraft forbidden spells. Another example is the 3-star, 4-star rune dragon breath secrets. Another example is the powerful forbidden seal. Or, the powerful crystallization of the ecological characteristics of the Demon King. Or the powerful Rune World Tower secret book. You must know that a powerful Rune World Tower secret book is very important for extraordinary people. There is also high-level wizard knowledge, and the extraordinary knowledge of master wizards above level 100. Compared with these more expensive and rare resources, the Steam Core is slightly less expensive. If he can get it himself, Tucker will try his best to get it himself. If he really can't get it himself, he will ask for help from the Three-Eyed God Church. After all, he is not a devout believer in the Three-Eyed God, but a God-favored one cooperating with the Three-Eyed God Church. Tucker will not get unlimited help, so he has to use it sparingly. 2 hours later. In a wide stone hall on the 76th floor of the tower. After carefully feeling it, Tucker nodded slightly. This is the top floor of the tower, which is an excellent location to gather a large number of extraordinary characteristics. At the same time, it can also form an ecological intersection with the top floor, absorbing a lot of power from the old stars. Basically, this is the best location to build the old day Steam Star meditation sequence tree. This time, the Three-Eyed Church, the St. Lander Senior Management. To Tucker's great momentum, they vacated such a top floor of the tower. Tucker himself naturally didn't have such a big face. What they are looking forward to is the old days meditation star. This sequence from the stars that makes St. Lander great. Tucker, who has finished selecting the site, did not delay much and started to act immediately. Although the efficiency of the Steam ecological cycle will be much faster than the ordinary ecological cycle. But to build the old day Steam Star meditation sequence tree, let the sequence tree condense the meditation seeds, it still takes some time. To build this new tower ecology, the first step is to build a great barrier. First, build a strong barrier to protect your own safety. Only then can we talk about other things. A wizard who does not put safety first is not a mature wizard. With the opening of the Great Barrier Ceremony, under Tucker's guidance, a large amount of barrier power slowly descended. The mixed power of the iron coupling source wall, the silver holy wall, and the crystal source first wall. In the top area of the Xinghe Blue Tower, it slowly settled and gradually merged with the walls and floors of the tower. While guiding the barrier power, Tucker also slowly absorbed the power of the silver holy wall to strengthen his steam wizard sequence ecology. Thanks to Tucker's precision correction to 1500%, the efficiency of cutting these barrier power beliefs is much higher than before. Even the crystal source first wall, Tucker can also perform efficient correction cutting. In about 3 days, Tucker initially constructed the outline of the external barrier. As for the internal wall barrier of the tower, Tucker will slowly add it later when there is time. After the barrier ceremony, Tucker meditated and rested for half a day. Then Tucker opened the magic wand hut and took out the Book of the Old Stars. As he opened the Book of the Old Stars, woo woo woo, the strong and surging steam, accompanied by the scorching air waves, gushed out violently, like a flood. In an instant, the wide stone hall where Tucker was already filled with steam. Following the roar of the steam of the old stars, Tucker's steam world, original spiritual state, bloomed. Soon, under the traction of Tucker, the steam ecology of the top tower slowly rotated around the top area, like a cyclone of stars. At the same time, Tucker also guided the surrounding old steam and began to build the old steam star meditation sequence tree in the way of the Book of the Old Stars. In the extraordinary world, sequence tree is one of the ways to inherit various powerful sequence powers. Tucker's wizard sequence comes from the wizard seed born on the witchcraft sequence ecological tree, built by Earl Larmor. Just like Earl Larmor, who built the ecological wizard sequence ecological tree, Tucker is now building the old day steam star meditation sequence tree. This sequence was built by Tucker, and in the future, it will condense the meditation seed. As long as you inherit the meditation seed, you will be able to master the ability of old day steam star meditation. This is the advantage of the sequence. You don't have to take the initiative to learn, condense with effort, and comprehend with painstaking efforts. Just put the ready-made sequence seed in your mouth and swallow it, and you will be able to do it. As for the effect, that depends on your own talent. Of course, those with weak talents will definitely not get the steam core. Anyone who can get the steam core must have a strong talent. The steam core is naturally a threshold. Only those who are qualified to master the steam sequence can go further to inherit Tucker's old day steam star meditation seed. Tucker himself has a strong world characteristic, and his ability to control the surrounding world is extremely deep. And the old stars themselves have the characteristics of steam world ecology. At this time, under Tucker's construction, the two soon merged together. It took just over 2 days. Tucker completed the initial intersection of the old steam ecology and the St. Lander Tower ecology. The sequence vortex ecology seed quietly and slowly bloomed in this stone hall. With a previous experience of cultivating magical seeds and cultivating the steam world ecology. At this time, Tucker was also slightly familiar with cultivating the old steam star meditation sequence tree. After more than a day, Tucker felt that the ecological scale here was slightly on the normal operation path. He breathed a sigh of relief. The sequence vortex breeds the initial sequence life. This is a crucial part. If the sequence vortex is successful, then it is more than half successful. At this time, the Book of the Old Stars spewed out a large amount of old steam, and these old steam were absorbed by the sequence vortex not far away. At the same time, this sequence vortex also absorbed the extraordinary characteristics of a large amount of source energy steam outside the tower. At this time, the benefits of the steam ecology were reflected. With a large amount of source energy steam as a carrier, it carries various original material characteristics and settles in the ecology. The ecological cycle can absorb the extraordinary characteristics it needs at any time, so as to build its own sequence ecology. It is precisely because of the large amount of source energy steam gray mist as a carrier. The characteristics of the old stars in the distant starry sky can be integrated with the ecological characteristics of the local Saint Land. Otherwise, without the old stream ignited by Tucker, it brings the characteristics of the old stars. It is impossible for Saint Land to build a meditation star ecology. Under Tucker's protection, The embryo of the newly born sequence tree is growing rapidly with a high efficiency unique to the STEAM ecology. In about 2 days, the crystal sapling like a star gem is already more than 1 meter high. Its whole body blooms with deep and clear starlight. The sequence sapling is born. That means Tucker has completed the construction of the old days, STEAM, star meditation sequence tree. But Tucker did not act rashly. The sudden death of the sequence sapling. There is also a small probability of this happening. While guarding the saplings of the sequence, Tucker could feel that on the star Blue Sea STEAM tower, a golden outline of the old star was vaguely emerging. However, the outline was relatively small, and with the STEAM fog, it was not noticed by many people. As time passed, the old days, STEAM, star meditation sequence tree grew stronger day by day. The meditation stars belonging to Saint Rand also began to gradually flourish, and the outline became stronger and stronger. Even Saint Rand's meditation stars began to resonate with the stars of the old stars in the distant starry sky. During Tucker's construction of the great meditation star belonging to Saint Rand, the area where Tucker was located was quiet and natural. No one disturbed him. And the reason was very simple. That was, from the moment Tucker entered the Star Blue STEAM tower, many powerful people from the Three-Eyed God Church, many powerful people from the Saint Rand Tower, and even many powerful people sent by the Principality of Syrians. They were on the surrounding towers, watching the whole process. They watched the blasphemer Tucker's incredible methods. They also watched, witnessed, and looked forward to the arrival of Saint Land's great star. And Tucker lived up to everyone's expectations. After a month and a half of ecological construction, after the second round of the ash day fell, in the sky of Saint Land, as the cold ash moon rose above the sky as always, a star that was completely golden and glowed with a heart-pounding golden halo, broke into the sky with an arrogant attitude and stood in the center of the Saint Lander sky. Even the ash moon, which was several times larger than it, was eclipsed by this golden meditation star. The golden meditation star. Not only in the real world, the golden outline emerged. Even in the spirit world, the shadow layer. Even in the dream layer, the old meditation star, with a golden outline, lit up the dream world of Saint Lander with a dazzling attitude. The golden old meditation star, reflected in the sky of all ecological niches of Saint Lander. At the beginning of this cold ash cycle, it covered the entire Saint Lander with a layer of golden glory. Chapter 249 Gifts from the Stars. The silent ash night sky. As the steam, gray fog and clouds above the sky were pushed aside by an invisible force. An incredible and extraordinary phenomenon, 2 moons in the sky. Appearing above the sky of Saint Land, it was like a miracle. One large and one small, gold and silver intertwined together. The silver light lit up the cold and silent night of Saint Land's ash. Then, the golden light covered the night of Saint Land with a layer of golden brilliance. Saint Land was no longer the same as before. Such an incredible phenomenon naturally alarmed the entire high tower area at the first time. A large number of high tower students who were still studying, they crowded to the windows and stretched their heads to look out. The high tower area that came into the eyes of the students was already bathed in a golden ocean. This unprecedented strange scene caused many students to discuss it. What's going on? Why has the world turned golden? This golden light is like substance, a very strange golden light. Look up in the sky. A golden moon. What's going on? How can there be a golden moon in the sky of our Saint Land? This is too strange. Many students were talking about this incredible phenomenon. This is the meditation star. At this time, the instructor who had obtained some inside information gave the students doubts and answers. Meditation star. Meditation star? Is it true? The legendary great miracle meditation star was born in our Saint Land? Am I sure I'm not dreaming? It can't be true. Our Saint Land will have a meditation star. I heard from those foreign visitors that many powerful extraordinary worlds have never had meditation stars. Our Saint Land has it just like that? There was no news before, and it just appeared directly. This is too incredible. When they learned that it was a meditation star, the surrounding students were instantly shocked. As a high tower student, of course, I understand what the great miracle meditation star is. Sign a contract with a great star and let the star project into the ecology of the extraordinary world. Let the extraordinary people in the ecology observe and meditate. Absorb the gift from the great star. This is the meditation star. The gift from the great star among the vast stars. It is a miraculous power that is enough to reshape or even change the ecology of an extraordinary world. But it is too difficult to sign a contract with a star. Not to mention the miraculous power required to guide the projection of the meditation star. If it were easy to guide the arrival of the meditation star would not be called a miracle. It is precisely because it is too difficult. In many extraordinary worlds, the construction of the meditation star is equivalent to a miracle. And today, Saint Land has his own great miracle. An incredible golden meditation star. Although it is not too big, but as everyone meditates and observes, the meditation star will gradually grow. Even, one day, a meditation star that is powerful enough will be able to completely block the outline of the huge dark sun in the spiritual world. The golden full moon in the sky is the news of the meditation star. It quickly spreads in the magic information veins in the tower. After receiving the exact news, the students in the towers one after another cheered enthusiastically. One tower after another. Bathed in the light curtain of the golden meditation star, the passionate cheers are like waves. It seems to welcome the new era of the great Saint Lander meditation star. For a huge extraordinary ecological world like Saint Lander, having your own meditation star, it is the beginning of your own new era. When the meditation star appears in an extraordinary world ecology. When an extraordinary ecology has its own meditation star, the extraordinary people in the ecology, even if they have not inherited the sequence meditation seeds that belong to the meditation star, but as long as they are within the scope of the extraordinary world ecology, it is entirely possible to enhance one's extraordinary state through normal meditation, absorbing the light of the meditation star, and absorbing the star characteristics of the meditation star. Everyone in the entire extraordinary ecosystem will be a beneficiary. And if you want to be truly permanent and be able to observe the stars and meditate anytime and anywhere, then you need to inherit the sequence seeds belonging to the meditation stars. Inherit the star meditation sequence seeds and master the ability of star meditation. In this way, no matter where you are, you can practice meditation by observing the stars. From the high tower not far away, the exclamations of the students came one after another, like a surging wave. Standing quietly on the high tower, bathing in the golden starlight, Archbishop Regan Joe of the Three-Eyed God felt the cheers from afar, and a smile gradually appeared on his cheeks. When I was in school, the environment was much more brutal than the current students. At that time, it would have been great if there were steam sequences and meditation stars like this. If there were really a lot of star characteristics deposited in my extraordinary state, maybe I could also impact the ninth order crown now. Well, I miss this good era. Regan Joe smiled softly. Although I didn't live in the best era, but I can protect you to live in this beautiful era. That's already very good. You. Regan Joe's eyes fell on the high tower in the distance, and those energetic young figures piled up in the cheering waves. Is the hope of Saint Lander's future. Regan Joe took a deep breath, raised his head and quietly looked up at the gift from the great star. The golden light, reflected in the pupils of Regan Joe of the Three-Eyed God Church, gradually gathered, and then turned into golden flame burning fiercely. That kid, he really has something. He really got a meditation star for Saint Rand. He blasphemed the son of dark sun, invaded the faith ecology, and unlocked the gift from the old angels. I had previously speculated that this kid's talent could not be just S-level. Now it seems that SS level is very likely, and even, the legendary incredible SSS level is possible. Can the ecology of our August twin star supernatural realm really give birth to geniuses with SS level and SSS level supernatural talents? For a moment, Archbishop Regan Joe had some doubts about the accuracy of the supernatural knowledge he had learned. At the same time, in the surrounding towers, like Archbishop Regan Joe, many powerful people were staring at the old meditation star that was not big but extremely solid. Once it appeared, it would cover the entire Saint Rand multi-domain ecology with the golden light. They were also filled with incredible astonishment. They originally thought that the meditation star that the blasphemer opened with Archbishop Regan Joe's treasure was just a slightly larger meditation star than a star, with a barely visible outline. But they never expected that the old meditation star, once it appeared, would be so grand and magnificent, lighting up the entire Saint Land. We thought it was just a star, but we didn't expect that the blasphemer would really do it. This was the complex and incredible emotion in the hearts of many powerful people who were meditating and watching on the side. The meditation star constructed by the ecology of Saint Land and the great old stars not only lit up the real world of Saint Land, but also shone in the spiritual world. It even covered up part of the light of the dark sun in the spiritual world. On a high tower of the dark sun, with his fists clenched, his body trembled slightly, feeling the golden meditation star that slightly stung his eyes and even tortured and burned his soul. Wendell Francis, the son of the dark sun, looked as ugly as he could be. The invasion of the dark sun faith ecosystem some time ago had a huge impact on the dark sun church. It has already caused the 3 holy halls of the dark sun church to quarrel. And today, Saint Rand has descended on that damn golden meditation star. Although the golden meditation star is not big, it is just the beginning, and it is already exaggerated. First, the faith ecosystem of the great dark sun god was invaded. Then the meditation star of Saint Rand was built. This made the situation, which was not very rich, even worse. Suddenly, Wendell Francis felt exhausted. Is this really an invasion? This is to suffer. What about the promise to take down Saint Rand in 1 year and flatten Celians in 3 years? Are those high-level extraordinary people all good for nothings? Although he was angry in his heart. But Wendell Francis did not dare to express any unusual attitude. After all, he had been punished by the dark sun angel who had descended from the gods. Not long ago, he was invaded by the blasphemer in front of many believers. As the son of the dark sun, he had already entered the stage of atonement. Once he had a little dissatisfaction with those high-level strongmen and a loosening of the dark sun faith, then he would be a traitor. He was to be eliminated immediately. Wendell Francis took a deep breath. No matter how confident, conceited, or even self-hypnotized, the gap between the two was as huge as an abyss. Even a dark sun-S level extraordinary genius like Wendell Francis could not help but breed fear in the depths of his heart when facing Tucker. Turning around, Wendell Francis looked behind him. At this time, from the dark sun altar, a large amount of dark sun streamers, like substance, continued to gather, building dark sun wings behind him. And the power of the dark sun angel was constantly pouring into his body, sequence, and soul. Even the holy son of dark sun. Under dark sun's will, he can only become a puppet container of power. Next, we have to face this terrifying guy. As long as I kill him, I won't have to die. Chapter 253 Forbidden Spell Level Rewards. Inside the Star Ocean Blue Steam Tower. Buzz. Accompanied by a slight fluctuation of the light runes mystery. Tucker, who was sitting cross-legged on the sheepskin blanket meditation seat, gradually woke up from the old meditation state. In the old meditation state, Tucker's perception of the light and fire runes mysteries was particularly fast. Carefully feeling the effect of the perception during this period of time, Tucker's mouth drew a slight smile. Soul rune, 5 rings. Light rune, 4 rings. Wind rune, 5 rings. Fire rune, 3 rings. Shadow rune, 2 rings. The previous period of deep cultivation, and more than a month of guarding the star sequence tree. The light rune mystery and the fire rune mystery have made amazing progress. The light rune mystery was pushed from the 3-ring state to the 4-ring state by Tucker's perception. The fire rune mystery was also perceived by Tucker and reached the 3-ring state. In itself, Tucker's extraordinary magical power immortal flame heart has been transformed at the threshold of 1,000 fragments, and its power has been greatly improved. In addition to Tucker's flame rune secrets, it has gradually tended to the 3-ring state. Now Tucker said that he is a fire wizard, and no one would doubt it. In addition to Tucker's own practice. During this period, Tucker's legendary flame demon Hedela in the demon ring staff was also herded by Tucker for a long time. And the grazing area is the shadow layer. The flame demon Hedela was not polite. After being herded to the shadow layer by Tucker, he quickly found the shadow flame wolf leader who was already level 39. After an in-depth and friendly exchange between the two sides, the flame demon Hedela was happy to get his mount the shadow wolf leader. Shadow and demons mixed together, which Tucker did not expect. Then, during Tucker's retreat, Tucker could often see the hunting scene of the 34th level flame demon Hedela through the projection vision with the shadow flame wolf leader and the grazing spirit mirror of the demon ring staff. Hedela even went to trouble the 4th level demon spider lord. The outcome is self-evident. A demon and a demon wolf were severely beaten by the 4th level shadow demon spider lord, and then chased all the way. In the shadow layer, as long as you don't provoke the 4th level shadow demon spider lord, the flame demon riding the shadow flame demon wolf leader can still run rampant. Even some powerful 4th level extraordinary teams will avoid the flame demon riding the shadow demon wolf. As the grazing flame demon Hedela continued to clean up the idle shadow creatures in the spirit world, the demon ring staff was also constantly upgraded. Now Tucker's demon ring staff has reached the level of 36. Tucker has experienced the benefits of grazing demons. Sitting cross-legged, groping for the modeled scales on the demon ring staff, Tucker gradually gathered his mind. Then, Tucker carefully looked at the results of his long-term garrison in the 4-ring high tower of the Star Blue Sea. Opposite the stone hall where Tucker sat cross-legged, the old days steam star meditation sequence tree has taken shape. The branches are about the thickness of a bucket. At a height of 5 meters, the branches and leaves spread out, like a canopy, and the overall height is about 10 meters. The star meditation sequence tree is made of star crystals, and each leaf blooms with brilliant starlight. As a sequence tree, it is in a sequence state where the virtual and the real converge. It can see the flow of the sequence's own characteristic veins and the intersection with the external ecological cycle. It is somewhat similar to the Demon King sequence ecology that Tucker saw at the beginning. Above the sequence tree, there are stars all over the sky, like a sea of stars. A golden meditation projection sphere, the old day star, is located in the center. With the sequence ecological tree, the light shines on each other, and the ecological cycle continues. The sequence framework is completed, and thousands of brilliant stars bloom, embellishing the entire silent stone hall space beautifully. And around the sequence tree, it is a rotating and surging steam star ring. Tucker was sitting cross-legged in the steam star ring at this time. In addition to the dense old steam, there are also a lot of extraordinary characteristics in the steam star ring, such as old days, steam, meditation, life, light, and so on. Under the guidance of these characteristic sequence trees, they gathered into meditation seeds one by one. As a meditation star sequence tree, this condensed meditation seed is also different from other sequence ecosystems. The formed meditation star sequence makes the entire stone hall like a small sea of stars. After examining for a moment, Tucker sent his consciousness to the staircase of the lobby on the 70th floor. And here, Tucker, a soul curtain, was acting as a gatekeeper, performing the duty of guarding the barrier door. Bevis Twain, who was in the shadow state, was waiting here. As Tucker's soul curtain opened the door, Bevis Woozy came upstairs. As soon as Bevis entered the stone hall, he was immediately attracted by the beautiful scene like the sea of stars in front of him. Entering the stone hall is like entering a sea of stars. The light of the sea of stars is imprinted in Bevis Twain's pupils. The resonance of the steam sequence makes Bevis' soul a little excited and agitated. For a moment, Bevis felt like sleeping in the sea of stars to practice star meditation, and it is a star meditation that resonates with the steam sequence. No wonder there was a roar of the steam sequence when Tucker used the old star book to project the old days in the small world. This is a genuine steam sequence meditation secret book. Bevis Twain took a deep breath and glanced at the golden light coming from the end of the corridor. He slowly gathered his mind and drew his attention back from the vast sea of stars. He came here this time with the important task of the St. Land Tower and the Three Eyes Church. His eyes fell on Tucker, and Bevis came to Tucker and sat down in suspension. As a shadow state, he was born with such a suspension effect. This time, you built a meditation star, which had a huge impact on St. Land. Bevis Twain stared at Tucker and slowly explained. The next day, the information spread throughout the Principality of Syrian. The news was as explosive as when your S-level extraordinary talent as a blasphemer was leaked. I think you can also feel it from the efficiency of the transformation and precipitation of legendary characteristics. Tucker smiled and nodded. Yes, in the past 2 days, the transformation efficiency increased rapidly, and a lot of legendary characteristics were precipitated. Bevis Twain nodded with a little envy. This kind of great legendary event that creates opportunities is indeed a great time to precipitate immortal legendary characteristics. You are such an enviable guy. We have the birth of meditation stars in St. Land. The happiest ones are the students who are studying now. In the past few days, many high towers have begun to organize students to meditate. Although they can't enjoy the deep steam meditation cycle. But, in the St. Land ecosystem, they can still enjoy pure star meditation. Many people have absorbed the old characteristics from the old stars. And the High Tower Academy has even opened a professional old days course to allow students to better understand the characteristics of the great old stars. I tried it myself these 2 days, and the effect is not bad. Although it is slow, over the years, the accumulated, old days, characteristics are still considerable. The old days characteristics have extremely strong immortal characteristics, which can greatly enhance the strength of the extraordinary state. It can be said that this wave of old days meditation stars directly strengthened the extraordinary state of all the extraordinary people in the entire Saint Land. And for the steam sequence extraordinary people who inherited the star meditation sequence seeds, it is a huge enhancement. My previous ecology needs to continuously promote the steam cycle to make the ecology more stable. Now, with the old days, steam, star meditation, I will definitely be able to go further in the future. Many steam sequence extraordinary people in Saint Land will benefit from this. Bevis Twain's explanation made Tucker raise his eyebrows slightly. It seems, you have done a lot of homework in this area before coming here. Bevis Twain smiled. Archbishop Reagan Joe has studied the ecology of Saint Land for hundreds of years. And the Book of Old Days, Stars, and Meditation in Your Hand was also taken from him. He can naturally feel the subtle changes in Saint Land. A lot of things were told to me by the Archbishop. Otherwise, I came here and didn't know anything, which would be too bad. After all, I am one of the candidates for future bishops. Bevis Twain slowly explained the information brought from outside. When I came here, Archbishop Reagan Joe called me over and told me, "The Grand Duke of Syrians praised you highly after hearing the news. He even asked about your messenger and your messenger magic closet. I want to write to you personally to affirm and reward your great contribution to Syrians and Saint Land." Tucker raised his eyebrows slightly. Grand Duke of Syrians. This is the Lord of the Revival of the Principality of Syrians, and the mainstay of the Principality of Syrians. He is a real master-level powerhouse. I didn't expect that such a powerful being would actually exchange letters with me and reward me. Rewards are no problem. Well, let's forget about the correspondence. Speaking of letters, Tucker remembered that he hadn't written to Dr. Stanley for a long time. Bevis Twain continued to narrate. This time I came here to see how the ecological sequence tree here is growing. At present, it seems that this old star meditation sequence tree not only has strong life activity, but has even begun to form sequence seeds. And Bevis Twain's eyes swept across the many small vortex seeds in the star ring. There are quite a lot of seeds. I'm afraid that in a while, the sequence inheritance can be carried out. This is much faster than the speed of ordinary sequence ecological construction. The other part of the purpose is naturally what I just said, the reward from the Grand Duke of Syrians. As Bevis Twain explained. Tucker smiled lightly. Only by achieving something can you get a high reward. This is also the rule of many colleges, towers, and churches to cultivate geniuses. The royal family of Syrian, representing the Grand Duke of Syrian, the Council of the Saint Lander Tower, and our three-eyed God will all help the old meditation star rise in Saint Lander. And give you a great reward. You can think about it carefully for a while. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. In fact, I came here this time to act as your advisor. Bevis Twain said in a gentle tone. Are there any forbidden spells? Tucker asked after thinking for a while. Yes. Bevis Twain nodded. The royal family of Syrian has stored a lot of powerful seeds of forbidden spells. Even if the royal family of Syrian does not have the forbidden spells you need, they will try their best to negotiate with the Saint Land Tower and the top leaders of the Three Eyes Church. The three major forces will work together to meet your needs. The rewards from the three major forces this time are all equivalent to the top forbidden spell level rewards. It doesn't matter if the value is higher. Tucker raised his eyebrows and smiled. The meditation star that created Saint Land, this wave of harvest is indeed amazing. I need to think about the three top resources for a while. Tucker thought about it and said, no problem, such important resources do need to be carefully considered for a while. In addition, some time ago, you asked me to inquire about the steam core, and I have some clues here. Bevis Twain said so. Tucker immediately looked over with a serious look. At present, Tucker's level ecological cycle is almost complete, and there is no problem in upgrading to level 35 or 36. It's time to solve the problem of the second steam core. Only after the level is upgraded can one get closer to the fourth level. Only after the fourth level is promoted can a large number of sequence carrying capacity be developed, thereby mastering powerful forbidden spells and sorcery. I know some businessmen who run steam factories in Saint Land. For about 75,000 magic gold, You can get a good steam core steadily. If you are not suitable to go directly, I can do it for you. In addition, if you have extra magic gold, I suggest that you spend 150,000 magic gold this time and get 2 steam cores directly. Because, the price of steam cores will rise rapidly in the future. Steam cores, rapidly rising in price. Tucker asked in confusion. Why? 2 reasons. Bevis Twain said carefully. First, in a while, there will be news about the Holy Spirit Empire on the Steam Daily of the Principality of Syrian. And it's about a newly promoted Steam Supermaster who fought 1 against 3 other traditional sequence Supermasters, killed 1 and defeated 2. The power of the Steam sequence has a very strong effect on the Supermaster class. The information will be made public in Syrian. The second aspect is that the Syrian Gazette will gradually open up all-round news about those foreign super people in the super ocean. You can think of it as the Syrian Daily, which will open up all-round newspaper information of the entire Ogu binary super world. Bevis' words made Tucker sniff out a hint of content beyond the information. Tucker asked tentatively, is the Principality of Syrian ready to connect with the information track of the superworld outside? Yes. Bevis Twain nodded seriously. Before, the World Channel has been initially opened. These foreign hunters and foreign demon hunters came to our extraordinary world through the World Channel a long time ago. It's okay in our extraordinary city-state. But on the extraordinary ocean, it's quite chaotic. There are even foreign extraordinary people who robbed our Syrian merchant ships. From the news we have received so far, there are still many extraordinary people coming from other extraordinary worlds, many of whom are strong, and even some foreign evil spirit organizations have begun to infiltrate our extraordinary world. Before, our world channels have been open one after another. Now, synchronize information, and even it is to report their affairs, and it is also to go with the flow. With the synchronization of information channels, local extraordinary people will know that the price of steam cores is expensive outside. Plus, steam cores are of great use to extraordinary masters. So, the price is still cheap now. Buy it quickly if you can. When the extraordinary people realize the huge value of steam cores, even if many businessmen and extraordinary people can't use them themselves, they will drive up the price of steam cores. At that time, the price of 100,000 magic gold may not be able to be taken down. And in the future, for a long time, the price of steam cores will remain high. Following Bevis Twain's words, Tucker thought quickly. Obviously, due to the pressure of the Dark Sun Evil God organization and the long-term inability to unify the Ogu Twin Stars extraordinary world, the Principality's strategy has changed. The Ogu Twin Stars extraordinary world will gradually move from the previous closed extraordinary world to an open extraordinary world. Being able to get the information one step ahead of time is already a benefit of insiders. In the past half-month, I have been disposing of things in the black market, and I still have more than 80,000 magic gold in my hand. The Star Trek Monastery has paid off the debt of 100,000 magic gold by selling elite materials in the past few months. This wave will bring 20,000 to 30,000 magic gold. Baggins has about 60,000 to 70,000 magic gold in the past 2 or 3 months. Almost enough. With this thought, Tucker separated 75,000 magic gold from the magic gold in the extraordinary storage bracelet and put it in the new storage bracelet, and then handed it to Bevis Twain. There are 75,000 magic gold in it. Buy one first, and then help me reserve one. I will go out to collect rent in the next 2 days, and I can get some more magic gold, enough to get the second one. Taking Tucker's storage bracelet and exploring it a little, Bevis Twain smiled. I almost forgot that you are the chief refiner of the Lelong family. Those perfect grade fine materials have caused a sensation in Saint Land a few days ago. During this period of time, building this ecological sequence tree has delayed your daily income. Bevis Twain teased. Tucker shook his head after hearing this. The premium of the perfect grade elite materials was indeed high during the period when they first came out, but it only lasted for about 3 or 4 months. Now it can't be sold at a high premium. Fortunately, after the price reduction, there is still a stable sales volume. Although it is not much, it is better than a long-term flow. In this case, I will help you advance the money first. When you receive the magic gold, just transfer it to me. Bevis Twain said. Thank you very much, Senior Bevis. Tucker thanked. Whether Bevis helped Tucker find a channel to buy the steam core, or helped Tucker buy it, or the advance payment of more than 70,000 magic gold, this is a big favor. Senior Bevis Twain, if you need refined materials in the future, feel free to come to me. Tucker said sincerely. Haha. Now that you mention it, I'm afraid I'll really have to trouble you with the quenching materials in the future. Bevis Twain smiled. After putting away the extraordinary storage bracelet given by Tucker, Bevis Twain thought for a while and then looked at Tucker again. I came here this time to tell you something more important. That is, the next time the sun rises. That will be the time when the second ecological war begins. Did they say there is still more than a month to go? Tucker was startled. Using the grazing spirit realm, Tucker could follow Hedilla to observe the outside world, and naturally learn from Hedilla the date of the next ecological war, which is the day when the ash day rises the highest in the next ash cycle. The last ecological war was launched when the ash day rose the highest and the dark sun's outline was the weakest. The gossip that was spread out is false. What I told you is the real date of the attack. Bevis Twain said carefully. According to the information I have obtained, as well as the speculations of a large number of fortune tellers, prophets, and prophets about this ecological war, this time, the enemy is very likely to launch a large-scale counterattack. At present, the tower and the Church of the Three Eyes are secretly preparing. Especially Lamor, which will be the focus of the enemy's attack and the focus of our defense. Don't worry about Lamor's safety. All you have to do is hide yourself and kill according to your own steps. You don't have to participate, and it's okay for you to stay here. Your choice is completely free. Let me act freely? Tucker raised his eyebrows slightly. Then I like it very much. In about 10 days, the second wave of ecological war will come, and this may be a large-scale ecological war. Tucker fumbled with a demon ring staff on his wrist, feeling his own rune secrets and various powerful means. Before, the bold ideas that Tucker had constructed gradually emerged in Tucker's mind. Immediately, Tucker smiled gently. Ecological war. Tucker had been waiting for this for a long time. The whole of Saint Land was in chaos, so Tucker could fish in troubled waters and cause more pain and harm to the Dark Sun Evil God Church. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.